Chapter 81, A Meeting Too Late. Peter spread his hands and said, "It's a pity that the distance was too far, and I missed a wonderful gambling game." Varys smiled and replied, "I agree. Without the finance minister's gamble, the martial arts competition has lost a bit of excitement." Peter and Varys exchanged knowing smiles. After a brief pause, Varys's smile faded slightly as he asked, "Lord Peter, how is Duke John's recovery?" Peter's eyes deepened, and he shrugged slightly. "Lord Varys, this is no secret. Lord Stannis has been here. It was not a pleasant meeting. I can only say that Duke John is getting better." Varys sighed softly. "I heard about it too. Although I don't know the specifics, many people saw Duke Stannis when he left, and everyone has their speculations." Peter shook his head, his tone revealing helplessness. "There is no other way. Duke Stannis has always been upright." Varys's tone remained unhurried. "Are you suggesting that being upright is frightening?" Peter's eyes twitched, and his lips curled up. "In fact, everyone admires Duke Stannis deep in their hearts." Varys nodded. "This shows that there is still good in people's hearts." Peter's smile froze for a moment, his eyes flickering. "Lord Varys, it seems that you have a great deal of respect for Lord Stannis." Varys clasped his hands together. "My thoughts are not important. I am just one of the small ones." Peter's smile did not waver. "Lord Stannis is always in a hurry. For everyone's sake, it seems we should try to retain him next time." Varys smiled and replied, "That will require your wisdom." Petyr leaned back in his chair and spread his hands. "Perhaps we can make Lord Stannis feel better by sending away all the eldest daughters in King's Landing. We all know he doesn't like eldest daughters." Varys smiled and shook his head. "Then we would never see His Majesty Robert in King's Landing again. We will need to make a choice after all." Petyr smiled and changed the subject. "Lord Varys, it seems we need your help this time. The Prime Minister is quite concerned about this." Varys stood up from his chair, nodded, and said, "I am happy to oblige. My little birds will ensure that Baron Greene receives Duke John's care." Peter thanked him with a smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Highgarden Castle Greene finally met the Duke he had longed to see. Duke Mace Tyrell had curly brown hair and a burly, slightly overweight figure, but he still looked handsome. Judging by his appearance, Duke Mace was worthy of being the leader of the Golden Rose family. Greene glanced at the little rose standing beside Duke Mace, greeted the Duke, and said, "Good day, Your Grace. I am the envoy of Her Royal Highness the Queen, the Chief Affairs Officer of the Queen, Baron Whispering Castle, Greene Kleb, at your service. It is a great honor to meet you." Duke Mace's first impression of Greene was favorable. Margaery's brown eyes moved slightly. She first glanced at Greene, who seemed to be suppressing his excitement, and then at her father, who remained relatively calm. She maintained a polite smile and stayed silent. Duke Mace's voice was deep, rich, and magnetic. "Welcome, Baron Greene Kleb from afar." Greene bowed slightly. "Your Grace's reputation resounds throughout King's Landing. I am here to express Queen Cersei's sincere greetings to you." Duke Mace nodded. "Please convey my thanks to Her Royal Highness the Queen. The Tyrell family appreciates her care." After the formal greetings, Greene sat down at Duke Mace's invitation. The Duke, who had weathered many storms, found Greene's admiring gaze a bit disconcerting. He thought to himself that Greene was a young man who did not yet know how to restrain his emotions. Unconsciously, Duke Mace's favorable impression of Greene increased. Baron Greene Observer Little Rose felt that she had learned another lesson today. Greene said respectfully, "I grew up listening to your stories and have always wanted to meet you. When I learned that Queen Cersei was going to send an envoy to Highgarden, I idly recommended myself. Please forgive me for being presumptuous." The Duke of Metz looked calm but slightly confused. "Oh?" Greene leaned forward slightly. "The war that ended 15 years ago. I've heard about it countless times from my mother. I started to understand its significance as I grew older." The Duke of Metz seemed to be recalling the past. "Has it been 15 years? Time passes by so quickly." He glanced at Margaery, who was sitting nearby. "Margaery wasn't even born at that time." The Duke of Metz sighed. "Although there was a lot of luck in that war, there were also many misfortunes." Margaery looked at her father with worried eyes and patted his large hand comfortingly. Greene raised his eyebrows, wondering if the Duke of Metz was prematurely aging. He spoke at the right moment. Your Excellency, don't worry. You did your best, and your military exploits will not be forgotten. At least the people of Crabclaw Peninsula will always understand your difficulties. Hearing this, both Duke Metz and Margaery looked at Greene with complicated expressions. Greene's expression remained unchanged as he sighed softly. You may not know how heavy the casualties were on the Crabclaw Peninsula during that war. They fought until the last moment for loyalty and honor. Because of that war, more than half of the nobles of the Crabclaw Peninsula died, and many family names disappeared forever. Now, I am the only male survivor of the Kleb family. My mother often said that if the Dragon family had been willing to use Duke Mace's strategy at that time, maybe the Iron Throne of King's Landing would still be there. During his narration, Greene shook his head slightly and continued, It's just unfortunate that they were not willing to listen to your command. It can be said that the Long family lost because of their stubbornness. The Duke of Metz seemed to be lost in thought due to Greene's words. After a while, he coughed lightly and waved to the surrounding attendants to leave the hall. Margaery blinked and said, Baron Greene, your words can easily be misunderstood. You are now a vassal of His Majesty Robert. Greene placed a hand on his chest and said, Thank you, Miss Margaery, for reminding me. When I met the Duke today, my original intention was to seek military advice from him. When we talked about old times, I couldn't help but sigh. Please forgive my rashness. The Duke of Metz smiled. It doesn't matter. After all, it's in the past. When it comes to military affairs, no one really cares anymore. After a pause, he added, I know a little about you. You are very capable. At a young age, you managed to lead an army to defeat a coalition force 20 times larger and regain your clan's territory. So, you understand war very well, don't you? The Duke of Metz's eyes were encouraging, urging Greene to speak more. Greene nodded. I understand. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your concern. I need another day to recuperate. I had a hard time writing this chapter with one eye. I only updated 5 words today. This book will be on the shelves this Friday. Due to the unexpected delay, I will try my best to increase the quantity while ensuring the quality. Chapter 82, Military Strategist. Slow versus fast. Greene nodded and said, Yes, Your Grace. What I resent most is that they do not consider the entire situation with you, but only the immediate moment. As the vanguard of Highgarden, Count Randall Tarley did defeat the Stormland Coalition and gained the title of a famous general. But looking back now, his victory actually helped the Stormlands in disguise. It laid hidden dangers for the failure of the Tyrell Coalition forces. Duke Mace Tyrell said with some displeasure, Baron Greene, Lord Randall Tarley is my vassal. Greene's expression remained unchanged, as if he was unaware of the Duke's displeasure. With all due respect, Your Grace, I respect Earl Randall Tarley very much. I have no ill intentions. I am merely offering military advice. Duke Mace Tyrell nodded awkwardly at first, then said, I believe you are honest. Well, according to you, why do you think Lord Randall Tarley's victory was not conducive to the entire battle? Greene said respectfully, Your Grace, please forgive me for repeating myself. I am just analyzing the situation of the war at that time. Greene spread his hands and continued, Regardless of the reason, the identity of the Stormland Coalition at that time was that of a rebel army. Rebels have a weakness. Although their morale is high at the beginning, this cohesion will not last long. The longer the war drags on, the more unfavorable it is for them. They need to speed up the pace of the war and take advantage of their high morale to fight the Tyrells as soon as possible. Greene paused and said, I call this using speed to counter speed. Duke Mace Tyrell nodded slightly, touched his triangular beard, and said, It's rare for someone to look at the problem from an overall perspective. Continue. Greene nodded in thanks. This is just my speculation. I think there are many talents in the Red Keep. Initially, the Tyrells also thought of using the strategy of slow versus fast. However, Lord Randall Tarley's victory made people mistakenly think that the Stormlands coalition could be easily defeated. As a result, no one could persuade him otherwise, or no one continued to try. The Tyrells, who may have lost their patience, abandoned the strategy of slow versus fast. From that time on, Prince Rhaegar led the Tyrell coalition forces to actively seek out the Stormland coalition forces for a decisive battle. The advantage began to favor the rebels. Perhaps from that time on, the Tyrells' failure was inevitable. Greene sighed. This is a headache for all military strategists. To fight a war, you have to rely on generals, but generals only know how to charge with their swords. They don't understand strategy. They only believe in the immediate victory and take it as glory. At the same time, the world is short-sighted and prefers to focus on the bloodshed of war. It is difficult for them to understand what real victory is on the battlefield, let alone your art of war. Greene's words soothed the pain that Duke Mace had always hidden in his heart. He strongly proved my military talent. Greene was recognized by Duke Mace. This young man from afar understands me. Duke Mace, Tyrell's eyes were filled with relief, and his tone was kind. I remember that many members of the Kleb family joined the Kingsguard. Now it seems that although you lost a lot in that war, you still gained something. Greene nodded and said, Yes, Your Grace, you have piercing eyes. That painful experience made the Kleb family finally understand that fighting a war cannot rely only on courage and swords, but also requires the wisdom of understanding strategy. Greene shrugged and said with a smile, My mother only hoped to train me to be like you, Your Grace. She was very strict, so I only had books and swords in my childhood. Looking back now, I don't even know how I got through it. The Duke of Metz's words and body movements made the Duke of Mace Tyrell laugh uncontrollably. In high spirits, Duke Mace Tyrell affectionately patted Greene on the shoulder and said, You are a goo, est from afar. Please stay here tonight and join us for dinner. Greene placed a hand on his chest and nodded. Thank you for the invitation. It is a great honor. Marguerite Tyrell, who had been observing the interaction, noticed the rapidly warming relationship between her father and Greene. Could her father, often dismissed as incompetent by her grandmother, actually be a powerful figure? Could her grandmother have been mistaken? Marguerite shook her head subtly. Raised by her grandmother, she understood her grandmother's exceptional wisdom better than anyone. She knew that although her father, Duke Mace, was the nominal leader of the Golden Rose family, his authority was largely symbolic. Despite his attempts to showcase his military prowess during the Usurpers' War, most people believed he had made no significant contributions. Marguerite knew her father needed prestige. Greene's words, combined with her own knowledge, were very convincing. She felt that Greene wasn't merely flattering her father to gain favor. He was attempting to restore her father's reputation. Marguerite, wise beyond her years, understood her father better than he realized. She sensed that in his excitement, he hadn't yet grasped the full value of Greene's remarks. It was up to her to carefully plan how to leverage this opportunity for the benefit of the Golden Rose family. At that moment, she pondered Baron Greene's true intentions. Greene, aware of Marguerite's presence, had originally planned to win the favor and trust of the Duke of Metz today, and then reveal the purpose of his visit tomorrow. He worried that the Golden Rose family, known for their cautious nature, might isolate the Duke of Metz out of precaution. Greene knew his case wasn't strong enough yet. He needed to be flexible and adapt. Tilting slightly towards the Duke of Metz, Greene whispered, Your Grace, have you heard any news about Prime Minister John's health? The Duke of Metz looked puzzled. Yes, I've heard that Duke John's health has been declining in recent years. Greene glanced at Marguerite, who had been watching him intently. The implication was clear. What was Baron Greene suggesting? Marguerite maintained a slight smile, using her years of etiquette training to mask her emotions. The Duke of Metz smiled warmly. Greene, there's no need to be so cautious. Highgarden Castle is absolutely safe for you. Marguerite couldn't help but notice the affectionate tone her father used when addressing Greene. She glanced at her father, who looked kindly at their guest. Your Grace, have you ever considered the responsibilities of the king's hand? Greene asked. The hand of the king? The Duke of Metz repeated. Yes, Greene continued. Assisting the king in managing the kingdom's affairs, commanding the entire territory on behalf of the king, leading the army, and administering justice. When the king is unable to do so in person, the hand sits on the Iron Throne and rules the realm in his stead. The Duke of Metz's eyes widened slightly as he began to grasp the significance of Greene's words. Marguerite, too, felt a spark of realization. This conversation could change everything. Chapter 83. a few words before launch. Tomorrow marks the official release, so let's have a quick chat about what to expect. The conservative plan post-release is to deliver 4,000 to 5,000 words per day. The small goal is to reach 6,000 to 8,000 words daily, and the big goal, well, I'll let you know once we hit the small goal. Updates will typically be around 10 p.m. The book is planned to be at least 1 million words long. I assure you that the plot will remain consistent and engaging. However, this largely depends on the subscription performance. My flexibility as an author is quite broad. Writing in the Machiavellian genre is particularly demanding. It requires a lot of mental effort and can easily go awry if not handled well. Sometimes, I get stuck on a single sentence because it doesn't align with a character's established traits. However, this is happening less frequently as I become more familiar with each character. In short, I aim to write as accurately as possible within my capabilities. A friend suggested that when I'm stuck, I should write more warm-colored plots to help inspire me. I think this is a great idea. Protagonist's origin. Before starting the book, I spent considerable time setting up the protagonist's background. Most of the characters that readers are familiar with are in Westeros, so I decided to forgo the continent of Essos. After much deliberation, I chose the Crab Claw Peninsula, known for its loyalty to the Queen. This setting allows the protagonist to reasonably interact with the well-known Queen Thor from the beginning, facilitating plot development. The main surnames in the Crabclaw Peninsula from the original novel are Boggs, Bren, Kiefer, Kleb, Hardy, and Payne. I chose the name Kleb because it sounds strong and has more momentum. Additionally, the Kleb family has produced 3 Kingsguards and legendary heroes, making it relatively prominent within the Crabclaw Peninsula. To ensure reader enjoyment, the protagonist is endowed with high intelligence and 2 subtle abilities, Wushuang and the racial aura of the Crabclaw Peninsula. Machiavellian strategies require a process, and this is my way of preventing readers from feeling frustrated. If you ever feel unhappy, just imagine flipping the table. It might help improve your reading mood. Plot development. There are many Machiavellian enthusiasts among the readers of this book. The world of Ice and Fire is full of unexpected twists, which is part of its charm. I've put a lot of effort into setting up relevant plots, but some readers can still decipher future developments from the limited text. Sometimes their comments leave me in awe. I even suspected there was a traitor among us and almost got into trouble because of it. Initially, I considered bypassing the interpreted parts and resetting the plot, but I decided against it. I was worried that it would mess up the outline and cause the plot to collapse. So, I chose to embrace it and add more depth instead. Minor spoilers. The outline includes 2 trips to the free trade city of Greene on the continent of Essos. These chapters are not long, as the main plot takes place in Westeros. According to the outline, the protagonists from the Wolf family are Sansa and another character. There will be significant power struggles between Greene and Lord Tywin. Stay tuned for more updates and enjoy the journey. Lord Stannis will... In the outline, Greene and Littlefinger will have a complex love-hate relationship. According to the plan, Varys will be suppressed by Greene. The heroine will take shape in the midterm, potentially leading to a dramatic arc where she must chase after her husband, possibly even a crematorium scenario. Samwell Tarly is set to become Grimm's Meister, which is an intriguing spoiler. Now, a question. If Greene were to encounter 3 young dragons, what do you think his character would do? That's all for now. See you tonight. Chapter 84, Concealment. After Greene's words fell, the hall suddenly fell silent. Duke Mace Tyrell, who was digesting the content of Greene's words, slowly puffed up his cheeks. Inflatable fish. Greene sighed inwardly, realizing the nickname was fitting. Although Margaery Tyrell was also surprised by what she heard, she managed to keep a smile on her face. As a daughter, Margaery knew her father very well and understood that he would need some time to recover, so she took the initiative to speak. Baron Greene, this is no small matter. On behalf of the Golden Rose family, I would like to thank you for your honesty, but Margaery's beautiful eyes looked directly at Greene as she continued. I would like to hear your wise opinions. Can you tell us the reason first? Greene first touched his chest to express his thanks, and then said, "Miss Margery, you're welcome. I'm willing to be honest with you." Margery smiled warmly and nodded. Greene opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then lowered his voice, saying, "Prime Minister John's condition is more serious than it appears. It has affected the kingdom's political affairs more severely than everyone thought." Margery covered her mouth with her white hands, her eyes widening. Greene couldn't help but praise her performance inwardly. It was so convincing. "Little Rose is an excellent supporter," Duke Mace Tyrell murmured to himself. "If I became the hand of the king, the status of the Tyrell family in the Seven Kingdoms would be very tempting." Finally coming to his senses, Duke Mace Tyrell coughed lightly and said, "Greene, tell me what you think." Greene nodded and said, "Your Excellency, although Prime Minister John's health no longer allows him to work hard, he is still worried about the kingdom. In serious cases, he has to handle government affairs from his bed." Greene painted a picture of a responsible prime minister who devoted himself to the kingdom regardless of his physical condition. The Duke of Mace and Margery exchanged a glance. Duke Mace thought it wasn't easy for Duke John, while Margery noticed something in Greene's words. On the surface, it sounded like a compliment, but she realized there was another meaning behind them. The state of Prime Minister John had aroused the dissatisfaction and ambition of many thoughtful people. Greene looked at Duke Mace and said respectfully, "Duke John has been working hard for more than 10 years. For Duke John's health, Red Castle has to consider a new candidate for Prime Minister." The Duke of Mace suppressed the smile that was about to overflow and asked in a kind tone, "Have you decided on who?" Margery sighed inwardly at her father's impatience and added, "Baron Greene, are you having any difficulties?" Greene's eyes moved. He glanced at Margery, nodded, and said, "After all, this is a major event in the kingdom. Everyone attaches great importance to this matter. They are all recommending others with their heart, or recommending themselves. The next person can assist His Majesty Robert in governing the kingdom." The Duke of Mace had a trace of unconcealable nervousness on his face and couldn't help but ask, "Who is there?" Greene hesitated to speak, looking uncertain. Margery's eyes stayed on her father for a moment, and she said sincerely to Greene, "Baron Greene, I think my father has roughly guessed what you are thinking. What we need now is mutual trust and honesty. The Golden Rose family will not forget any help from anyone." Greene shook his head, and his tone was equally sincere. "Duke Mace, Miss Margery, I naturally have to be honest. Because of Queen Cersei's trust, as her chief affairs officer, Her Royal Highness did consult me on this matter. The first thing I did was boldly recommend the Duke of Mace to Queen Cersei." Duke Mace. Tyrell stroked his beard, and there was a trace of satisfaction on his face. Margery's brown eyes trembled. "Baron Greene, did you persuade Queen Cersei? Or can I ask how you persuaded Queen Cersei?" "Certainly." After a pause, Greene said, "As far as I know, the Saint popular candidates for the new Prime Minister are Lord Stannis Baratheon, Lord of the Sea, and Lord Renly Baratheon, Minister of Justice." Confusion flashed across Margery's face. "Duke Renly and Lord Stannis?" Lord Mace Tyrell frowned. Greene placed a palm on his chest and said respectfully, "This is my analysis. Duke Renly has always been the Minister of Justice, but he is often absent from the Red Keep. He lacks the responsibility and governance capabilities compared to Duke Stannis. On the other hand, Duke Stannis, while upright, lacks the flexibility and kindness needed to unite people. The king's hand must help His Majesty the King bring people together. Currently, only you, in all of Westeros, can fill Lord John's shoes and quickly stabilize the kingdom." The analysis was thorough. Duke Mace Tyrell smiled and stroked his beard. Margery's fingers flexed slightly. She noticed that when she interacted with Greene, she would unknowingly lower her guard. However, the information he revealed made her raise her vigilance again. Margery always kept her grandmother's teachings in mind, coupled with her father's actions, and never dared to relax her spirit. She felt a bit tired from being so focused all the time. Life in Highgarden was so comfortable that Margery had not experienced mental fatigue for a long time, but it actually made her feel kind. Margery's brown eyes met a bright light. This silent contest made her feel indescribably excited. Greene continued, Although Queen Cersei is not interested in the political affairs of the kingdom, she needs to consider Prince Joffrey, who requires more support. The Baratheon family already occupies 2 important seats in the royal council, and any further advancement would not be conducive to the kingdom's stability. At this moment, Duke Mace, your ability and strength make you a natural ally for Queen Cersei. It was because of you that I convinced Queen Cersei to support you in taking over as Hand of the King. Greene finally added, "It's all about the kingdom, and that's my public spirit." Duke Mace Tyrell was already smiling. "Greene, you are rare. I will never forget your contribution." He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the person who understood him best among the 7 kingdoms was actually the young man in front of him who had always admired him. Margaery suddenly asked, "Baron Greene, do you already have a plan?" Greene first glanced at the kind-looking Duke Mace before replying, "I have an immature plan, but I need to obtain the consent of the Duke first." King's Landing, Silent Sister Street. The light blue sky was as clear as washed. Greene's young butler, Leighton, was standing in a dark corner of the street, staring at several figures in gold robes in the distance. Among them, Leighton paid attention to the leader. The man had a thin face. Although he was wearing a gold robe and uniform, he was so thin that it seemed a strong wind could blow him down. Leighton frowned. This golden robe bearing the surname of Kleb did not look like a member of the Kleb family. Was he a Kleb bloodline wandering outside? Since he used the surname Kleb, it indicated that the child was born out of wedlock. Leighton felt that this issue needed his attention. As one of the few civil servants in Whispering City, he was in no hurry to take action. After all, this person's identity as a golden robe meant that mishandling the situation could easily cause trouble, and the gains would outweigh the losses. Moreover, he was not qualified to decide on his own without the Lord's order. It happened that people from the Survey Corps were also in King's Landing, so Leighton decided to let them keep an eye on this person and collect relevant intelligence. The Red Keep, Maegor's Tower. The dark circles under Jaime Lannister's eyes had deepened from lack of rest. Queen Cersei Lannister glanced sideways at Jaime, who was yawning discreetly, and said, "Jaime, have you been in high spirits recently?" Jaime looked at Cersei in confusion and asked, "Why do you say that?" Cersei snorted. Suddenly, Jaime's sleepiness vanished. After thinking for a moment, he asked tentatively, "Are you talking about me going out at night?" Cersei took a sip of summer red and said, "There are 100 brothels in King's Landing, which should be enough to satisfy you for the rest of your life. I suggest you not be in such a hurry." She snorted again and added, "Don't turn it into a bedroom like your dear dwarf brother. You are a Lannister." Jaime smiled helplessly and said, "Cersei, it's not what you think. You should know that I don't like those places. You will always be the only one for me." He walked behind Cersei and placed his hands on her shoulders. Cersei raised her chin slightly, the corners of her lips curling up. "I don't like you hiding things from me," she said. Jaime's hands froze on Cersei's shoulders. Her green eyes glinted as she said, "It seems you choose to continue hiding it." Cersei shrugged off Jaime's hands and turned to stare at him. Jaime suddenly thought of Greene. "Greene and I have been investigating the Queen's District incident," Jaime explained. "He suspects there may be other hidden forces at play. We didn't want to worry you until we had more information." Cersei's anger was rising, and Jaime quickly added, "I didn't mean to hide it from you. We were just guessing, and I wanted to ensure your safety. We want to find out the truth as soon as possible." "Jaime, I'm not that delicate," Cersei said, slowly approaching him. She looked up at Jaime, her white hands pressing against his chest, and her lips curved into a smile. "Jaime, only when you are with me do I feel complete. Since I asked you not to hide things from me, I won't hide anything from you either." Jaime held Cersei's hand, looking into her eyes, and slowly smiled. "Cersei, me too." Jaime was lost in Cersei's tenderness, but her next words sent a chill down his spine. "Jaime, I've already taken action. I've had enough of Robert's drunkenness. Jaime, it's already started. It's too late for you to stop it. You can only choose to help me." Dragonstone Island, dark clouds gathered. Dragonstone is an island formed by the eruption of an active volcano located at the exit of Blackwater Bay, and its castle is carved into the shape of a dragon. During the Targaryen dynasty, Dragonstone was traditionally awarded to the king's heir, who was also known as the Prince of Dragonstone. After the Usurpers' War, King Robert Baratheon granted Dragonstone to Stannis Baratheon, but it no longer held the significance of being the king's heir. Inside Dragonstone Castle, the stern-faced Lord Stannis Baratheon sat at a long table, meticulously handling government affairs. Knight Davos Seaworth stood quietly, waiting. Stannis waved his quill, signed an order, and stamped it with a bang. He looked at Davos and asked, "Davos, are the arrangements made?" Davos nodded respectfully. "Duke Stannis, I have other matters to report concerning Baron Greene Kleb." Stannis put down his quill and asked, "What happened?" "Our sources indicate that Duke Jon is planning to send Greene across the Narrow Sea to deal with the 2 young dragons of the Targaryen family," Davos reported. Stannis frowned. "Varys has never been responsible for this matter." He suddenly grew angry. "It's the same as always. They only know how to indulge in dark methods. Jon, the position of the king's hand, has completely corrupted his sense of honor." With that, Stannis closed his eyes. Davos looked worriedly at Stannis, but remained silent. Stannis Baratheon sat in silence, his face a mask of stoic determination. After a moment, he opened his eyes, their sharpness cutting through the dim light. "Loyal Davos, do you think I should continue to support Prime Minister Jon?" Davos Seaworth, standing nearby, looked at Stannis with deep respect. "Lord Stannis, with all due respect, you need to change your strategy." Stannis nodded almost imperceptibly. "I cannot let him tarnish my honor." He fixed his gaze on Davos. "Tell me your suggestions." Davos stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart as he spoke with a respectful tone. "Duke Stannis, while our people were investigating Baron Greene, they inadvertently gathered information about Prime Minister Jon. It seems there are indeed no secrets in the Red Keep." Stannis snorted derisively. "Go on." "Duke Stannis," Davos continued, "according to our intelligence, Prime Minister Jon is no longer fit to perform his duties. The kingdom needs a new prime minister to restore order. I sincerely recommend that you vie for the position. Only someone of your stature can stabilize the kingdom under King Robert." Stannis shook his head slightly. "Davos, I appreciate your loyalty. I am willing to sacrifice everything for the kingdom. However, Robert will never agree." Davos knelt on one knee before Stannis. "Duke Stannis, I understand your concerns, but King Robert has been lost to wine and women for many years. His former heroism is gone, and his authority in the Red Keep has waned." Stannis stared at Davos intently. "What do you propose?" Davos raised his head, his voice filled with conviction. "Allow me to go on a mission to find allies who support you. If you become the hand of the king, they will be invaluable to you in the future." Chapter 85. Loyalty. After bidding farewell to Greene, Samwell took his sister and brother on their way back. The 3 siblings laughed together, enjoying each other's company. However, as soon as they returned to Hornhill Keep, they were summoned directly to the study by their father, Lord Randyll Tarly. This time, his father's scolding was more severe than ever, and he even threatened to drive Samwell out of Hornhill. Samwell trembled, the confidence he had just gained ruthlessly shattered. With a bang, the study door was suddenly pushed open. Samwell's mother, Melissa Florent, appeared at the door with Tara Tarly and Dickon Tarly. "That's enough, Randyll. I arranged it. Dickon and the others wanted to go to the tournament. They are still young and need their brother's protection," she exclaimed. "My eldest son cannot protect his family," Randyll retorted. Hornhill Keep. The clear sky was suddenly covered with clouds, the sunlight disappearing without a trace. The clouds in the sky grew lower and more ominous. Samwell Tarly looked at the sudden change in weather with hollow eyes and murmured, "It's going to rain." A rare conversation. The communication between Samwell and Greene had been a rare and pleasant time for Samwell. He had no idea that Greene, who had put down his sword, was actually very knowledgeable. Together, they discussed various topics such as history, myths, legends, and more. Greene had even put forward a point of view that still excited Samwell in retrospect. Knowledge is the sharpest blade in the world. At that moment, the cowardice in Samwell disappeared, replaced by newfound confidence. Seeking comfort. In the afternoon, while his father was away, Samwell went to see his mother. Melissa Florent looked at Samwell, who had his head lowered and eyes averted. She put down the embroidery in her hand and comforted him. Sam, it was my mistake that caused you to be blamed by your father. I'm sorry. Melissa's gentle voice made Samwell's eyes turn red instantly. Sam, believe me, although your father is strict, he loves you very much. Samwell looked up at his gentle mother, tears welling in his eyes. Mom, I found the courage. I want to leave Horn Hill, Melissa exclaimed. Sam, you. Samwell's red eyes were filled with tears, large crystal drops rolling down his cheeks. Mom, I'm a coward, but I will make you proud of me. High Garden, Plant Maze. Last night, at a small banquet, Greene chatted and drank with the Duke of Metz all night long. The dinner ended with the Duke of Metz unconscious. Greene walked in the garden, the scent of roses fragrant, but what he smelled was the smell of golden dragons. Greene found a shady wooden bench and sat down, stretching and leaning his back on the chair. Yesterday's banquet was small in scale, but of high standard. After discussing matters, it was relatively late. Unfortunately, the Duke of Metz could only call the vassals who were in the castle. Under the earnest eyes of the Duke of Metz, Greene talked about the unknown art of war. The serious Greene was very convincing, and with his self-consistent logic, many nobles at the banquet believed his words. The cheerful Duke of Metz kept stroking his beard, which had lost its delicate trim. There would be a big banquet tonight. Greene looked up at the white clouds in the sky and rubbed his swollen head with his slender fingers. Despite the hard work, Greene had gained a lot. After 6 days of competition in the arena, he earned more than 1,000 gold dragons. He also earned 3,000 gold dragons from Little Rose's consulting fee. In the morning, Steward Russell reported to Greene that he had negotiated a deal to purchase grain from Highgarden. The price was half sale and half free, with Highgarden responsible for door-to-door delivery. Thinking of this, Greene felt invigorated again. Because of Prime Minister John's 1-month appointment, Greene must leave tomorrow. Tonight, he will. Greene continued to clear the name of his favorite Duke of Metz. That summer, with his hands in his pockets, Greene looked around and found no opponents. Thinking of Duke John, Greene's heart sharpened again, and the title of Guardian of the Crabclaw Peninsula seemed within reach. He knew very well that compared to Joffrey the Great, the canonization during King Robert's time held more prestige and was better recognized by others. After an unknown amount of time, Greene, who had emptied his mind and closed his eyes to rest, heard voices coming from not far behind him. Through their tones, Greene had already guessed the identities of several people. They were Little Rose's pillow companions and maids. Meg Tyrell, who was a bit plump, said loudly, "Are you still playing games?" Meg Tyrell was a member of the Golden Rose branch and loved to play kissing games with her cousins. Ello Tyrell, who was slender and had lively eyes, replied, "Meeg, I'm so tired today." Ello Tyrell was also a member of the Golden Rose family branch. "Well, I had too much fun last night, and now I just want to sit and do nothing," said Meredith Klein from the Klein family. Arlen Tyrell, another member of the Golden Rose family, said timidly, "Since you are tired, take a rest. Miss Margery will be busy for a while. Do you want me to play the wooden harp for you?" Meg Tyrell waved her hand and said, "Okay, Arlen, aren't you tired? Let's sit down and rest for a while." "Thank you, Meg. Hey, at the banquet yesterday, did you notice the Duke of Metz? I have never seen him so happy. Of course I saw it. Anyone with eyes could see it." "Meg, why do you talk like that?" "Don't be angry anymore. We will definitely play games with you in the afternoon." "Well, I think it's because of that foreign guest." "You mean the bard?" "Bard? Ha ha ha!" The sisters laughed together. Everyone was attracted to him, and he stole the show. As the Queen's messenger, his tongue danced all night. It must have been very difficult for him. "Ello, I know you. You are only tolerant of knights you like." Baron Greene is from the Crabclaw Peninsula. Some people at yesterday's banquet privately said that the Crabclaw Peninsula is full of semi-savage nobles. Savage? He doesn't look like one at all. Could his powerful sword skills come from the mysterious power of the savages? Shh, I heard an amazing secret. I'm just telling you, remember to keep it a secret. Don't worry, sister. Stop pretending, tell me. Duke Metz may go to King's Landing. Then Lord Renly. Duke Renly? Why did you suddenly mention him? Are you hiding something? Okay, I only give you one chance. Share what you know with your sisters. It turns out that there are no secrets in Highgarden. The corners of Greene's lips curled up slightly, and he lay silently on the bench, folded his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and continued to passively eavesdrop. Red Keep, Prime Minister's Tower. Prime Minister Jon's deteriorating health finally alerted King Robert Baratheon, who was obsessed with hunting, and forced him to return to King's Landing. Robert stared at the old Lord Jon Arryn, leaning on the bed for a while, and laughed roughly. "Jon, you are better than I thought. You look so lively. We can go to the women's branch together in the evening." When he was young, Robert had a clean face, a tall body, and a bold personality. His eyes were clear and charming, just like the dream lover of girls. After putting on the crown, Robert indulged too much in food and wine, causing him to gain hopeless weight. His waistline became as alarming as his height. He was panting and sweating every time he moved around. Although Robert's double chin was covered by his thick black beard, there was nothing that could cover his round belly and thick dark circles under his eyes. "Ha! Ahem!" Jon couldn't help laughing, but his throat tickled, and he coughed. Robert laughed and sat on the edge of the bed. Jon stopped coughing and said, "You fat man who only sweats! Fat man! Are you talking about me?" "Jon, how dare you speak to the king like that?" Robert, who entirely wore an angry expression, couldn't help but laugh again. "Damn you, you're always right." Robert suppressed his smile and adopted a serious tone. "Jon, you need to get well soon. I know very well what kind of fool I am, as foolish as the Mad King. If you don't assist me, all the people will suffer. God will not forgive me." Jon shook his head weakly. "You are different from the Mad King. You are much better than him." Robert didn't know why he suddenly mentioned the Mad King. Thinking of him made Robert angry. "All the gods should be damned. I only wanted Lyanna, but you forced me to take this damn crown. I only want her. Once she's back in my arms, everything will be the same as before." Jon listened quietly to Robert's complaints, although he had heard them countless times before. Robert, having finished venting, asked with a smile, "Jon, you know that proverb that describes kings and prime ministers, right?" Jon nodded slightly. "Kings dream, prime ministers build dreams. A girl I slept with told me that commoners have a better analogy. The king eats the banquet and the prime minister poops." Robert patted his belly and laughed. Jon covered his mouth and coughed a few times, then said, "The people know better than us. What they mean is that the king enjoys the food, while the prime minister deals with the aftermath, including wiping the king's butt." Robert laughed again. "Jon, you are so boring, always so serious, but this time you made me laugh." After a pause, Jon said, "Robert, you have to make plans early and choose a new hand of the king who can assist you. My body can't last long, and I can't give you much time. I can't let you govern the country alone." Robert stared at Jon for a while, and then said in a helpless tone, "You know, I've tried it. Sitting on the Iron Throne and managing national affairs is 1,000 times harder than seizing the throne. Legal arbitration is exhausting, and liquidating the treasury is even more troublesome. There are also those endless petitions. I sit on that damn iron chair all day long and listen to them complain about everything. It makes my brain numb and my butt sore. Everyone wants money, land, or legal arbitration. It's all nonsense, and my ministers are not much better. They're either confused or deliberately lying. I'm surrounded by idiots and sycophants, and it drives me crazy. Jon, I met the cunning Meister Pycelle before you were here. I told him that if he couldn't cure my hand, I would smash his head in. He has promised me that he will restore you to health. You see, Jon, I am still better suited to governing the country with a warhammer. Therefore, you should rest and recuperate, and leave the trivial matters to others. Although they are idiots, they can still run errands for you." Jon shook his head slightly and said, "Ed Stark." Robert stood up. "You are so stubborn." "Robert? Ahem. That's enough. I'll think about it. I have a headache now, and I don't want to hear your nagging anymore." Crab Claw Peninsula, Kleb's old land. Regarding the issue of food pressure, with Greene's reply, the people's hearts in Kleb's territory quickly stabilized. The retainer knight Mason Baker met Perpili, who was also a retainer knight, and the leader of the Thorn Corps, Amparo, at the new-style Kleb farm. The muscular Mason spread his arms and said, "Old man, long time no see." Pearl, who had a new scar on his face, hugged Mason. The result was a clang and tapping of plate armor, a warm greeting typical of the Crabclaw Peninsula. Mason and Perce separated and smiled at Amparo. "Welcome, Amparo." Although Amparo is now the leader of the Thorn Corps, he is not a knight. Facing Mason and Pell, his status is quite different. Amparo placed a hand on his chest and said, "Good day, Sir Mason." Amparo leads the Thorn Corps and has proven his strength through numerous military exploits. Mason knew in his heart that with the Lord's trust in Amparo, he would be canonized as a knight when the time was right. The fighting prowess of the Kleb Spee, our wives, was not inferior to that of men, and with the establishment of the Thorn Corps, which was dominated by spear wives, their reputation grew. Additionally, the territory of Kleb had more women than men, unlike most places in Westeros. This naturally led to a certain degree of gender equality. "We are all brothers fighting together." Mason smiled and nodded. "Good day. Let's go in together. I think you must miss the Marigold ale, and I have already prepared it." The three of them walked side by side. From left to right were the 175-centimeter Amparo, the 185-centimeter Mason, and the 195-centimeter Pell, forming a diagonal line. While walking, Mason turned his head to look at Pell and suddenly said, "Pell, the new decoration on your face looks good. Was it difficult dealing with the counterattack of the mountain savages?" Mason's words and tone revealed his deep concern for his old friend. Pell, who knew Mason well, heard the underlying mockery in his words. Pell snorted, turned his head to look back at Mason, and said coldly, "I heard that you have an adopted son named Darius?" Mason chuckled. "Old man, don't be jealous. That's Lord Greene's trust in our family." Pell, who usually smiled informally, made a strange face to mock his old friend. "Old man, my information is not blocked. I know that this is all the result of your eldest son, Marshall." Mason and Pell glared at each other, their childish rivalry evident. Amparo quietly slowed down, distancing himself from their banter. Inside the house, Pell drank a full glass of Marigold ale in one gulp and put down the glass with a thud. "Mason, Amparo, think we can enter the second phase of the eastward plan." Kleb's plan to advance eastward was divided into two stages. The first stage focused on conquest by force, supplemented by recruitment and surrender. The communication between the mountain savage tribes was slow, preventing them from uniting. They took advantage of this to regain old territories and quickly defeated the larger savage tribes. The second stage focused on recruitment and surrender, supplemented by conquest by force. After conquering the large tribes, the remaining ones were small and medium-sized, and the spoils from them wouldn't even cover the cost of sending troops. In fact, according to the custom of the Crabclaw Peninsula, no one calculated these things. No matter the battle, as long as there was a fight to be had, it was enough, and winning was perfect. Sometimes Mason and Pell didn't understand many aspects of Greene's arrangements, but as retainer knights, they wouldn't question it and would only execute it. For the retainer knights who had been loyal to the Kleb family for generations, loyalty was glory. Mason shrugged. "I have no objection. I am now responsible for the placement of prisoners. For me, the more prisoners there are, the greater my credit will be. Entering the second stage, the number of prisoners will definitely increase. As long as there is no problem with the timing, I am happy to support it." Pell's eyes moved to Amparo. "Sir Pell, I have no objection. The Thorn Corps will cooperate with the Survey Corps this time." Pell nodded calmly, thanking Amparo for his support, and dismissed the meeting. The highest-level military meeting in the Kleb territory ended with Pell, Mason, and Amparo each saying their piece. "Wait for me to speed up. Please vote for me." Tash Chapter 86. Deep Plot. Baron Greene. Arriving at the garden, Marguerite Tyrell, who was looking for her maids, first discovered Greene lying on his back on a bench. Marguerite didn't come close, she just called softly. "Ah!" After Marguerite's maids screamed, they held up their skirts and trotted towards her. Greene, who had been passively eavesdropping, had to wake up. He stood up, yawned, and raised his right hand, waving it left and right. "Good day, ladies." Greene's friendly behavior did not reduce the suspicion in the hearts of Marguerite's maids. They all looked at him with very searching eyes. The strangeness of the maids did not escape Marguerite's notice. She sighed softly and said, "You may go now." The maids, feeling guilty, glanced at each other secretly, bowed to Marguerite, and left. Only Greene and Margery were left in the garden. Greene took the initiative to speak. "Miss Margery, your maids are beautiful and lively." Margery smiled and said, "I saw their guilty conscience and annoyance. Baron Greene, can you tell me what happened?" Greene looked puzzled, thought for a moment, and replied, "I seem to have overheard their conversation. Maybe I thought I heard it?" Margery blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "What did you hear?" Greene shrugged. "I fell asleep and couldn't hear it very clearly. It seemed to be the name of the Minister of Justice." Upon hearing Minister of Justice, Margery, with a slight smile on her face, flexed her fingers slightly. With light steps, she approached Greene. Margery raised her little face, her elk-like brown eyes clear and soft. "Baron Greene, you seem to have heard some incredible news accidentally?" Greene took a half-step back and said in a helpless tone, "Miss Margery, your beauty forces me to be honest. In fact, I don't take it to heart because this is not a secret to me. For example, I am the Queen's Chief Affairs Officer, and I have long been aware of some of Duke Renly's actions." Margery's brown eyes trembled slightly. "Queen Cersei, is she investigating Duke Renly?" Greene shook his head decisively. "Our Queen never cares about this. This is the responsibility of our affairs officers, especially me." Greene looked at Margery and continued, "As a certain Lannister giant said, being loyal to the Queen is a traditional craft on the Crabclaw Peninsula. I am just taking normal precautions and will investigate any abnormal events that occur around the Queen." Margery reminded Greene in a cold tone, "Baron Greene, Duke Renly's status is noble and cannot be offended." Greene spread his hands. "Although we have been silent for more than 10 years, Miss Margery, you who are familiar with history should know that there are only 2 types of people in the eyes of the Crabclaw Peninsula, those who are loyal to the Queen and those who are not." Margery raised her eyebrows and stared at Greene. "Want to scare me with your big eyes again?" Greene thought, looking back at Margery. After a while, he sighed and avoided her gaze. Margery's smooth chin raised slightly. Greene took the initiative and spoke in a sincere tone. "Miss Margery, in fact, these are trivial matters and not worth your trouble." He paused and then said, "I have no intention of guessing, nor am I interested in Duke Renly Baratheon's thoughts. I only value the safety of Queen Cersei. I have done preliminary research and know that Lord Renly and the Knight of Flowers have a deep friendship, but friendship should not be higher than the interests of the family. Please believe in our sincerity. I sincerely want to see my most respected Duke of Mace sitting in the position of Prime Minister and governing this kingdom." Margery's rose-like red lips moved slightly. She wanted to ask if there was a conflict between the Duke of Mace, whom Greene said he respected the most, and Queen Cersei, what would he choose? Margery knew that asking such a question would make her look childish, and at this time there would be no question of truth or falsehood in Greene's answer. No matter what it was, this kind of problem would only be solved at the moment it happened. Greene's purpose at this time was not complicated. He knew that the great nobles liked to hedge their bets, and he was just using an excuse to hint to Margery. Greene didn't want the already clear strategy to become complicated. The more complicated the strategy, the more likely it would be for accidents to happen. Greene couldn't change the characteristics of the great nobles. He could only do his best and change the subject. Margery glanced sideways at Greene, her tone carrying a hint of sourness. "You are very loyal to Queen Cersei." Greene caressed his chest and nodded. "Miss Margery, this is my duty, and I am bound to do it." Greene, who was completely humble, suddenly said, "Miss Margery, I have a suggestion." Margery's eyes moved, and her smile was like a blooming flower. "Baron Greene, I like your advice, and I am willing to listen." Greene hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The time has not come yet, and I am a man of few words now. I will give you more advice when we meet next time." After speaking, Greene had a regretful expression on his face. Margery's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but glare at Greene. Randyll Tarly left Hornhill. Keep again. While his father was away, Samwell Tarly placed the letter renouncing his inheritance on Randall's desk. When leaving Hornhill Castle, Samwell led an old horse and only took an unfinished book. For Samwell, leaving quietly was his last dignity. Samwell arrived at the gate of Camp Crab and smiled for the first time since leaving home. Holding the old horse, he walked up to the blue-robed guard at the camp gate and said, "Good day. My name is Samwell Tarley, and I'm here to see Baron Greene." Samwell's size made an impression, and the guard remembered him. "Good day, Lord Samwell. Lord Greene is not in the camp now." Samwell opened his mouth, wanting to ask where Greene had gone and when he would return. But he didn't like to make things difficult for others. Samwell nodded and said, "Then I'll wait." He walked to the other side, sat down on the ground, and wiped the sweat from his face. The guard saw Samwell's old horse trembling as it walked and said, "Sir Samwell, your horse is very tired. I can help you take care of it." Samwell then noticed his horse and thought about his weight, feeling pity. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Then, "Please, I'll prepare the reward." Samwell glanced at his only book with reluctance. He wanted to finish it as soon as possible. Eastern Crabclaw Peninsula. The eastward advance of Kleb's army had officially entered the second stage. "Cliff Valley Tribe, open the door. We are here to invite you to join Kleb's territory. We are all from the Crabclaw Peninsula. People from the Crabclaw Peninsula should not fight against each other. Our lord is a descendant of the legendary hero Clarence Crab, and we were all in the same group before. We are all descendants of our ancestors, and we should not let our own people continue to bleed. Join us, and the Lord will allocate you your own hunting area, so you don't have to worry about being violated." Rena, with her braids reaching the sky, walked up to Emperor, tugged on her collar, and said, "Emperor, do you want to continue shouting? I feel that this tribe is very stubborn." Emperor frowned and said, "Keep shouting. If they don't surrender before noon, arrange for the sisters to shoot 5 arrows inside." Rena received the order excitedly. This tribe with only 100 people doesn't know whether to praise it for its toughness. My voice is almost hoarse from shouting. Our soldiers are several times more than theirs, but they dare not open the door. They are looking for death. Emperor added, "You are not allowed to go to war privately against my orders. After the volley is fired, retreat. Also, when cooking meat at noon, pay attention to Find a good place based on the wind direction," Amparo instructed. "Okay, Corps Commander, I'm so eager for this." Reyna exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Amparo watched Reyna's enthusiasm and said, "We still have time. After shooting the arrows, we will continue to persuade them to surrender. The entrance to the Cliff Valley tribe is narrow, making it difficult to maneuver. If we attack by force, the casualties will be significant. We must try to reduce them. This is the Lord's order, Reyna." "All right," Reyna replied, albeit reluctantly. Amparo and Reyna had been friends for many years, and Amparo knew Reyna well. Despite her small stature, Reyna was fiercely militant, a trait that had only intensified since joining the Thorn Corps. Amparo smiled slightly and reached out to pat Reyna's head. "Think of it as a break. You can't fight every day. Sir Mason is resuming farming on the new farm, and he needs more labor." Reyna snorted softly. "Amparo, I don't need comfort. Just like you said, I'll treat it as a rest." Amparo patted Reyna again before withdrawing her hand. Recently, Amparo had developed a habit of patting Reyna's head, finding it oddly satisfying. Reyna rolled her eyes and said, "Amparo, what kind of land are you actually farming? Our soldiers are increasing in number, and our strength grows with each battle. We should continue our conquests." Reyna's sentiments were shared by many of the Kleb leader soldiers. They had grown accustomed to the daily battles, the increased food rations, and the spoils of war. The soldiers had never lived so richly, and their enthusiasm for conquest was evident. The regimental commanders, including the experienced knight Perpili, were aware of the soldiers' emotions. Amparo, too, was learning and growing in her role. Amparo looked at Reyna seriously and said, "Reyna, haven't you noticed that our sisters have suffered many unnecessary casualties recently? Fighting is like drawing a bow. The bowstring cannot be kept tight all the time." Reyna looked at Amparo with bright eyes, surprised by her wisdom. "Amparo, how do you understand such profound truths? You've convinced me." Amparo blushed slightly. She had recently consulted with Pell, who had shared some valuable insights on maintaining morale. Pell had emphasized that words alone could only comfort the soldiers temporarily. The regiment leader needed to master techniques to improve and sustain morale. He had shared examples from his personal experience, which Amparo had taken to heart. Amparo coughed a few times and said, "Tell the sisters to take this opportunity to expand the Thorn Corps' manpower. Don't miss out on recruiting the right people. We won't have much time, as Lord Greene has more actions planned." Rhaena's eyes lit up at Amparo's words, and she nodded enthusiastically. "Don't worry, Captain Amparo." Amparo waved her hand dismissively. "Go and make the arrangements." Rhaena felt a surge of warmth and camaraderie, her respect for Amparo deepening. She bowed solemnly and left to carry out her duties, her excitement evident. Amparo watched Rhaena's departing figure and nodded to herself. It really works. Late at night, at Kleb's camp, Samwell Tarly emerged from Horn Hill, feeling a sense of loss. He didn't even have a bronze star to his name. Samwell felt that by choosing to leave Horn Hill, he had left everything behind. The old horse that Samwell used for travel and the unread books were only temporarily borrowed, and he planned to return them. Subconsciously, Samwell might have been rebelling against his father, who had always terrified him before leaving home. Samwell, waiting for Greene at the entrance of the camp, was already feeling dizzy with hunger. The guards had offered him dinner, but Samwell refused. He believed that since he had not officially joined the camp yet, he should not partake in their food. Samwell moved his large frame and continued to read by the firelight at the camp's entrance. Books helped him forget his inner restlessness and physical hunger. Tomorrow was the departure day. After the banquet, Greene left Highgarden Castle with his guards. Including tonight, Greene had almost perfected the Duke of Metz's war theory centered on fighting without fighting. Greene believed that with this new theory, the Duke of Metz would be able to handle most situations independently in the future, thus clearing his name. This was precisely what Greene wanted. No matter how nominal the Duke of Metz's title was, he was still the leader of the Reach, and his influence could not be ignored. By promoting his unique art of war, the Duke would increase his prestige, which would benefit the Golden Rose family's rule over the Reach. Greene's purpose was clear. The prosperity of the Reach had always worried him. His deepest hope was that the strategy of fighting without fighting would become ingrained in the hearts of the people of the Reach. In the future, as long as they were not directly threatened, the Reach should remain stable. The more Greene learned, the more he felt that the Reach was too powerful under the Golden Rose family's governance. If he were the leader of the Reach, he might use its strength to unify Westeros and then govern the kingdom. The Reach was large enough to absorb Westeros after a war. Among the 7 kingdoms, only they had the strength to do this. The inherited traditions and comfortable life restrained the Reach's ambitions. Greene used this foundation and introduced a set of new, easily accepted theories, adding an invisible rope to the Reach's stability. Greene thought to himself, "Before I grow up, the Golden Rose must maintain its proper demeanor. We must abide by the rules and not disrupt the balance of power." As Greene approached the camp, he first noticed the broad figure by the camp gate's brazier. It was Samwell. Greene's eyes lit up, and he quickened his horse's pace. "Samwell, nice to see you again." Greene dismounted and walked towards Samwell with open arms. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Samwell put away his book, stood up, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Greene smiling. According to proper etiquette, Samwell should have written a letter in advance and obtained Greene's permission before visiting. Seeing that Greene did not mind, Samwell felt reassured. Lord Greene was a broad-minded person who valued knowledge, and his future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The two figures, one fat and one thin, embraced each other. Greene smiled and glanced at the book in Samwell's hand. "Samwell, I'm late. Come on, come in with me." Samwell shook his head shyly. Seeing his hesitation, Greene looked at him with a gentle smile and waited patiently. Greene's behavior seemed to silently encourage the nervous Samwell. After a pause, Samwell finally mustered the courage and recalled the beautiful words he had read so many times. Although the idea was beautiful, when Samwell spoke, it backfired and turned into pale and direct words. I want to serve Lord Greene." Greene's eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes smiling, and the corners of his lips curving unconsciously. He felt that what Samwell needed at this moment was not polite words, but reassurance for his restless heart. Greene took off the long sword from his waist, stood it up in front of him, and held it with both hands. Samwell, I believe you have noticed that I have always admired your outstanding wisdom. Please, swear your allegiance. Samwell's eyes turned red, his body swayed, and he awkwardly knelt on one knee in Greene's direction. I, Samwell Tarly, swear allegiance to you and offer you my counsel. In times of crisis, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you from this day until my death. I swear this in the name of the old and new gods. Greene nodded slightly, his voice steady with a hint of solemnity. I, Greene Kleb, swear that there will always be a place for you by my hearth, and there will always be meat and wine for you at my table. I swear I will never ask you to do anything unjust. I swear this in the name of the old and new gods. Sirs, I have been quietly working hard to increase my stakes. Chapter 87, Choice. The sky was dark with heavy clouds. In the Lord's study room of Jowling Castle, Lord Randall Tarly stared expressionlessly at the letter written by his eldest son, Samwell Tarly. The letter relinquished Samwell's rights to the title of Hornhill Keep and the Tarly family. Melissa Florin, standing nearby, looked at her husband and said, Randall, he made a brave choice. I'm proud of Sam. Randall snorted coldly. Coward, he bravely chose to escape. Melissa, who had been suppressing her emotions, finally burst out. Randall, I knew you would still look down on Sam. I shouldn't have come to you. Never forget that it was you who personally forced my eldest son away. Melissa, usually gentle and kind-hearted, had always been a calming presence. But today her outburst stunned the famous battlefield general. Randall placed the letter on the table and said coldly, If he still cared about his family, he should have gone to the wall, donned black, and joined the Night's Watch. He stood up from his chair and continued. Instead, he chose to follow Baron Kleb, who merely spouted tales at the Highgarden banquet. Baron Kleb is a charlatan who deceives the gullible and denies my military achievements. Many believed his lies, lies that could only fool the White Walkers. More than 10 years ago, I fought bloody battles, and now I am branded a traitor to the Targaryen family? Melissa, equally angry, retorted, This time, I support Sam's choice. I am truly proud of him. You made me lose my eldest son, so let your so-called military exploits meet the White Walkers. Randall, infuriated, shouted, You! Mrs. Melissa, having released her pent-up dissatisfaction, felt her words might have been too harsh. However, she couldn't bring herself to apologize. She would never forget the time when Samwell came to see her alone. As her anger dissipated, Melissa gradually calmed down. Randall, you only have one son left now. I warn you, don't force Dickon away too. If anything happens to Dickon, I will never forgive you. In Melissa's eyes, Samwell had always been a smart and kind-hearted boy. It was Randall's harsh upbringing that made Samwell increasingly timid. To a mother, her child is always the best. Randall, as a father, failed to nurture Samwell's strengths, instead pushing him into a shell. Faced with Melissa's venting, Randall took a deep breath and remained silent. Mrs. Tarly did not want to continue quarreling with her husband, fearing the children might overhear. She didn't want them to see their parents in such a state. Randall, I don't want to see you for a while. Mrs. Tarly left the study angrily, slamming the door behind her. Randall stood by the window, looking up at the sky. The dark clouds began to part, and as the wind blew them away, sunlight poured through, illuminating the world once more. The glare made Randall squint slightly. Deserter, you have the guts to embarrass me? He muttered, the corners of his steel-hard lips curling up slightly. Red Keep, King's Hall. Lancel Lannister had been troubled lately. Once again he found an excuse to meet Queen Cersei. When they met, he boldly approached her, only to find that the unusually gentle cousin he had known was gone. Cersei had returned to her familiar arrogance. Lancel felt a cold indifference from Cersei, who often ignored him. This was his usual impression of her, but it left him feeling uneasy and abandoned. Lancel frequently suffered from insomnia, wondering if Cersei's change in attitude was due to dissatisfaction with his progress. Without waiting for Cersei's reminder, Lancel had already taken the initiative to change the wine Cersei gave him. After Robert took a sip, he paused and then gave Lancel a rare compliment. Now, Lancel was confused. What else could he do to make Cersei look at him differently again? Idiot! Didn't you see the wine glass was empty? King Robert Baratheon's deafening voice startled Lancel, who was lost in thought. His heart pounded as he hurriedly picked up the wine bottle and poured more wine. When the glass was filled, Robert, his face flushed, raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. "You idiot, Lannister! What are you doing standing there in such a daze? Didn't you see the wine glass was empty again?" Facing Robert, who was as imposing as a black bear, Lancel could only tremble. "Go away. Stand aside. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. If you dare to be dazed again, I will smash your head." Lancel, holding the wine bottle, immediately moved away like a panicked rabbit. He lowered his head, his heart in his throat, making it difficult to breathe. Lancel wanted to cry. This was not what he imagined a king's attendant should look like. Why did King Robert's attendants do nothing but pour wine every day? What would others call him in the future? A sommelier? Lancel thought of his father far away in the west. Would his father be disgraced because of him? Had he brought shame on the Lannister family? Lancel suddenly wondered if this was why Cersei was so cold to him. "Asshole! Stupid! Stupid! Stupid!" Robert's thunderous curses made Lancel tremble, and he almost dropped the flagon. At the critical moment, Lancel hugged the wine bottle tightly. "In a daze again. You stupid Lannister pig! What are you still doing in a daze, waiting for me to wring your neck? Come here and pour the wine." Robert's training was very effective, and Lancel never dared to lose focus again. King's Landing, private residence of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The afternoon sun gradually climbed up the window lattice, casting a warm, mottled projection that touched every corner and particle of dust in the house. After hearing the news reported by the attendant, Lord Peter Baelish raised the corners of his lips. "Intelligence is wealth. I like little surprises like this." The attendant said, "Sir, please give me your instructions." Peter's green eyes moved slightly, and his smile remained elegant. "Although it is not expensive enough, it is sufficient as a gift that I have not seen for a long time. He will feel the sincerity from me." After a pause, Peter added, "Arrange it immediately. Keep it safe for me, and don't let any surprises happen that will disappoint me." The attendant's body trembled slightly, and he said, "As you command, my lord." After the attendant left, Peter leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. Duke John's condition had been very serious some time ago, and Peter once thought that Duke John might die at any moment. Peter's chain of plans had not yet been fully laid out, which was not conducive to his interests. However, King Robert's arrival brought an unexpected surprise. After Duke John met King Robert, his physical condition visibly improved. Was it Robert's irritation, or was it Maester Pycelle's doing? Before he had time to think about it, Peter found himself conflicted again. Duke John's rapid improvement would also trouble Peter. He didn't want Duke John to die now, but he also didn't want to see a fully recovered Hand of the King. A healthy Hand of the King would weaken the power Peter already had. In no more than half a year, a cold glint flashed in Peter's eyes. Generally speaking, everything had been going well recently, and events had unfolded just as he had anticipated, which made Peter feel quite pleased. However, his eyes suddenly flickered with unease. While he was deep in thought, a peculiar idea struck him. Had things always gone smoothly for him whenever Baron Greene was away from King's Landing? Peter shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. As a man of exceptional intelligence, he was not one to be superstitious. He only trusted reliable intelligence, which had always been his most dependable tool for achieving victory. Currently, Peter's suspicions were primarily directed at Maester Pycelle, who was responsible for treating Lord John. King Robert was no healer. When faced with problems, he only knew how to swing a hammer. Others believed that King Robert's timely return was the key to Duke John's recovery. However, Peter thought otherwise. His intuition suggested that something was amiss with Maester Pycelle, who seemed to be devoid of desires and ambitions. Peter would not rely solely on his intuition. He had already begun investigating Maester Pycelle to determine whether his suspicions were justified. Maggot's Tower, Queen's Bedroom. On the bed, Cersei Lannister, who had just finished her fall, pinned Jaime Lannister beneath her. With her slender hands still trembling slightly, Cersei stroked Jaime's handsome face and asked, "Jaime, have you figured it out now?" Jaime closed his eyes, savoring the memory of Cersei's tenderness, and did not answer her question. Seeing Jaime's silence, Cersei lost her patience. She left his body, grabbed the white nightgown beside her, and put it on. Jaime sighed, opened his eyes, leaned sideways, and supported his cheek with one hand, smiling. "Cersei, what else do you think I can say?" Cersei glanced sideways at Jaime but continued dressing. Jaime smiled fondly as he watched her get up and leave the bed. He reached out and gently grabbed Cersei's neck. I know. In the end, besides supporting you, what else can I do?" Hearing this, the corners of Cersei's mouth finally curved into a smile. She leaned close to Jaime, patted his face gently, and said warmly, "Jaime, you've become cunning. You torment me first, and although the process also makes me happy, the thought of it displeases me." Jaime smiled, folding his hands behind his head, and looked at Cersei. "Cersei, this makes me intoxicated." Cersei glanced sideways at Jaime and couldn't help but lower her head, leaving a warm kiss on his forehead. Jaime's handsomeness made Cersei momentarily lost in thought. She turned her face sideways and lay on Jaime's broad chest. "Jaime, you've changed recently. I don't know how exactly, but I can feel it." Jaime curled his lips, rubbed Cersei's hair, and said, "Cersei, you always understand me best." He sighed slightly and continued, "I was initially confident in investigating what was happening behind the scenes, but the more information I gathered, the more confused I became. In the end, I couldn't even judge whether it was true or false. The change you noticed is actually me recognizing my limitations, and maybe that's a good thing." Cersei narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "What good thing?" Jaime's tone was filled with helplessness. "I think I may not be suited for dealing with complex situations. I believe I am more suited to be a sword that belongs only to you." Hearing Jaime's sincere words, Cersei's eyes brightened. From a perspective that Jaime couldn't see, she couldn't help but show a proud look. Lowering her voice, she maintained a calm tone. "Jaime, I support your determination. With your sword and my wisdom, no one can stand against us. From now on, you will have one less trouble to worry about, but you will have more happiness." "More happiness?" Jaime echoed, his curiosity piqued. Cersei buried her head in Jaime's chest and nodded. "A sword must cast aside its doubts to remain sharp. For you, this sword has finally found its edge. To celebrate, and as a reward, I will grant you a favor in the future." Cersei traced circles on his chest with her white fingers and continued, "So you won't have to work hard to torment me. To maintain the sharpness of my sword, I will use my strength and choose to let go in advance. You delight me, my Jaime, my shuriken." The red sunlight bathed the azure sea, making it shimmer with golden light, like a beautiful, colorful tapestry. In the free trade city, at the governor's mansion, Daenerys Targaryen faced her brother. "Brother, you can't do this. I'm not a bargaining chip," she cried. Slap! Daenerys was struck to the ground by Viserys Targaryen. He straightened his clothes, his voice laced with suppressed madness. "My sister, do not try to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon." Daenerys propped herself up with one hand, covering her numb cheek with the other, unable to hold back her sobs. Despite their fear of Viserys, her maids mustered the courage to run over, kneeling down to embrace the trembling Daenerys. Viserys raised his sharp chin and declared, "I said the last time was the last time." His cold words made the maids shiver. "No, don't, brother." Daenerys spread her arms to shield the maid. Her actions completely enraged Viserys. "I am Viserys Targaryen III, King of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Warden of the Realm, and the only true King of the Iron Throne," he roared. "How dare you resist me? Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon." With that, Viserys strode forward and pushed Daenerys aside. He grabbed the maid's long hair and began to beat her with fists and kicks. Ignoring her own pain, Daenerys tried to stop her brother's violence, only to be kicked to the ground. "Please, please, let her go, let her go," Daenerys begged helplessly. The maid, initially crying out in pain, now lay collapsed on the ground, silent. After venting his anger, Viserys stood quietly for a moment, took a deep breath, and brushed his silver hair back. He reached out and grabbed Daenerys' chin, pulling her petite form close. Her face was red and swollen from the slap, and she had to face Viserys' thin, terrifying visage. Viserys frowned and wiped the tears from Daenerys' face with his other hand. "My will cannot be resisted. Do you understand now?" A smile appeared on his pale face, making Daenerys even more panicked. Seeing her unable to answer, Viserys tightened his grip on her face. "Are you resisting me with silence?" he demanded. His large hand distorted her small face. Frightened, Daenerys struggled to speak. "No," she managed to say, tears falling silently again. Viserys smiled in satisfaction and released her. As Daenerys swayed, he gently supported her, momentarily making her wonder if her brother had returned to his old self. But Viserys quickly shattered her illusions. "My sister, I need an army. With an army, I can return home and reclaim the Iron Throne. If I have to marry you off to get this, you will do it obediently. If it means every soldier must kill you, I will agree, even if it involves their horses. Now, I have only given you to one person, and you should be grateful. Dry your tears quickly. Illyrio will bring him over soon, and I don't want him to see you crying. If you mess this up, I won't forgive you. Don't try to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon." "The sleeping dragon," Viserys murmured softly. After speaking, he gently helped Daenerys trim her messy silver hair, leaving a tender, warm kiss on her forehead. Daenerys allowed Viserys to care for her, her empty eyes seemingly devoid of life. In the early morning, the sky was tinged with a soft flush, and warm rays of sunshine filtered through, casting red and purple hues across the clouds that dominated the suburbs.
Dang, 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 dang.
Greene gazed at the majestic outline of King's Landing in the distance, and melodies from his previous life echoed in his mind. He pulled the reins of his horse, bringing it to a halt. Reflecting on his journey, Greene couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. 2 months ago, when he first arrived at King's Landing, he was merely the Baron of Whispering Castle on the Crabclaw Peninsula. Now, entering King's Landing for the second time 2 months later, he realized with a wry smile that he was still the Baron of Whispering Keep. Chapter 88, Secret, 5100, Crab Manor. Greene, who had just finished packing, was currently examining a letter from Imparo, the leader of the Thorn Corps. "Is this a Westerosi hieroglyph?" Greene mused. Combining Imparo's character and the current situation of the Thorn Corps, he frowned and analyzed for a while, eventually guessing what Imparo wanted to convey. Did Imparo also learn to compete with other corps for equipment? Greene chuckled. Imparo, whom Greene had set up as a role model for Kleb's spearwives, had always performed well, but her character was too upright. There are no absolute good or bad character traits, but as a corps leader, Imparo needed to be more flexible. Therefore, Greene was pleased to see this change in her and wanted to encourage it a little. Greene folded the letter and put it back into the envelope. People like Imparo have few flaws. This letter, with its pictures and text, might be one of the few blemishes in her life, so Greene planned to keep it. He was very curious about what Imparo would think when she saw this letter again in the future, perhaps a few years or decades later. Greene coughed dryly, handed the envelope sealed with wax to Sulana, and said, "Sulana, keep this safe for me." Sulana's eyes moved slightly. He took the envelope calmly and said respectfully, "Yes, my master." Greene continued, "Sulana, write a letter to Herschel for me. There are 2 things in total. First, help the Thorn Corps find a civil servant. Second, distribute a new batch of short swords to the Thorn Corps. As for the quantity, let him adjust the specific amount." Sulana had become adept at handling sudden responsibilities. Although he was just a steward, he had always been in touch with the core of the territory. Once upon a time, they had more than enough manpower before regaining the old territory. Now, the size of Kleb's territory had increased several times, but it relied on the same manpower to run it. For a period, these reliable people could only take on multiple roles to help the Lord control the Kleb territory. Boss Cersei was impatient, and Greene would soon have to leave Crab Manor and head to King's Landing. After Greene finished dealing with the backlog of letters, he frowned. "By the way, remember to prepare some clothes for Samwell as soon as possible. Menton's clothes are still a bit too big for him." Samwell Tarly, who had left Horn Hill and joined the Grim Camp, only had one piece of clothing. His large figure made it difficult to find ready-made clothes, so they had to be custom-made. Because of Prime Minister John's 1-month appointment, Greene was pressed for time and could not delay, so he needed to travel quickly. Fortunately, the honest Menton Weishai donated one of his robes at a critical moment. so Samwell would not be without a change of clothes. Although this was a small matter, it intensified Greene's dissatisfaction with Duke John. Greene was running around for Queen Cersei, but Duke John, who was far away in the Red Keep, could use his authority to restrain him. This feeling was very frustrating. Greene didn't show it on his face, but he was a little angry in his heart. He secretly declared, "The valley is an integral part of the Crabclaw Peninsula." Greene was very welcoming to the addition of Samwell, not only because of Samwell's outstanding intelligence, but also because his joining could enhance the reputation of the Kleb family. Not everyone knew the inside story of the Tarly family. Most people only knew that the eldest son of the famous General Randall Tarly had become the attendant of Baron Crab. The addition of Samwell had virtually improved what Greene currently lacked most. Sulana nodded and said, "Menton needs cloth for 3 people, and now there is 1 more, Samwell. Should I prepare more clothes of special sizes in advance?" Greene raised his face and smiled, saying, "Yes, that would be wise. We should always be prepared for unexpected guests." "Miss Serana, it's rare for you to joke with me," Greene said seriously. Serana replied, "My lord, joking with you casually would be offensive. I do have something important to discuss." Greene shook his head, a smile playing in his eyes. "Tell me, what is it you want to say?" Serana nodded, took a step forward, and lowered her voice. "You've been here for so long, yet I haven't seen a girl from Riverbend in your team." Greene raised an eyebrow and leaned slightly toward Serana. He noticed a spark of curiosity in her usually serious eyes. Was Serana, the ever-dutiful housekeeper, interested in gossip? Lowering his voice, Greene said, "I met an interesting girl." Serana blinked, intrigued. "And?" "Her status is too high for her to consider someone like me," Greene admitted. Serana was momentarily stunned. "Have you expressed your feelings to her?" Greene shook his head. "If you want to hold a rose, you must endure its thorns. I won't pursue something futile." Serana sighed in relief. "My lord, I was worried about something else entirely." Greene looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "When I greeted you earlier, I noticed your team looked impressive, but there were no women. I had some unspeakable worries," Serana confessed. Greene rubbed his forehead, speaking in a rare tone of helplessness. "Miss Serana, you were my mother's most trusted maid. You are like family to me. You can always speak freely." Serana shrugged slightly. "I observed you while you were bathing earlier. Your reactions were normal, and your emotions seemed under control. It was just me worrying too much." Greene smiled. "Thank you for your concern." "My lord, I've seen many excellent young men fall into difficult love affairs, yearning for what they cannot have and suffering for it. The beauty of a woman is fleeting, and most men's love begins with infatuation. The future Mrs. Kleb doesn't need to be too noble. A noble lady who is slightly less esteemed than you would be ideal. She will bear your children, and you will provide her with status and protection. This balance will bring peace to the family. As for the beauty that makes your heart race, you can seek that in a lover. You have many golden dragons to spend now," Serana advised. Greene listened quietly, then asked, "Miss Serana, thank you for your heartfelt words. But tell me, is this a message from my mother?" Serana nodded. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I don't possess the wisdom of your mother. She was always worried about you and left some words for me to share at the right moment." Silence filled the room for a while. Greene suddenly asked, "Serana, can you tell me the truth now?" Serana paused, then respectfully said, "My lord, your wisdom is no less than your mother's. I believe you have guessed that everything started from the war more than 10 years ago." Near evening, Greene, surrounded by clan soldiers, passed through the steel gate and entered King's Landing. Upon entering Hook Harbor, Greene spotted Jaime Lannister, riding a white horse. Although Jaime, with his flowing blonde hair, still looked high-spirited, Greene noticed some changes. Jaime seemed sharper than before. Greene dismounted and handed the reins to his retinue, Marshal. He led Samwell, who had changed into a slick-back hairstyle, and walked towards Jaime. Jaime dismounted, raised his hand, and tossed something towards Greene. Greene caught it and looked at the object in his hand. "A key?" he asked, puzzled. Jaime spread his hands. "Queen Cersei feels that you've been traveling a lot lately, so she has prepared a small gift for you. Here's a house for you to make your life more comfortable," Jaime said, handing over the key. Despite his modest words, a Lannister's gift was never small. Greene handed the key to Samwell, raising an eyebrow. Sir Jaime, this key must have been your idea. Jaime couldn't help but smile. Little Baron, you guessed it right. I'm not good with words, so I picked up this key on the road. With it, I can express Queen Cersei's reward to you on her behalf. Samwell scratched his head, looking at the key in his hand, unsure of what to do. Greene noticed his hesitation and smiled. Sam, just keep it. Although Samwell remained silent, his broad and stout presence was undeniable. Jaime glanced at Menton, then at Samwell, raising the corners of his lips. Are they brothers? He asked. Menton and Samwell exchanged glances. Menton smiled innocently, while Samwell looked away shyly, a smile playing on his lips. Greene gestured towards Jaime. Come, Sam, this is Sir Jaime Lannister of the Kingsguard. Samwell awkwardly placed a hand on his chest. Good day, Sir Jaime. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Samwell Tarly, from the Reach, and I am Lord Greene's squire. Jaime raised an eyebrow. Tarly from Hornhill Castle? Samwell hesitated, looking to Greene for help. Greene nodded slightly. Sir Jaime, Sam is from the Tarly family of Crabclaw Peninsula. Jaime nodded, seemingly satisfied. Let's go. I'll take you there. This is a task given to me by Queen Cersei. Greene nodded, and they set off with Jaime towards the new house presented by Queen Cersei. On the way, Jaime suddenly spoke. Baron Greene, I've been investigating and have gathered a lot of information. Greene's interest was piqued. Have you found anything useful? Jaime shrugged. A lot, maybe too much. Greene raised an eyebrow. Sir Jaime, it seems you spent quite a few golden dragons. Jaime smirked. It's the method I'm most familiar with. Greene thought for a moment. I suspect much of the information you collected is meant to mislead. Jaime pulled the reins, adjusting the direction of his horse. Baron Greene, you're quite perceptive. I also feel something is off, but I can't pinpoint it. Greene nodded. It's a common tactic. Conspirators will do their best to hide and mislead us. Jaime's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't like dealing with deceitful people. Greene's lips curled into a smile. Sir Jaime, you once told me that as long as it doesn't harm Queen Cersei, you're not afraid of anyone behind it, right? Jaime stared at Greene. Baron Greene, do you already know who's behind this? Greene's expression turned serious. I stumbled upon something during this outing. We might need to join forces this time, but only if you're willing. Highgarden Castle, Terrace. The sky was a clear blue, with a few thin white clouds drifting slowly in the wind. Marguerite, let me hear it, said Olenna Redwine, known as the Queen of Thorns. Born into the Redwine family on Arbor Island, the 69-year-old Olenna had long lost her teeth. She was short, with silver hair wrapped in a dark green turban. It is rumored that Olenna needs a crutch when walking and claims that she is almost completely deaf, but many suspect this is a ruse to confuse outsiders. Olenna rarely missed an opportunity to express her opinion, and her sharp wit and acerbic tongue had earned her the title Queen of Thorns. Although her grandmother often made fun of the members of the Golden Rose family, Marjorie knew very well in her heart that her grandmother was a staunch supporter of their interests. Marjorie understood her grandmother's impatience, and with her excellent memory, she immediately recounted everything that had happened. After listening to Marjorie's story, Olenna gripped the armrest of her chair and said, I don't like this young man's tricks, but I must admit he has some skill. Among the gorgeous rose bushes, a bird that is not afraid of thorns has intruded. What you do with the bug on the rose thorn is up to you and yourselves. Marjorie nodded obediently and said, Grandma, I know. No, you don't know, my granddaughter, Olenna interrupted, pausing before continuing. I am a mean old lady, and I always speak sharply. No matter how it starts, whether you like it or not, you have to teach the little bug how to behave. Gather the powder from the rose, and this is the everlasting golden rose. Marjorie's brown eyes trembled slightly. Grandma, I never think you are mean. I can feel that you love me, and you love our family. The old Olenna, unable to straighten her back, looked at the young and beautiful Marjorie as if seeing her own you. Olenna showed a touch of kindness. Old Madam Olenna, thank you for the praise of the light of Highgarden. Come, sit next to me, and let me bask in the sunshine of the Reach. Marjorie's cheeks turned slightly red. She stood up and sat down next to Olenna, gently holding her grandmother's wrinkled hand. Olenna's fingers were thin, but Marjorie comforted her every time she held them. My granddaughter, I can feel that you are uneasy. Why? Are you worried about my stupid, pig-like Duke's son? Olenna never spared any effort in teasing her father. Over time, her grandmother's ridicule had become a part of the Tyrell family. Her father even joked that if he didn't hear his grandmother laugh at him for a while, he would start to feel uncomfortable, as if something was missing in his life. Marjorie couldn't help but laugh. She realized that her behavior was a bit rude, but she couldn't stop smiling for a moment. She hurriedly covered her mouth and shook her head in denial. Olenna took a rare moment to laugh with Marjorie, patting her granddaughter on the back of her hand. My Marjorie, don't be so harsh on yourself. You are not a statue in the garden. Marjorie looked at her grandmother with beautiful eyes, blushing and nodding. Olenna smiled and patted Marjorie again. She actually liked seeing Marjorie's various unusual expressions, but she never showed it. Tell Grandma, why are you uneasy? I'm a little hesitant. After recently coming into contact with the Queen's Affairs officer from the royal domain, I felt pressure for the first time. I found it difficult to deal with him. My father needs my help, and I'm worried that I can't control him. Olenna replied decisively, If you can't control him, get rid of him. Marjorie's pupils shrank. You see, the choice has always been in your hands, right? Baron Kleb is just one person, and behind you is the Golden Rose family. Look at your father. Even if you put a wild boar in his place, it would do better than him. Back then, I was lost in the joy that my husband brought to me in bed, and I didn't turn around and discover my son's shortcomings in advance. Stupid, otherwise, I might have been able to hit that fat head with a wooden spoon while he was still young. Where was I? Ah, yes, the power of an individual is small in front of a powerful family and can even be ignored. Marjorie, you are very talented and still growing. Don't rush to compare your shortcomings with others' strengths. This is unwise. Olenna's persuasion completely dissipated the haze in Marjorie's heart. Grandma, thank you for your kind words. I understand. Olenna stared at Marjorie for a while, nodded slightly, and said, Well, I really do hope you understand. Olenna added, I am an old woman who can't sit still. I also know that young man. He reminds me of Tywin, a young man who also shouldered the responsibility of his family at a young age. The family was in a similar bleak condition when it came to them. If they couldn't do anything, the family was destined to decline forever. Margaery's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Lannister? Yes, that cunning lion family that hoards gold but constantly proclaims that debts must be paid. Now there is a Lannister queen, and the heir to the Iron Throne has Lannister blood. But everyone seems to have forgotten that during Tywin's father's time, the Lannister roaring lion was a joke. Olenna concluded, raising her hand to knock on the armrest of her chair for emphasis. It's rare that Baron Kleb can make the Duke of Metz so happy. Let him sit in the position of Prime Minister and remain blissfully ignorant forever. This is also the opportunity for the Golden Rose, Olenna said with a knowing smile. Margaery pursed her lips tightly and looked at her grandmother, who nodded solemnly. Please vote for it. Chapter 89, Beauty. The evening in King's Landing was not gloomy. Under the rays of the setting sun, the city was bathed in a thin layer of blush. In Hook Alley, at Green's signal, Samwell took out a key, clicked it into the lock, and opened the door. Didn't you say the key was picked up casually? Samwell was momentarily stunned, scratching his head as he looked at Greene. Greene shrugged. This is Lannister-style cold humor, he explained. After coming to King's Landing, Greene had spent the most time with the Lannisters and was already familiar with their ways. Anything linked to the Golden Dragon, the more valuable it was, the more insignificant the Lannisters would describe it. Entering the courtyard, Greene looked up at the 3-story white building and said to Jaime, who was standing aside, Sir Jaime, it is indeed a small house. Jaime Lannister smiled broadly and patted Greene on the arm. Aha, isn't this our Baron Greene? Long time no see. Didn't the tenderness of the Reach manage to trap you there? Well, welcome to Kleb's new house. Tyrion Lannister walked over slowly. If it weren't for his appearance, Greene felt that Tyrion's demeanor was quite classy. Jaime wondered aloud, Tyrion, how did you get in? He glanced around the high walls of the house. Tyrion's eyes followed Jaime's gaze, and he suddenly said, Jaime, my brother, thank you for looking out for me. That is my dream. Jaime spread his hands and asked, Did I leave you here? Tyrion glanced at the unfamiliar Samwell, nodded slightly, walked up to Greene, and patted Greene's thigh. Dear Sir Jaime, thank you for using euphemistic words to describe my unexpected appearance here. In fact, I want to tell you that I saw a lot of books in the study room of this house, and I accidentally became fascinated by them. When I came to my senses and went to look for you, I found that the door could not be opened. So, to be precise, I am the poor person left here by Lannister. Jaime smiled helplessly. Sorry, I thought you had something to do and left first. Tyrion grinned. My height makes it easy for people to ignore me. I may be suitable to be an assassin. Be careful, Jaime of the Kingsguard. Tyrion killers are everywhere. Jaime twitched the corners of his mouth, deciding not to answer the question. Greene had long noticed that Samwell was impatient after hearing about the study. Greene smiled and said, Sam, go and see where the study is. That will be your territory from now on. Samwell, looking excited, nodded his head and immediately took steps towards the house. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, remembered something, scratched his head, and walked back again. Perhaps out of nervousness, Samwell bowed awkwardly to Jaime and Tyrion before retiring. Tyrion looked at Greene, his tone full of doubt. Greene, your eyes tell me that you like him very much. Is he the lover you brought from the Reach? Congratulations, and I will never drink until I am unconscious in front of you again. Greene couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, Lord Tyrion. He is my future advisor. Like you, he loves books and has a lot of knowledge in his mind. Aha, after hearing what you said, I suddenly fell in love with him. It seems that you have gained a lot this time, and you have an extra brain by your side. Greene spread his hands. Well, he will tell me that before drawing the sword, I can say hello politely, which may achieve the same effect. Tyrion grinned for a while, then suddenly lowered his voice and asked in a serious tone, How is the Reach? Do you know what I'm asking? Tyrion's seriousness was infectious, and Greene cooperated, deliberately pausing for a moment before saying, The fields of Highgarden are filled with golden roses as far as the eye can see. The fruits are so sweet and ripe that they will explode in your mouth. Tyrion's face showed undisguised impatience. Greene raised his face and smiled, continuing, The weather in the Reach is very hot. It's so hot that the girls in the Reach can't wear long clothes and only wear sleeve-them, less shorts. When it's hot, it's even worse by the river, a landscape of white flowers. Tyrion nodded with satisfaction and said, This is the beauty of the Reach that I remember. Greene extended his hand to invite Jaime and Tyrion into the room. Greene and Jaime tacitly slowed their pace, allowing Tyrion to walk alone at the front. Greene looked at Jaime. There is no chance to talk today. Jaime looked back. It doesn't matter. Don't rush now. Behind Tyrion, Greene and Jaime quietly communicated with their eyes. The waves in Shipbreaker Bay kept crashing against the rocks, leaving circles of white foam. Outside of Storm's End in the Stormlands, Brienne is the only surviving child of Lord Selwyn Tarth of Duskhall. She lives on the island of Tarth, close to the Narrow Sea and the Stormlands. Brienne's father, Lord Selwyn Tarth, had always wanted to find a suitable marriage partner for her. Although this was not an easy task, Selwyn found 3 men interested in Brienne's inheritance. Brienne has been unusually tall since childhood, with a figure as strong as any man's. She loves to wield swords and dreams of becoming a knight. Brienne is innocent and straightforward, but also a little willful and stubborn. When the 3rd betrothal partner had 3 bones broken by Brienne, Lord Selwyn stopped trying to find a marriage partner for her and sent his daughter to Storm's End to be taught combat skills by Sir Goodwin. Brienne learned how to fight with swords more skillfully and how to fight in plate armor. The period of studying with Sir Goodwin was a rare happy time for Brienne. However, Sir Goodwin died of illness. You have the strength of a man, but the heart of a woman. It's one thing to train in the yard with a blunt sword. It's another to plunge a foot-long sword into someone's belly and watch the light fade from their eyes. On the battlefield, a moment is equal to a lifetime. I saw a man pull out a dagger and insert it into the gap between my friend's armor. His strength, his speed, his bravery, all the skills acquired through hard training, are not as good as an actor's fart. all because he cowered when it was time to kill. Brienne recalls Sir Goodwin's teachings. When Greene was in the Kingswood, he also thought about Brienne, the beauty of Tarth. Most men in Westeros, and even women, have a negative attitude towards women holding swords, and Brienne's situation is definitely worse than those Greene knew. This is also the reason why Greene did not bring a female warrior from the Crabclaw Peninsula with him when he came to King's Landing. Acting independently when the strength is weak will only cause unnecessary trouble. Unless Greene's ambition is limited to the Crabclaw Peninsula, the Kleb family must go beyond it and improve everyone's inherent impression of the Crabclaw Peninsula. It is also an important task that cannot be ignored. The special environment of the Crabclaw Peninsula has created the Thorn Core, which is dominated by spearwomen. Greene feels that this stage will have great appeal to Brienne. Greene hopes that Brienne, who is strong in combat skills, straightforward and loyal, can join the Thorns Core and at the right time walk out of the Crabclaw Peninsula with the Thorns Core and win her own reputation. But he knew that the current Brienne was infatuated and secretly in love with her lord, Renly Baratheon, Duke of Storm's End. Brienne's character would not leave the Stormlands until the right time came. Samwell's sudden addition made Greene change some of his thoughts. It was later learned that Samwell was forced by Tara and Dickon to accompany them to watch the ring challenge held by Greene. It was this coincidence that made Greene and Samwell meet. It was also the acquaintance of the two that prevented Samwell from... Instead of being forced by his father to don black clothes and join the Night's Watch as in the original plot, he chose to leave Hornhill Castle and join the Greene camp. Consequently, Greene made some arrangements in advance for his journey back to King's Landing. For instance, he sent Ange, one of the more eloquent guards, to contact Brienne ahead of time. Ange was thrilled to be entrusted with such an important task by Greene. He felt that this mission brought him one step closer to being knighted by the Lord. Armed with information provided by Greene and his own experience as a mercenary, Ange easily located Brienne upon arriving at Storm's End. Greene had overheard the information while hunting in the royal forest. Brienne was extremely tall, with a round and rough face covered in freckles, a row of protruding teeth, a wide mouth, and thick lips. Although her hair was golden, it resembled dirty straw, fragile and dry. This was Ange's first impression of Brienne. Brienne had spent most of her life enduring ridicule and, at best, receiving a little pity from others. Because of Renly, she once tried to dress according to the standards of a noble lady. However, her unfeminine appearance and lack of coordination in her attire only invited more mockery. Frustrated, Brienne abandoned her attempts at feminine attire and returned to her familiar male warrior garb, continuing to face contempt and gender-based discrimination. These experiences made her appear clumsy and dull in personality. Ange did not rush to contact Brienne. Instead, he observed her in secret, waiting for a suitable moment to approach. While observing, Ange witnessed Brienne, a tall and broad-shouldered woman, challenge a swordsman who had made rude remarks about the late Sir Goodwin. Amid the laughter of onlookers, Brienne's sword skills were on full display. Though she lacked finesse, her movements were powerful and explosive. Ange noted that Brienne's swordsmanship style was similar to Klibber's, which focused on delivering a killing blow. In battle, Brienne seemed to transform, radiating confidence. The fight ended quickly and decisively, with Brienne emerging victorious. The crowd dispersed with boos, leaving the defeated swordsman cursing on the ground. Seizing the moment, Ange kicked the man unconscious and approached Brienne, saying, "Good day, Lady Brienne." Brienne paused at Ange's words but ignored him, sheathing her sword and walking away. Undeterred, Ange followed her. As a skilled archer, he was patient and trailed her silently. Eventually, Brienne stopped and asked, "What's your name?" Her voice was low and husky, almost like a man's. Ange touched his chest and replied, "My name is Ange, and I am the personal bodyguard of Baron Kleb." Brienne's hand moved slightly on the hilt of her sword. "You seem quite capable," she remarked. Ange wondered if she intended to challenge him, but then Brienne added, "But I don't want to get married." Her words caught Ange off guard. A gust of wind blew, making Brienne's hair even messier. Maintaining his composure, Ange coughed and said, "Madam, please don't misunderstand. I am here on the orders of my lord. Baron Kleb? Brienne asked, shifting her stance. Ainge nodded. Yes, madam. Our territory has a regiment composed entirely of. The Thorn Corps, a renowned group of female warriors, had caught the attention of Baron Greene Kleb. Brienne's expression remained unreadable, leaving Ainge uncertain of her thoughts. He continued, if you ever consider venturing out, Baron Greene Kleb sincerely invites you to join the Thorn Corps. Brienne paused, then nodded. I understand. I will remember it. Please thank Baron Greene Kleb for me. With that, she turned and walked away. Ainge, feeling uneasy, raised his voice. Miss Brienne, the captain of the Thorn Corps is Impero. She will soon be knighted, and you will be invited to the ceremony. Brienne stopped and glanced back at Ainge. Despite the distance, Ainge, with his keen eyesight, could see her expression clearly. The corners of her lips moved slightly, and her jaw clicked. Ainge finally breathed a sigh of relief. That night, at Crab's mansion on Hook Lane, a series of knocks echoed through the study. After receiving a response, Munton Weishwai entered, carrying a basin of meat. Goo, D. Knight, Lord Samwell, Munton greeted. Samwell Tarly looked up from his book and smiled. Good night, Munton. You can just call me Sam. Munton smiled warmly, placing the pot of barbecue next to Samwell. Sam, I brought you some meat. Samwell smiled shyly, thanked Munton, and took a piece of meat, chewing thoughtfully. Munton watched him with a hopeful expression. After swallowing, Samwell wiped his hands and asked, Munton, what do you need from me? Munton nodded, smiling again. Sam, I want to ask you how I can be a good corps leader. Munton had a keen intuition, sensing that Samwell possessed knowledge beyond the ordinary. Having traveled extensively, Munton had not found an opportunity to seek Sam's advice until now. To show his sincerity, he brought his best offering, a pot of roasted lamb. Though Samwell was not a warrior himself, he had studied military strategy extensively to gain his father's approval. He pondered for a moment before replying, Munton, the primary duty of a corps leader is to lead the regiment to victory. You can learn from His Majesty Robert. His invincible war hammer ensured the army's success. Samwell lowered his voice. At the Battle of the Trident, King Robert killed Prince Rhaegar with his warhammer, securing a decisive victory. Battle of the Trident? Who is Rhaegar? Munton scratched his head. Sam, do you mean I should find an opportunity to kill the enemy's leader to win? Yes, that method might suit you best, Samwell affirmed. Munton nodded thoughtfully. Sam, that sounds like my usual approach. I always target the enemy leader. If I can't run away, they can't stop me. Samwell was momentarily stunned. Are you really that powerful? He quickly added, I don't doubt your strength. I noticed your prowess during our journey. Munton shook his head. I didn't misunderstand you. Should I demonstrate my fighting style for you? Samwell agreed eagerly. That would be great. I'll study it carefully and then advise you. Sam, enjoy the meat. What else should a corps leader know besides fighting? Munton asked, eager to learn more. Nush Chapter 90. Anomalies in the Prime Minister's Tower. The morning sun burst through the sky, casting its light over King's Landing. In the front yard of Crab's mansion, a loud crash echoed, followed by the sound of something breaking. Samwell Tarly, his face filled with horror, took a deep breath of the cool morning air. Damn it, someone help me, he shouted. Sorrel seems to be in a coma. Doctor! Doctor! Menton Weishwai, fully armed, lifted his visor and said naively, Don't worry, I held back my strength. Sorrel's body is very strong. He will wake up in a while. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Monton, you idiot, someone cursed. You're a fool, another voice joined in. The Klebo soldiers present suddenly erupted in a chorus of curses. Menton chuckled, ignoring the angry crowd, and walked towards Samwell on the other side. Samwell looked at Menton, who was also wide and fat, and blinked. Menton, I could feel your strength this time. It was so precise that words cannot describe it. Menton glanced at the noisy tribesman with dull eyes, approached Samwell, and whispered, I am telling the truth. I did hold back my strength. Samwell couldn't help but ask, How much did you hold back? Menton took off his helmet and said, Specifically, about half. Lord Greene, the Chancellor of Finance, invites you. In the dining room of the house, Greene saw Samwell walking over, panting, while he was dining. Samwell wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, nodded, and said, Baron Greene, I have something to report. Greene nodded with a smile, motioning for Samwell to sit down. Sam, sit down first and drink a glass of water. After speaking, Greene asked the attendant, where are you meeting Lord Petter? Shataya Women's Branch House. Greene raised his eyebrows, paused, and said, reply to Earl Petter for me. I will visit after sunset. Sam, what's going on? Greene asked. Baron Greene, it's about Menton Weishai, Samwell said, excitement appearing on his face. Menton is very strong. His current plate armor is like cloth to him. I think we can build a pair of thickened plates specifically for Menton. I've communicated with him, and it can be at least half as thick as it is now. If this is realized, Menton will become everyone's nightmare. Greene nodded slightly. Sam, you know a lot about armor? Samwell smiled shyly. I can't go to the battlefield, so I studied more knowledge in this area. After saying this, Samwell lowered his head. Greene reached out and patted Samwell's arm. Sam, don't get stuck in bad memories. Your life has just begun, and war is not just about winning and losing on the battlefield. Your current ideas are very good. If these are realized, Menton may become an unrivaled presence on the battlefield, and your contribution will also be credited here. I like Menton very much, and I also support your idea. I am responsible for getting the gold, and you are responsible for leading Menton to get things done. How about it? The once poor Baron of the Crabclaw Peninsula finally spoke with a touch of the Golden Dragon. Samwell nodded heavily. I will try my best. Greene's eyes moved slightly. I heard that the blacksmith named Tob Mott is very famous. You can go find him. His blacksmith shop is built on the top of the Steel Street Hill on the Visenya Hills. His shop is larger than other shops on Steel Street, and there is a stone knight on each side of the door, which is easy to recognize. Unable to hold himself back, Samwell immediately stood up. Baron Greene, I remember. I'm going to find Menton now. Greene's eyes were smiling. Sam, congratulations on finding a new beginning. The Red Keep, Maegor's Tower. At this time, Greene was under a lot of pressure. After finishing breakfast, Greene entered the Red Keep with his guards and came to Maegor's Tower to meet Queen Cersei Lannister. Greene was enjoying Queen Cersei's reward, standing alongside Jaime Lannister. Greene glanced at Jaime, who was watching Queen Cersei bathe, but received no response. Well, I am the outlier here, he thought. After withdrawing his gaze, Greene lowered his eyes and began to report his progress in Highgarden to Queen Cersei. Cersei, who had her eyes closed, opened them and looked at Greene, a smile playing on her lips. Baron Greene, you are full of the courage that I admire. You have done a good job, she said. Greene placed a hand over his chest and replied, Your Majesty, my courage comes from you. Cersei looked satisfied and said, Baron Greene, please step aside for now. Greene nodded silently towards Jaime, who was in the garden, and then left the room without further ado. After Greene left, Jaime walked around, his eyes drawn to the beautiful scenery in the tub. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke. Cersei, you seem to be in a good mood, he observed. Cersei glanced sideways at Jaime and sneered. Jaime, isn't he cute? Jaime sighed helplessly. I'm not jealous. Greene is a rare knight with integrity, and rape, he doesn't know how to have sex. I'm worried you might scare him. At the end of his sentence, Jaime couldn't help but smile. Cersei fiddled with the ends of her hair, her eyelashes fluttering as she lowered her eyes. If he can't handle this, how can I trust him in the future? She mused. Jaime spread his hands. That's why I choose to be your sword and not worry about these complicated matters. Cersei looked at Jaime, extending her finger to point at him. Jaime smiled and shook his head, lowering himself. Cersei hooked Jaime's chin with her index finger. Sir Jaime, it seems like you're asking for credit. Are you seeking a reward? She teased. Cersei, I can't refuse you, but I must tell you, I'm wearing armor right now, Jaime replied. In the gardens of Maegor's Holdfast, Greene had just seen off an official from the Tower of the Hand. He frowned slightly as the steward informed him of a meeting with Duke John that afternoon. Greene had expected the meeting to be scheduled for the next day at the earliest. Why was Prime Minister John so eager to arrange it? Something felt off, and Greene sensed something unusual. Greene stared at a sea of flowers, his thumb rubbing against his index finger in thought. The sound of footsteps approached. Jaime, clad in silver armor and white robes, walked towards Greene, his sword at his waist. Greene nodded in greeting, but his mind was elsewhere. Yes, armor. The keen Greene had sensed the dangerous changes in Queen Cersei. Besides Jaime, who was not a very reassuring shield, he needed the personal protection of plate armor. Plate armor was troublesome to put on and even more troublesome to take off. Men needed the protection of plate armor when they were in danger. From now on, Jaime would be Greene's role model. Whenever he was in the Red Keep, he would never leave his armor. If he got into Cersei's bed and wanted to get off her ship, Greene would have to pay a big price with his current strength. To avoid being consumed by Cersei, delaying time while maintaining a safe distance was the best option. Greene decided that to cope with Cersei's extravagance, he would add an attribute called mensao to his character. However, he was worried. With his sunny personality, he feared he wouldn't be able to play the role of a sultry man obsessed with Cersei's beauty. Jaime had no more words to say and spoke bluntly. Baron Greene, most of the intelligence I collected points to the Riverlands behind the scenes. Greene nodded. Sir Jaime, a conspiracy of this level is itself a fog. After a pause, he added, Duke Hoster Tully is extremely ill. The current Riverlands does not have the energy to participate in the power game of the Red Castle. The Tully family can be excluded, James said, his tone tinged with anger. The matter of the Duke of Riverrun is no secret, and it has caused me to travel almost all over King's Landing. Greene smiled and replied, Sir James, I understand your frustration. I think your sword is already eager for action. Greene's words seemed to soothe James. So I decided to pause my investigation and wait for your return. Thank you for your trust, Greene said. I can sense your patience is wearing thin. I'm glad I returned in time. Otherwise, Queen Cersei might have ordered me to lead troops against Riverrun. James smiled. You and Tyrion have a way with words that can calm a person without them even realizing it. He patted Greene on the shoulder. Little Baron, don't underestimate me. Tell me, who is behind this? Greene looked James in the eye. Renly Baratheon. Renly Baratheon, the third son of the late Steffon Baratheon and Cassana Estermont, and the younger brother of Robert and Stannis Baratheon. James frowned upon hearing the name. Greene continued. He is King Robert's younger brother, the Minister of Justice, and the Duke of Storm's End. Shortly after coming of age, Renly was recruited by Lord Jon to the Red Keep to serve as King Robert's chamberlain. While Renly was in the Red Keep, Sir Courtenay Penrose of House Penrose acted as the Lord of Storm's End, managing the castle's affairs. James's green eyes trembled slightly as he suppressed his anger. Baron Greene, is this information reliable? Greene spread his hands. Highgarden Castle is much like the Red Keep. There are no secrets there. This is common knowledge. James bared his teeth in a smile that seemed almost predatory. Renly is just a duke who knows how to dress up. Greene raised an eyebrow, noting James's sharpened demeanor. James asked in a deep voice, Baron Greene, why does Renly want to oppose Cersei, and what is his plan? Both James and Greene knew that the Baratheon family was very powerful. James needed a strategy. After Robert won the Iron Throne, he granted Storm's End to his youngest brother Renly. However, Stannis, who had made significant contributions during the Reaver War, was given the remote and barren Dragonstone. Stannis had always been dissatisfied with Robert's decisions after he ascended the Iron Throne. Over the years, the relationship between the three Baratheon brothers had become strained, almost like enemies. Greene, who was foresighted, did not want Jaime to become a pawn in easing the relationship between the Baratheon brothers. Renly's current position was precarious, but Machiavellian players never lacked patience. Greene reached out and patted Jaime's arm. Sir Jaime, what do you intend to do? No matter your final decision, I will stand by your side. This is also for Queen Cersei. You can trust me. Inwardly, Greene thought, Knight Jaime, when you truly let go of Cersei in your heart, that will be the moment for us to join forces. Greene's words brought a smile to James's face. Little Baron, don't you have any fear? Greene shrugged. I have a retreat. The Crabclaw Peninsula is never afraid of any invading enemies. Greene gripped the handle of his long sword and continued. When there is an external threat to the Crabclaw Peninsula, we set aside any internal feuds and unite until all invaders are eliminated. This is our 1,000-year tradition. Sir Jaime, if they jointly attack the Crabclaw Peninsula, remember to command the army in the west and kick their butts hard from behind. Greene's confident demeanor helped James regain his composure. James sighed deeply. It's painful to think about, but Cersei, the queen. Hearing this, the murderous aura around Greene dissipated instantly, and his face softened. For the sake of Her Royal Highness, we can plan slowly, if you are patient. James' eyes flickered with curiosity. Baron Greene, do you already have a plan? Greene nodded, staring intently at James. He raised his right hand and stretched out 5 fingers. James smiled confidently but froze when his hand touched his waist. Earlier at Maegor Tower, Jaime had hurried out to escape Cersei's temptation and had forgotten his money bag. James' expression turned slightly embarrassed. Ahem, you know, a Lannister always pays his debts. In the afternoon, at the Prime Minister's tower, Greene, who was about to enter the Prime Minister's tower, suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the throne room. He saw Lancel hiding behind a tree, staring at him motionlessly. The sun was blazing, and Greene squinted slightly. The sky was clear, with no clouds or breeze, making the air feel stagnant. Greene calmly withdrew his gaze, took another step, and entered the Prime Minister's tower. As he walked through the hall, he noticed Varys, the chief intelligence officer, approaching him. Greene nodded in greeting, but neither of them stopped. Varys, with his hands clasped, nodded slightly in return. As they passed each other, Varys' lips moved subtly. Greene's ears twitched. Although Varys' voice was very low, he heard the words clearly. Beware of shadows. Greene's heart stirred. He hated cryptic messages, except when he was the one giving them. Combined with Lancel's unusual behavior, his thoughts began to race. Greene stepped onto the stairs, deep in contemplation. Sorry, something suddenly came up today, which delayed the writing. I will make up for it later. Chapter 91. Dragon Extermination Plan, Prime Minister's Tower. Greene had just stepped off the stairs. Before he could reach the Prime Minister's study, he was intercepted by the Prime Minister's affairs officer, whom he had met earlier that morning. Baron Greene, I'm sorry, but the Prime Minister requests that you go to his bedroom, the officer said. Greene nodded slightly and replied, Your Excellency, affairs officer, please lead the way. The Prime Minister's affairs officer raised his head and glanced at Greene, then gestured with his hand. Your Excellency, Baron, please follow me. The quiet Prime Minister's tower echoed only with the footsteps of the 2 men. As they ascended another level, Greene noticed 2 golden-robed guards standing on either side of a door. The Prime Minister's affairs officer stopped, bowed slightly, and gestured towards the door. Petter asks for your loyalty, he whispered. A message meant only for Greene's ears. Greene nodded subtly, walked to the door alone, and calmly adjusted his armor. Lancel, shadow, loyalty. Greene's lips curled up imperceptibly. After straightening his posture and adjusting his attire, he glanced at the golden-robed guard, who then opened the door for him. Greene stepped inside. The strong smell of medicine filled the Prime Minister's bedroom. Several attendants were silently busy in another part of the room. Greene's face remained impassive despite the pungent odor. He nodded to Duke Jon Arryn, who was leaning on the bedside. Good day, Prime Minister, Greene greeted. Duke Jon's tone was warm. Come, child, I'm very happy to see you. Sit down and talk. An attendant brought a chair and placed it gently next to the bed. Greene, wary of Duke Jon's kind words, rolled his eyes internally. He sat on only 1/3 of the chair, leaning slightly towards Jon and placing his hands on his knees. Greene's posture was meant to appear considerate of the frail Duke Jon, but it also made them seem closer. Duke Jon didn't react to Greene's subtle behavior. He stared at Greene with cloudy eyes. I heard that you made quite a commotion in Highgarden this time? Greene smiled sheepishly. There is a shortage of food in the Crabclaw Peninsula. My steward informed me that the price of food in the Reach is fair, so I went to Highgarden while hunting in the Kingswood. After a brief pause, Greene continued. However, things didn't go well. I had only a few golden dragons in my pocket. The merchants didn't even want to pay attention to me, a poor lord from the royal territory. So, Greene stared at Duke Jon with bright eyes, waiting for a reaction. Finally, Duke Jon's face showed a hint of curiosity. Ahem, what happened next? Greene's tone held a hint of excitement. Since my etiquette could not earn me the courtesy I deserved, I set up a ring on the outskirts of Highgarden and spoke to them with the sword in my hand. For several days, I defeated more than 100 challengers from the Reach one after another. Ahem, that's interesting, Duke Jon remarked. Thank you for your compliment. The subsequent progress was smooth. We negotiated the trade of leather from the Crab Claw Peninsula for grain in the Reach. This has temporarily relieved me. In fact, most of the root causes of the daily wars in the Crab Claw Peninsula are for food to survive. Without a stable environment in the territory, the situation will only worsen. Greene's words made Duke John nod thoughtfully. Jon Arryn often found himself thinking about his heir. For a great nobleman, an heir was of paramount importance. Jon Arryn had been married 3 times. His first wife, Jenny Royce, died in childbirth, and the baby girl she bore was stillborn. His second wife, his cousin Luyuna Ailing, succumbed to a cold illness without bearing any children. Duke John had designated many heirs, but they all died before him. The first heir, Albert Arryn, the youngest son of his brother Rona, was executed by the Mad King before the Usurpers' War. The second heir, Dennis, from a branch of House Arryn, was killed during the Usurpers' War. During this tumultuous period, Lord John married Lysa Tully, the daughter of Lord Hoster Tully. After many miscarriages, Lysa finally gave John a frail but legitimate heir, Robert Arryn. Duke John? Greene's voice broke through John's reverie. Greene looked worried, but his heart was moved. Although Duke John appeared to be in a similar condition to the last time they met, Greene could sense that John had little chance of recovery. If the doctor could keep Lord John in his current state for a year or two, it would be a miracle. Duke John, coming back to his senses, stared at Greene with complicated eyes for a moment. The future of the kingdom belonged to the young, he thought. Time was indeed the cruelest force, but John quickly refocused on the purpose of their meeting. "I was right about you, Baron Greene," John praised. "Although you are young, your abilities are outstanding." John's praise felt harsh to Greene. He shook his head slightly and took the initiative to speak. "Duke John, I have learned about some situations through various channels during this period. For more than 10 years, in order to hunt down the young Targaryen dragons that escaped to the other continent, we have purchased and hired killers. The kingdom has spent more than 100,000 to 200,000 gold dragons every year, but still no success." Greene paused, looking at Duke John suspiciously. The muscles in John's cheek twitched slightly. "Baron Greene, you are exaggerating the difficulty. We used to sit in the Red Keep. It would be a different situation if someone could sit in Essos." Taking advantage of John's pause, Greene nodded and said, "Duke John, I'm relieved. I'm just worried about not getting the support of the Red Keep. I have more than 2,000 clan soldiers," Greene's deliberately exaggerated number. "They have fought for the Kleb family for generations. Everyone is an excellent soldier, very reliable, and worthy of the trust of the Red Keep. I will take my clan soldiers across the ocean, and we will search every corner of the Essos continent. As long as there is enough time, I will definitely be able to find the hidden Targaryen baby dragons. Of course, what I need is the support of the Red Keep." Duke John's lips moved slightly, and he paused for a long time before speaking. "I will keep my promise. When you return successfully, you will be the guardian of the Crabclaw Peninsula." Greene couldn't help but be surprised. "Duke John, with all due respect, where is the support from the Red Keep?" John's cloudy eyes flashed with sharpness. "The Crabclaw Peninsula has never had a guardian. This is the support of the Red Keep." Greene's tone was filled with frustration. "Prime Minister, I don't even have a ship to cross the sea." John stared at Greene for a while and said, "You don't have to lead so many subordinates in 3 years. As long as you work hard within 3 years, no matter the outcome, you will be the guardian of the Crabclaw Peninsula." Greene held his forehead and smiled, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. "Your distinguished Prime Minister, I am just a swordsman. I don't understand what you mean." In the room, Greene, suppressing his anger, and Duke John, who was equally resolute, faced each other in a tense silence, forming 2 completely different scenes. "Baron Greene, I know you are very smart. In fact, you have already understood what I meant." Duke John's eyes were fixed on Greene as he added, "Or you deliberately found an excuse that sounded good. Are you feeling pity for the old Targaryen master?" Greene stood up suddenly, raising his voice. "Duke John, you are insulting my honor with unfounded speculation. I will never accept it. I want to duel with the swordsman who can represent you. I want to use victory to prove my loyalty to the kingdom, immediately." The air in the Prime Minister's bedroom seemed to freeze, and everyone present was stunned, except for Greene and Jon. Greene looked murderous, but his actions failed to make any change appear on Duke Jon's calm face. A look of sadness flashed across Duke Jon's eye, secretly regretting this rare opportunity. I, Jon Arryn, am indeed not suitable for this kind of planning. Duke Jon thought that this might be the mercy and blessing of the gods, preventing him from losing the glory he had guarded throughout his life in the last stage of his life. Duke Jon sighed secretly, thinking, that's all, it's been more than 10 years, and a weak Crabclaw Peninsula can't make big waves. My successor will do better than me. That's enough, damn it, I can't listen anymore. A rough voice sounded from behind the bed. The majestic King Robert Baratheon strode out from behind. Greene glanced at Duke Jon on the bed and nodded to King Robert. Good day, Your Majesty. Whispering Castle is at your disposal. King Robert stood still in front of Greene. Damn it, why did I fall asleep? Baron of Whispering Castle, you disturbed my sweet dream. However, your attitude still makes me happy. The remnants of the Targaryens deserve to die. I only hate that they can only be killed once. Damn it, who's gonna get me a drink? Where's my stupid Piggy Lannister squire? Who can tell me where he is hiding? There was a bang, and Lancel Lannister opened the door in a panic, holding a wineglass and a flagon. As the king's attendant, Lancel took a big risk and hid near the Prime Minister's tower to hint to Greene. Greene remembered the evening before the hunt in King's Landing. Lannister must pay his debts. Greene glanced at Lancel's sad face and was moved. Lancel, for the time being, I can only sympathize with your situation in my heart. While Lancel was pouring wine for King Robert, Greene quietly moved to the side and stood silently with his eyes lowered. Robert drank the glass and said, Be smart, Lannister. If you dare to delay my wine again, I will hang you on the city gate. King Robert then turned to Duke Jon. Jon, you should take good care of your health. Leave these nonsense matters to the steward. As long as my warhammer is still there, nothing big will happen to the kingdom. Jon smiled and said, Your Majesty, it's me who disturbed your sweet dream. I'm just not used to it. I've left many things to Peter. He has always done a good job, so I can rest assured. Robert laughed. This is good news. If it makes you feel at ease, let him run more errands. Although I don't like his hypocrisy, he is really good at getting rid of trouble. After saying that, King Robert's eyes moved to Greene, his big eyes staring at Greene motionlessly. Faced with Robert's fierce momentum, Greene remained calm and composed. Not long after, Robert burst out laughing. Greene Kleb, the young man is not bad. He is a good warrior. I heard your plan to eliminate the dragon. You are much more reliable than my ministers, who talk nonsense all day long. Oh, so many golden dragons have been spent, but I haven't even seen a finger. Tell me, how do you want the Red Castle to support your plan? Greene looked at Robert, his tone full of confidence. Your Majesty, I have enough manpower. I only need the Red Keep to provide 150,000 golden dragons every year. The smile on Robert's face froze for a moment, and he cursed. Damn it, you damn king's vassals. When you see me, you only want money and you only need 150,000? Every year? Are you serious? Do you think that when no one is around at night, that iron chair will magically produce gold nuggets for me? Greene stood up to Robert's authority and spoke bluntly. Your Majesty, the continent of Essos is much larger than Westeros. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I can't have my people searching for targets and begging at the same time. King Robert laughed heartily. Young warrior, you amuse me. Well, let the soldiers fight on empty stomachs, and they will not only curse you, but also burn your tents. King Robert glanced at the door. Go and call my chancellor. Jon interjected. Peter is in the Prime Minister's study. Go downstairs and ask him to come up. A few moments later, there was a knock on the door. Peter, dressed impeccably, entered the room and bowed to King Rob. Good day, Your Majesty. Robert nodded and asked, Peter, are there any golden dragons in the kingdom's treasury? Peter smiled slightly, placing a hand on his chest. Your Majesty, as long as you have needs, I will always ensure the kingdom's treasury has the right amount of coins. King Robert nodded with satisfaction and turned to Greene. Baron of Whispering Castle, I don't like waiting without results. With a loud thud, Greene's right hand slapped his chest armor, as if he were a warrior about to embark on an expedition. Your Majesty, you only need to support me for 3 years. I only need 3 years. King Robert's plump face showed a look of satisfaction. He nodded and instructed Petter. Petter, prepare 150,000 gold dragons for him. Petter placed his hand on his chest and nodded. As you command, Your Majesty. King Robert's gaze returned to Greene. Greene Kleb, this is for 3 years, and I am giving it to you all at once. Damn it, I won't let the soldiers fight on empty stomachs, but I won't be so extravagant as to let you fight on a golden dragon. Do you know what is the most expensive? It's that useless information. I will have Varys assist you. Remember, I will not tolerate failure, and there will be no additional rewards. The faster you succeed, the better. As long as you succeed, you may keep any remaining gold dragons. Your Majesty, Robert, I am willing to go through thick and thin for you, Greene said, looking at King Robert with renewed determination. Chapter 92. Justice in Rewards and Punishments, the Coast of Twilight Hall. Twilight Hall is located on the west coast of Tarth Island in the Stormlands near Shipbreaker Bay. It is the residence of the Tarth family. Layers upon layers of sea waves pushed forward and back, forming huge waves. Each time a wave reached its highest height, a cluster of snow-white spray burst into the air. Selwyn Tarth stood in the distance, watching Brienne practice her sword skills, a gentle smile playing on his lips. The 52-year-old Selwyn Tarth, patriarch of the Tarth family, was the Earl of Evening Hall and the Earl of Tarth Island. He was known as the Evening Star. Evening Star is the title of the Lord of the Tarth family on Tarth Island. It is rumored that this title can be traced back to the Dawn era. Selwyn Tarth's wife had died before Brienne could remember. His eldest son, Garden, drowned when he was 8 years old, and his 2 youngest daughters both died in infancy. Thus, Brienne Tarth became Selwyn Tarth's sole heir. Brienne spotted her father strolling towards her, sheathed her sword, and wiped the sweat from her face. Selwyn praised her in a kind tone. My daughter, your sword skills amaze me more and more. Brienne moved her lips and her eyes evaded his gaze. Father, I don't want to get married. Selwyn shook his head and said, Brienne, believe me, I have given up on finding a marriage partner for you. I firmly believe that the gods have already made arrangements. He added uneasily, although I love music more than swords, I have seen many famous swordsmen, and you are definitely not weaker than them. Sir Goodwin has trained you very well. Perhaps House Tarth will give birth to a female knight who will be known throughout Westeros. I am very grateful to him, and I am heartbroken by his passing. Brienne paused and said, Father, this is difficult. No one will like a woman wearing armor, even if I defeat him. Selwyn looked at his tall daughter with soft eyes and said, It is also difficult to create music, but people still keep up the good work. Because they know in their hearts that creating greatness is not easy, they are more motivated. He spread his hands and said, Don't worry about your father. Men in Stormland are all stinkers. I don't care what others say. I only care about my children. Brienne turned her face away. Selwyn didn't seem to notice anything strange about her and continued, Brienne, I've almost done the research. Brienne, whose eyes were reddish, couldn't help but turn her head. So fast? Of course you have to be quick, my daughter. I'm honored that you never asked me to help you when you grew up. Although Brienne's expression remained stiff, Selwyn noticed her smile, which made him very happy. The Crab family is in the Crabclaw Peninsula. They belong to the old nobles of the Crabclaw Peninsula. The Crab family is good at fighting and has produced 3 Kingsguards. The Crabclaw Peninsula has as many savage tribes as stars. It may be the only place in Westeros that never had peace. Brienne looked at her father, who was introducing the place as if he were reciting poetry, and asked, What do you think of it there? Selwyn pinched his chin, thought seriously for a while, and said, A paradise for warmongers and a hell for peacemakers. Brienne hesitated for a moment and then said, The red-haired stranger told me their lord would invite me to watch the knight canonization ceremony. Selwyn wondered, Baron Crab, how did he know about you? No matter what, it's better than being unknown. Brienne stared at her somewhat embarrassed father for a while, then said, It's a female knight being canonized. Selwyn was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Brienne, my daughter, I support you going there. Be bold. I will prepare the best armor for you. Your father still has enough ransom. Although Brienne had her father's support, she was still undecided. Brienne, who could only endure the ridicule of everyone in the Stormlands and secretly had a crush on Lord Renly, suddenly had another opportunity. For some reason, Brienne felt confused for the first time. Prime Minister's tower, Prime Minister's bedroom. Petyr Baelish noticed Jon Arryn's gaze. His gray-green eyes shifted, and their eyes met. Petyr nodded subtly, maintaining a faint smile. As Robert Baratheon stopped laughing, Petyr suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, it is a pity. Baron Greene has managed the Queen's District very well. I thought there would be fewer taxes from the Queen's District this year. Now that Baron Greene has been entrusted with an important task by you, I can only pray that the next manager can maintain the stability of the Queen's District. Listening to Petyr's words, Greene's brown eyes trembled slightly. His mind raced. Petyr's sudden mention of the Queen's District was not without purpose. King Robert bellowed, Petyr, this should mean that you have seen the White Walkers twisting and dancing. Maybe I will believe this more. Damn it, it seems that my king's vassals are not all nonsense. This is the most unbelievable thing. After King Robert finished speaking, Petyr looked at Greene, his eyes shining and gentle. Greene's voice was louder than usual. Your Majesty, the Queen's District is dirty and messy. I can only manage it as a military camp. The effect is significant in the short term, but the people are not soldiers, and it will not last long. King Robert laughed, then his tone turned serious. Greene, I agree with this. Commanding the army and governing the kingdom are two different things. I know, damn it, I'm thirsty. Before King Robert could continue, Lancel quickly handed him a filled wine glass. King Robert raised his glass, took a big sip, exhaled happily, and said, Petyr, my prime minister needs to rest. I leave this matter to you. Petyr raised the corners of his lips, nodded, and said, As you command, my majesty. King Robert's large eyes turned to Duke John. Well, I'm here to say goodbye to you today. Damn it, it took me so much time. John, I hope you will be jumping alive in front of me the next time I see you. Duke John couldn't help but cough a few times. Although this matter makes me lose face, Baron Greene has some considerable merits that I need you to show me. Although King Robert was very impatient, he still cursed and walked to the bed, sitting down. Your Majesty, Robert, there are some things that cannot be avoided by you. Although Baron Greene is Queen Cersei's steward, he is your direct vassal. You are the king, and you need fair rewards and punishments. Upon hearing this, the keen Greene understood Prime Minister John's intention and couldn't help but curse in his heart. King Robert raised his right hand slightly, and with a flash of black shadow, Lancel appeared immediately, with a full wine glass in his hand. John, I heard about that. You don't want me to comfort you. King Robert raised the wine glass, took a sip, wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said, That's the trouble left by Targaryen. We can't demolish this place. There are no secrets in the Red Castle, so I hate staying here. I always feel like I'm naked for people to admire. Well, you do too. After saying this, King Robert burst out laughing. Greene glanced at Petyr, who was listening with interest. It's okay. This is Westeros. Ahem, Robert. It's no small feat to discover this, and... King Robert drank up the remaining wine in the glass in one gulp, threw the empty wine glass to Lancel, and said, John, don't be so slow. Just finish it in one breath, or you can just tell me what to do. John's cloudy eyes looked at Robert's irritable face, and a smile appeared on his face. Ahem, I'll try to be brief. The Crabclaw Peninsula is full of savages. After the war, the Kleb family did not have the strength to protect in silence for a moment before Petyr broke the tension with a sly smile. Congratulations, Earl Greene, he said, his voice dripping with irony. It seems you've climbed another rung on the ladder. Greene forced a smile in return. Thank you, Petyr. But you know as well as I do that titles come with their own set of burdens. Petyr's eyes twinkled with mischief. Indeed, they do, and it seems you've just inherited a whole new set of troubles, but don't worry, I'm sure you'll manage. Greene sighed, his mind already racing with the implications of his new title. I suppose I have no choice but to manage. But tell me, Petyr, what do you think Cersei will make of all this? Petyr's smile widened. Cersei is a complicated woman. She values loyalty above all else, but she also understands the necessity of political maneuvering. She may not be pleased, but she will understand. Greene nodded, though he wasn't entirely convinced. I hope you're right. The last thing I need is to be on her bad side. Peter clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry too much, Greene. Just keep your wits about you, and remember that in this game, everyone is a pawn to someone. Greene couldn't help but chuckle at that. Wise words, Peter. I'll keep them in mind. With that, the two men parted ways, each lost in their own thoughts about the future and the ever-shifting landscape of power in the kingdom. As Greene made his way back to his quarters, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over him. The title of Earl was a significant step up from Baron, but it also meant greater scrutiny and higher expectations. He would need to tread carefully, especially with Cersei watching his every move. He entered his chambers and found his steward waiting for him. My lord, the steward said with a bow, congratulations on your new title. Thank you, Greene replied, waving off the formalities. But we have much to do. Prepare a message to be sent to my lands. Inform them of the change and instruct them to begin preparations for my return. The steward nodded and hurried off to carry out his orders. Greene sank into a chair, rubbing his temples. The weight of his new responsibilities was already pressing down on him, but he knew he couldn't afford to falter. The Game of Thrones was a dangerous one, and he would need all his wits about him to survive. Meanwhile, in the royal chambers, King Robert was pacing back and forth, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He had always prided himself on being a just and generous king, but the constant demands of his vassals were wearing him down. He needed strong, loyal men like Greene to help him maintain order and stability in the realm. Your Majesty, Peter said, breaking into his thoughts. Is there anything else you require? Robert stopped pacing and looked at his Minister of the Exchequer. No, Peter, that will be all for now. Just make sure everything is in order. I don't want any more surprises. Peter bowed. Of course, Your Majesty. Everything will be taken care of. As Peter left the room, Robert couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt. He had made many decisions in his time as king, but he knew that not all of them had been wise. He could only hope that this latest move would prove to be the right one. Back in his quarters, Greene was deep in thought. He knew that his new title would bring new challenges, but he was determined to rise to the occasion. He had come too far to let anything stand in his way now. As he prepared for bed, he couldn't help but think of the future. The Game of Thrones was a dangerous one, but he was ready to play, and with any luck, he would come out on top. Peter and Greene exchanged glances and shrugged almost simultaneously. Peter's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming. Congratulations, Earl Greene, he said. Greene nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Peter, thank you for your candid words. I'll invite you tonight. Peter's smile remained elegant. It seems tonight will be unforgettable. I am honored. Greene nodded once more, bid Peter farewell, and turned to walk away. Peter watched him go, the corners of his lips still raised. After exiting the Prime Minister's tower, Greene paused and looked up at the sky. The cloudless expanse resembled a blue canvas. The last encounter in the Prime Minister's study had revealed Greene's keen perception to Duke John. The strong smell of medicine had been used to mask King Robert's scent of wine. The attendants, busy and silent, were attempting to conceal King Robert in the shadows. Due to the unique environment and traditions of the Crabclaw Peninsula, as well as the Reaver War, the peninsula had almost severed its ties with the Red Keep. However, it still belonged to the King's Ridge, and all its nobles were vassals of King Robert. If Greene had shown any sympathy for the Targaryen family to shirk his mission, he believed the furious King Robert would have expelled him from King's Landing immediately. The identity of King Lancel's attendant, the shadow suggested by Varys, and Peter's subtle hints of loyalty had all led Greene to a crucial realization. The seemingly normal yet strange situation in the Prime Minister's dormitory revealed Duke John's plan. As for how Duke John managed to make the impatient King Robert hide quietly, Greene could only speculate. Prime Minister John knew King Robert well and undoubtedly had his methods, but Greene couldn't help but maliciously guess the process. The first stage concluded with Greene becoming the executor of the Dragon Eradication Plan and receiving a fund of 150,000 gold dragons. In the second stage, Duke John employed an honest strategy. He patiently listed Greene's achievements in detail before King Robert, making Greene an earl in a reasonable and legal manner. Could Greene refuse on the spot? Why would he? What excuse could he use? This was Westeros, and Greene was legally a direct vassal of King Robert. Robert was not a king known for his patience. These were just superficial traps. Duke John's real purpose was to drive a wedge between Queen Cersei and Greene. John knew Queen Cersei's character well and tailored his strategy accordingly. Greene took another step, his emotions a mix of good and bad, leaving him feeling complicated. 150,000 gold dragons was not the end for him. He still needed to continue increasing his strength through Queen Cersei's influence. The beloved Duke of Highgarden was still waiting to meet Greene again, and this could not be achieved without Queen Cersei's support. With Cersei's backing, Greene had fewer worries when taking action. When Greene was in the Reach, he had set up the arena and was even ready to rush out if the situation got out of control. One of the important reasons for his confidence was Queen Cersei's support. Greene was on a mission for the Queen. As long as Duke Tywin didn't interfere, Cersei would fight to the end, regardless of whether the conflict was in the Reach or the Strait. Greene pondered for a while. Although Cersei could be willful, her generous rewards were enough for him. He nodded to himself. Overall, Cersei was a good boss. However, he was certain that she would be very angry. When Cersei made a decision, no one could sway her, not even Jaime. Greene looked up at the sky again. Did he have to sacrifice his dignity to regain Cersei's trust? Chapter 93. The gift today is destined to be a long day for Greene. Stretching out one's head is a sword, and shrinking one's head is also a sword. After leaving the Hand's Tower, Greene headed directly to Maegor's Tower to meet Queen Cersei. As he entered Maegor's Tower and passed through the hall, he was stopped by the Queen's maid. The maid informed him that Queen Cersei was resting and had no free time today. Greene raised an eyebrow slightly. Before coming here, he had secretly arranged for guards to look for Jaime. Although he couldn't persuade the willful Cersei, Jaime could at least help him navigate the situation. Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, none of them had found any trace of Jaime, and there was no need to leave the Red Keep, so Jaime could only be in Maegor's Tower. In the gardens of Maegor's Tower, Greene looked up at the sky. It seemed that Cersei was destined to learn about what happened in the Prime Minister's tower from other sources. Most likely, she would hear the news in bed after her affair with Jaime. How did Greene know about Queen Cersei's habits? He was a person who paid attention to details. After a long period of observation and careful attention, he naturally mastered some secrets that were not known to ordinary people. When Cersei and Jaime were together, Greene's purpose was to create distance. At this moment, the best scenario would be for Queen Cersei to learn what happened in the Prime Minister's tower directly from Greene. However, Greene was even more unwilling to get involved in the secrets of Cersei and Jaime. This matter was too significant, and loyalty was not worth a bronze star here. Those who were familiar with Greene already knew that he was very perceptive, including Jaime and Cersei. Didn't you see that the Queen's maids were already guarding the bottom stairs? If it were before, they would have had a really exciting time. Trampling on worldly pleasures might stimulate physical and mental pleasure more, but the two of them retained a sense of reason. This change not only protected against Greene, but also people with keen senses like him. To explain to Queen Cersei as soon as possible, Greene stayed on the stairs, as he would be subject to unreasonable suspicion by sensitive people. He preferred to increase the difficulty and chose to leave Maegor's Tower. 1, 2, 3. Greene stood firmly in a place in the garden, and many of the maids and attendants belonging to Maegor's Tower who passed by also spotted him with a heavy face and a story to tell. Could Boss Cersei mistakenly think that I no longer need her? Will Boss Cersei really doubt Greene's loyalty because of the Golden Dragon and status? These were scenarios Greene set up in his mind to make his expression more touching. He deliberately acted it out for nearby passers-by, among whom Queen Cersei's eyes and ears were hidden. Greene, who was engrossed in his act, heard light footsteps. He turned his gaze away in time and with a slight surprise touched his chest and said, "Good day, Princess Myrcella." Myrcella Baratheon, who looked like a miniature version of Cersei, with her blonde hair and red dress, slightly raised her chin and said, "Good day, Earl Greene." The speed of message transmission in the Red Keep was indeed very fast. Greene nodded and thanked her. When he saw Princess Myrcella standing close to him, he naturally lowered his figure so that their eyes could meet. His decent behavior unknowingly improved Myrcella's favor. Myrcella smiled and said to Greene, "I happened to be nearby. My maid informed me that you were here, so I came over. Congratulations to you, Earl Greene." Myrcella's still childish voice made Greene smile. "Thank you, Your Highness Princess. It is a great honor. You are the first lady to congratulate me. I will remember it in my heart." Myrcella nodded with her bright blue eyes. Myrcella hadn't had much contact with Greene, but she had a very good impression of him. Her pure heart made it easier for her to detect unusual movements around her. Limited by age and kindness, or perhaps some kind of talent, Myrcella regarded herself as a silent observer and never revealed her observations easily. Her intuition told her that Greene was a reliable knight. Myrcella was sensitive and had long been aware of the secret interaction between Greene and James. The young Myrcella was surprised that her always steady Uncle James had an unknown side. He turned out to be such an uncle. Myrcella secretly laughed. The little adult in her thought both James and Greene were childish. Myrcella looked at Greene with her clear blue eyes and said, "Earl Greene, I see that you are worried." Hearing Myrcella's words, Greene was slightly surprised. "Your Highness, your eyes are as bright as a torch." Myrcella clasped her little hands and said, "If you are willing, you can talk to me. I will be a quiet listener. If you want to use Myrcella, you may have unexpected effects." No, although Greene jumps repeatedly, he is a person with a bottom line. Greene first touched his chest and thanked her. "I just suddenly shouldered a heavy responsibility and had no clue for a while, so I was worried." Myrcella's childish voice encouraged him. Brave knight, fearless. This time, Greene was indeed comforted by Myrcella. At Greene's suggestion, he and Myrcella left Magart's tower garden and continued her horse-riding lessons. The Red Keep was too dark, and Greene also needed to cleanse his soul. Nearing the evening, Greene said goodbye to Princess Myrcella, who still had lingering feelings for their time together, and left the Red Castle. Of course, after the dutiful Greene said goodbye to Myrcella, he went to Maggot Tower again, but was still stopped by the maid at the bottom of the stairs. It had been more than 2 hours. Greene didn't think much of it. In the evening, as soon as Greene entered his new house in Hook Lane, he met the Leighton housekeeper who had been waiting for him. Greene dismounted, threw the reins to his retinue, Marshal Baker, and looked at Leighton. Leighton nodded and said, "My lord, I have something important to report." It was not the place to talk about important matters in front of the door. Greene nodded slightly, took steps, and said, "Leighton, follow me in." In the small hall of Greene's new house, he had finished listening to what Leighton had to say. "Dick Crab?" Greene raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, and said, "Geoffrey is in charge of the Survey Corps in King's Landing, right?" Leighton nodded and said, "Yes, my lord, he is still in the Queen's quarter." Greene tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and said, "In a few days, the Red Castle will send someone to take over the Queen's quarter. After confirming the identity, they will hand it over as soon as possible. Foley will come back and continue to be my guard captain. Leighton, you will help me handle my affairs here from now on." The current Greene camp was in a period of growth, and reliable clergy were most lacking. It seemed that Greene had used iron-blooded means to control the situation in the Queen's district in a short time. However, people's livelihood and the military were two different things. As time went by, the affairs in the Queen's district would become more and more complicated. Greene did not have enough manpower and energy to continue to control the situation. The Queen's quarter was in his own hands. At present, Greene's focus was still on the Kleb territory, which was his foundation. The gold robe can be bribed. You can arrange this directly. Then, let the Survey Corps take control of the man named Dickon and lock him up in Kleb Manor outside King's Landing. After a pause, Greene added, "Before I go over, let the Survey Corps take care of that person in their own way, and remember not to beat him up. Seeing that Greene did not directly order the man to be eliminated, Leighton wondered, could it be the illegitimate son left by a member? Step back. Greene observed her reaction closely, his eyes narrowing slightly. Miss Shani, Greene began, his voice calm but firm. I would like to know why you have been inquiring about me. What is your purpose? Shani hesitated, her eyes darting between Greene and Peter. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Lord Greene, she started, her voice trembling slightly, I have been seeking information about you because I need your help. My family is in danger, and I believe you are the only one who can save them. Greene leaned forward, his interest piqued. Go on, he urged, his tone softening slightly. Shani swallowed hard, gathering her courage. My family has been targeted by a powerful noble who seeks to destroy us. We have no means to defend ourselves, and I have heard of your reputation as a just and honorable man. I hope that if I could speak to you, you might be willing to offer your assistance. Greene glanced at Peter, who was watching the exchange with a bemused expression. And what do you think, Lord Peter? Greene asked, his eyes never leaving Shani's face. Peter shrugged, a sly smile playing on his lips. I think it's quite the intriguing story, Earl Greene, but whether or not you choose to believe her is entirely up to you. Greene turned his attention back to Shani, his expression thoughtful. Very well, Miss Shani. I will consider your request. But know this, if you are deceiving me, there will be consequences. Shani nodded fervently, relief washing over her features. Thank you, Lord Greene. I swear I am telling the truth. Greene stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. We shall see. For now, you will stay here under Lord Peter's protection until I have had time to investigate your claims. Peter raised his glass in a mock toast. To new alliances, he said with a chuckle. Greene nodded curtly, then turned to leave the room. Come, Monton, he called, and his loyal guard followed him out. As they descended the stairs, Greene's mind raced with possibilities. Who was this noble threatening Shani's family, and what did they hope to gain? He would need to tread carefully, but if her story was true, he could not in good conscience ignore her plea for help. The night air was cool as they stepped outside, and Greene took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. Let's head back, he said to Monton, and together they made their way through the bustling streets of King's Landing, the flickering lights of the city guiding their path. Peter ignored the others and turned to Greene. Earl Greene, are you satisfied with this gift? He asked. Greene nodded. Lord Peter, thank you very much. I've felt like I'm walking on thin ice since this afternoon. You may have helped me avoid a lot of trouble. Peter spread his hands. Don't be so polite. I told you, we are already friends. Greene placed a hand on his chest. I have to ask you for one more favor. Please hand her over to the guard I left outside. Shani, who had just come back to her senses, was about to speak, but was silenced by a sharp gaze from Peter. She looked at him in horror, shrank back, and allowed the maids to escort her out of the room. Once the door closed, Peter raised his glass. Tonight is a night of no return. Greene also raised his cup. Lord Peter, thank you for your enthusiasm. You've calmed my nerves. Peter took a sip of summer red, his movements elegant. Think of something happy. In 3 days at most, you will receive 150,000 gold dragons. Earl Greene. Greene paused, confused. So fast? That's not a small amount. It's worthy of the kingdom's treasury. Peter sneered. The kingdom's treasury? It's been empty for years. This is no secret. There are no secrets in the Red Keep. Seeing Greene's surprise, Peter smiled and added, King Robert loves martial arts competitions and delicacies from the mountains and seas. Although Targaryen left behind mountains of gold and silver, His Majesty's squandering has depleted it. Duke John is indeed very calculating, but His Majesty does not heed wise advice. Greene sighed. I regret it. I should have asked His Majesty for more. Peter was momentarily stunned, then laughed out loud. Maybe you rewrite. Greene said with emotion, Lord Peter, it seems that being a minister of the throne, especially the minister of finance, is not easy. Peter shrugged. Ha ha, the king and prime minister only spend money, and the minister of finance is responsible for finding it. My main task now is to borrow money. Lannister, Golden Rose, Iron Bank, and some Tyrosh trading houses, they are all creditors of the kingdom now. As he spoke, a trace of ridicule appeared in Peter's smile. Recently, I had to find another source of income and finally turned to the church. The archbishop's bargaining skills amazed me. I think even the fishmongers in Dorne can't compare to him. Peter's witty words made Greene laugh heartily. Chapter 94, The Home I Once Owned. Peter took a sip of summer red, set down his wineglass, and said, Earl Greene, when Duke John appointed me as Lord Treasurer, I was filled with ambition. However, once I joined the Royal Council, I realized I had to be cautious and protect myself. After a brief pause, Peter continued, His Majesty's younger brother, Duke Renly, the Minister of Justice, is obsessed with his appearance. The golden dragons he spends on his clothes probably surpass even those of Her Majesty the Queen. Sir Barristan, Captain of the Kingsguard, is devoted to his honor. Grand Maester Pycelle, the royal advisor, is solely concerned with maintaining his hard-won position. As for Varys, the Chief of Intelligence, only the gods know what he is thinking. And then there's... Peter almost forgot about the weak Stannis Baratheon. Lord Stannis, the Lord of the Sea, won't return to the council unless someone throws all the daughters of King's Landing into the sea. Greene smiled and shook his head. It does sound rather grim, but the Royal Council has a certain allure. Many people are eager to secure a seat on it. The Royal Council is the highest authority in the kingdom's government. It assists the king in managing the kingdom's affairs and provides advice and consultation from their respective areas of expertise. The appointment and dismissal of council members are decided by the king. The council takes orders directly from the king, and in his absence, the hand of the king acts with his authority. When the king is a minor, the regent exercises the monarch's power. Due to the tradition of the number 7 brought by the 7 gods of the Andals, the council usually has 7 members, each with specific powers. Hand of the king, Grand Maester, Captain of the Kingsguard, Minister of Justice, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Admiralty Minister, and Chief of Intelligence. Peter shrugged and said, The interests of the family often outweigh the interests of the kingdom. Greene appeared moved by Peter's confession, but inwardly he took his words with a grain of salt. Greene's brown eyes flickered slightly. Now I understand why Prime Minister John is not in better health. He collapsed from exhaustion. Peter leaned back in his chair and sighed softly before saying, Duke John has silently shouldered the kingdom's heavy responsibilities for a long time. His broad shoulders were nearly overwhelmed by the kingdom's affairs and other worries, especially concerning his son, Robert Arryn, who has always been frail and weak. Lady Arryn worries about him constantly and can hardly let him out of her sight. Even a strong person would struggle under such internal and external pressure, and Duke John is no longer young. It's not surprising that he is exhausted both physically and mentally. Duke John is indeed an admirable person, but Greene cannot bring himself to like him, especially after being constantly scrutinized by him. It's not about right or wrong, it's about opposing positions. Jon Arryn represents the kingdom and the Vale, while Greene Kleb represents the Crabclaw Peninsula. After the Reaver War, the Valley nobles led by Duke John have suppressed the Crabclaw Peninsula for over a decade. The accumulated hatred between the two regions is almost unsolvable without bloodshed. The Valley and Crabclaw Peninsula are geographical neighbors. If the Crabclaw Peninsula had remained weak, it would be one thing, but Duke John is old and frail, and the power of the Crabclaw Peninsula is gradually being consolidated by Greene's Kleb family. As time goes by, even if a war suddenly breaks out one day, it would not be a surprise. Greene had a complicated smile, raised his glass, and said, To the health of the old Duke. Peter's gray-green eyes shifted. He took another sip of summer red, raised the corners of his lips, and said, Ha ha, I really hope. His back. We are allies now, Earl Greene. Let's work together to achieve our goals. Greene nodded, feeling a mix of gratitude and wariness. Peter's cunning was well known, and while his assistance was invaluable, Greene knew he had to tread carefully. The stakes were high, and alliances in Westeros were as fragile as they were necessary. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, and the two men continued to drink and exchange pleasantries. However, the underlying tension remained, a silent reminder of the political games they were both entangled in. As the evening drew to a close, Greene excused himself, citing the need for rest. Petter watched him leave, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He had planted the seeds of trust and obligation in Greene's mind, and now it was only a matter of time before they bore fruit. Greene, on the other hand, walked back to his quarters deep in thought. Peter's words echoed in his mind, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being maneuvered into a position that served Peter's interests more than his own. He resolved to keep his eyes open and his wits sharp. In the Game of Thrones, trust was a luxury he could ill afford. The next morning, Greene received a message from Petter detailing the arrangements for the maritime mercenary group. True to his word, Petter had secured 2 additional ships and had already made contact with the group on Greene's behalf. Greene couldn't help but be impressed by Peter's efficiency and resourcefulness. As he read through the details, Greene's mind raced with possibilities. With a reliable maritime force at his disposal, he could strengthen his position and protect his interests more effectively. However, he also knew that accepting Peter's help came with strings attached. He would have to navigate this alliance carefully, ensuring that he remained in control of his own destiny. Later that day, Greene met with the leader of the maritime mercenary group, a grizzled veteran named Captain Roderick. The captain was a no-nonsense man, with a weathered face and a steely gaze that spoke of years spent at sea. Earl Greene, Captain Roderick greeted him with a firm handshake. "Lord Petter has spoken highly of you. We're ready to serve." Greene nodded, appreciating the captain's straightforwardness. "Thank you, Captain Roderick. Your reputation precedes you. I look forward to working together." The 2 men discussed their plans in detail, outlining the routes they would patrol and the strategies they would employ to protect the merchant ships. Greene was impressed by the captain's knowledge and experience, and he felt a sense of reassurance knowing that his maritime interests were in capable hands. As the meeting concluded, Greene couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of purpose. With the support of the maritime mercenaries and his alliance with Peter, he was better positioned to navigate the treacherous waters of Westeros politics. However, he remained vigilant, knowing that in this world, trust was a rare and precious commodity. In the days that followed, Greene focused on strengthening his alliances and consolidating his power. He met with key figures in his domain, ensuring their loyalty and support. He also kept a close eye on Peter, wary of any moves that might undermine his position. Despite the challenges, Greene felt a growing sense of confidence. He was determined to carve out a place for himself in the ever-shifting landscape of Westeros, and with careful planning and strategic alliances, he believed he could achieve his goals. As he stood on the balcony of his quarters, looking out over the bustling port, Greene allowed himself a moment of reflection. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but he was ready to face it head-on. With allies like Peter and Captain Roderick by his side, he felt more prepared than ever to navigate the stormy seas of power and ambition. And so, with a resolute heart and a keen mind, Greene set his sights on the future, ready to seize the opportunities that lay ahead. Peter shifted in his seat, crossing his legs and leaning back in the chair. "Soon we will see them in your mermaid harbor. The upright Yankees are working day and night to serve you," he said. In the world of Game of Thrones, there is no such thing as gratuitous kindness, especially from someone as shrewd as Peter Baelish. What could be his true purpose? A smile appeared on Greene's face as he replied, "Lord Petyr, thank you again. Now I have nothing to worry about." There was a knock on the door, and 2 girls entered the room. One had red hair and blue eyes, while the other had blonde hair and blue eyes. The blonde's milky skin and voluptuous figure were even more enchanting under the candlelight. Petter blinked and pointed at the blonde girl, saying to Greene, "Earl Greene, you still need the encouragement of a beauty. Tonight is the night of no return." Greene understood Petter's intentions immediately. He raised his face and smiled, feeling a small sense of victory. King's Landing at night, in Kleb's new house. "Only here is the light," Tyrion Lannister said as he pushed open the door to the study. Samwell, who was engrossed in his books, looked up at the sound. He thought he heard voices but saw no one. A shiver ran down his spine, and fear flickered across his face. "Fat boy, look down. You're making me feel offended," Tyrion's voice cut through the silence. Samwell quickly looked in the direction of the sound, meeting Tyrion's eyes. Startled, he stood up and nodded awkwardly. "Good night, Lord Tyrion. I didn't mean to offend." Tyrion ignored the apology and climbed onto a chair. He glanced at the books scattered around and asked, "What are you reading?" "Books about dragons," Samwell replied cautiously. Tyrion's interest piqued. "Samwell, you like dragons too? Also, sit down. I don't like darkness, and your body is blocking the candlelight." "I'm sorry, my lord," Samwell said, sitting down hurriedly with a thud. "The Crabo territory pays great attention to bows and arrows. I'm researching. The book says that the keel is black because of its high iron content, making it as hard as iron but also extremely light and tough. A bow made from the keel can easily surpass the range of a wooden bow," Samwell explained. Tyrion listened patiently. "It seems you have found your own path, the eldest son of the famous General Randyll Tarly?" Samwell's lips moved, but he remained silent, lowering his head. "My question seems to have affected your mood. I'm sorry. Dwarfs have never been very good at observing people's emotions. The senior dwarfs, who have always been performing arts, all dress casually and speak freely. I am not an outlier," Tyrion said, making Samwell smile shyly. Tyrion nodded with satisfaction. "You are very good. You understand my humor. In all of King's Landing, besides Greene, there is another like you." Samwell scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Tyrion grinned. "Lord Randyll Tarly's eldest son?" A hint of sadness crossed Samwell's face. "Lord Tyrion, I am Lord Randyll Tarly's son. He doesn't like me. I have left there." Tyrion shrugged. "Another poor soul who doesn't get his father's love." Samwell understood the meaning behind Tyrion's words. "I'm sorry. I can't imagine how sad you must feel." Tyrion laughed. "Sam, you have a smart brain. I like you." Samwell smiled shyly. Tyrion leaned forward, supporting his body with one hand and pulling an open book towards him with the other. "Dragons are fascinating. When I was your age, I often dreamed of having my own dragon one day." "What does that look in your eyes mean? Haven't you ever had such a dream?" Samwell admitted honestly. "I did, but there are no dragons in the world anymore." "Have you realized the cruel truth so early? I deceived myself for several years," Tyrion said with a wistful smile. Tyrion chuckled. "Aha, so you don't want to have your fantasy shattered?" "I like dragons because, as long as I can ride on a dragon's back, even a stunted, deformed, and twisted ugly little boy can look down on the world," Tyrion said, shaking his head. His tone turned cold and emotionless as he reminisced. "When I was a child, I used to hide in the tunnels deep in Casterly Rock and light fires. I would stare at the blazing flames, imagining they were the fire breathed out by a dragon. I would look at it for a long time. Occasionally, I would fantasize. I'm still not sure if it was my father or my sister who was burned to death by the dragon." Tyrion, with his head slightly lowered, glanced at Samwell, who looked frightened, and couldn't help but laugh. "If Greene hears this, he will seriously advise me to act instead of just thinking. Ha-ha." Samwell wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, clearly unnerved by Tyrion's humor. Tyrion laughed for a while longer before suppressing his smile. His tone became serious. "For me, these things are in the past and can no longer hurt me, so now I can use them as a joke. Sam, please remember, having the courage to face the past and the bravery to choose your future are things that will help you in life." With that, Tyrion jumped down from the chair, reached out, and patted Samwell's knee. Humming a warm tune popular in King's Landing, he turned around and walked away. Tyrion's kind words seemed to hit the deepest part of Samwell's heart, causing him to be deeply shaken. Samwell watched Tyrion's small figure, the candlelight stretching his shadow very long. For a moment, Samwell's vision blurred, and he saw a giant. Free City, Pentos, Governor's Mansion. Daenerys Targaryen's handmaiden had died. Governor Illyrio's physician informed Daenerys that her handmaiden had suffered irreparable internal damage. Grief-stricken, Daenerys had nightmares all night long. "You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon." In her dream, Daenerys was completely naked, and Viserys attacked her again, his face twisted with rage as he punched and kicked her. Daenerys was terrified and wanted to run away, but her body wouldn't obey her commands. Her thighs were covered in blood, and she moaned with her eyes closed. She heard a ferocious tearing sound, followed by a majestic crackle of fire, as if someone was responding to her. Daenerys opened her eyes and saw that Viserys was gone. A huge pillar of fire rose around her, with a giant dragon in the middle. The dragon slowly turned its head, and Daenerys woke up the moment their eyes met. When she woke up, Daenerys was shaking and sweating. Daenerys's cheeks were red from being slapped by Viserys, and her embarrassed state forced Governor Illyrio to postpone her wedding plans. Governor Illyrio was a merchant who specialized in spices, gems, dragon bones, and other shady dealings. He had extensive connections, not only throughout the 9 free cities, but also as far east as Vaes Dothraki and the legendary lands along the Jade Sea. Rumor had it that he would be happy to sell out any friend for the right price. "Your Majesty Viserys, your sister must at least look like a princess," Governor Illyrio said. "Of course she is a princess. She is the Princess of Dragonstone, a real princess," Viserys replied loudly. Governor Illyrio patiently explained, "Your Majesty, you need an army. What you need now is Princess Daenerys, not a poor little girl. People in the world are accustomed to using their eyes to identify the value of items." Viserys finally listened. Although Viserys couldn't leave scars on Daenerys, he had other options. "Get rid of that hunchback habit and lift your head up," Viserys commanded, pushing Daenerys' shoulders back and slowly running his fingers over her. Daenerys' various parts. "My sister, don't make a fool of me in the future. If something goes wrong, you don't want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, right?" Viserys' slightly twisted smile made Daenerys tremble unconsciously. Viserys' fingers squeezed tighter and tighter, and Daenerys was in unbearable pain even through her coat. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," Daenerys replied, her voice barely a whisper. Viserys then showed a satisfied look and caressed Daenerys' silver hair lovingly. "When I return to the Iron Throne one day, I will not forget your contribution." The Iron Throne, that land on the other side of the Narrow Sea. Her brother always claimed that Westeros, which she had never seen before, belonged to them. The names in his mouth, Casterly Rock, Eyrie, Highgarden, Arryn Vale, Dorne, etc., were just a patchwork of words to Daenerys. They were forced to flee King's Landing because of the Reaver War. Viserys was still an 8-year-old boy, and Daenerys was still in their mother's womb. Daenerys only vaguely remembered Sir William Darry. He was a burly man with a gray beard. Even though he was half-blind later, he could still roar and give orders from his sickbed. The servants were afraid of Sir William Darry, but he was always kind to Daenerys. His hands were as soft as leather, and he called her his little princess. At that time, they lived in a house with a red door in Braavos. Dany had her own room, and there was a lemon tree outside her bedroom window. After the death of Sir William, who was suffering from illness day and night, the servants stole all the little money he had left, and it wasn't long before they were expelled from the spacious red house. When the red-painted door closed for them forever, Daenerys could no longer hold back her tears. To her, that house had felt like home. Chapter 95, Loyalty Without Fear. 3 days later, on Crabclaw Peninsula, the first to receive the news was Maester Al, who managed the messenger crows in Kleb's territory. The elderly Maester, with a grin that revealed his few remaining teeth, handed the letter to the excited Kalea with trembling hands. "Child, go and deliver this to Butler Herschel immediately," Maester Al instructed. "Maester Al, I'll be right over," Kalea replied before hurrying off. After giving his instructions, Maester Al moved slowly to the table and sat down. As a conscientious record-keeper, he needed to document the event. He opened the book chronicling the history of the Kleb family and solemnly picked up his quill. Feeling a surge of youthful energy, he smiled and began to write. In the year 297 of the Westeros calendar, the young lord opened a new chapter for the Kleb family. Mason Baker and Perpili, who were discussing matters together, received the news from Butler Herschel simultaneously. Both retainer knights exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with excitement. After a moment, they turned their attention to the map spread out on the long table. "I need more military merit," they both thought. In the camp of the Thorn Corps, Amparo pushed away Rhaena, who was almost clinging to him, with a look of disgust. The cheers of the Thorn soldiers echoed through the camp, rising to the sky in celebration. Herschel, now promoted to the Earl's butler, stood with his chest puffed out. Despite the heartache, he faithfully carried out Greene's orders. With a wave of his fat hand, he opened the warehouse doors. The Kleb territory temporarily set aside their swords and held a large-scale celebration. Morale of Kleb territory endeavor, Kleb territory reputation, Kleb territory cohesion, Kleb territory loyalty, wealth, 1. Outside King's Landing, at Crab Manor. In the past few days, the clever Dick had never received such intensive beatings. When he was first captured by the Survey Corps, he could muster the courage to scream, but now he was left with only fear. After Greene arrived, Dick, who had been locked in the basement, was dragged out by soldiers and thrown onto a cold stone slab with a thud. He couldn't help but scream in pain. "Dick Crab?" a voice called out. Dick raised his head, looking in the direction of the sound. The first thing he saw was Greene sitting upright, and the second was the swamp marigold emblem on Greene's clothes. Dick's pupils tightened, and his body trembled. Greene smiled and said, "It seems you understand the laws of the kingdom." Dick looked at Greene in horror and stammered, I am one of your tribe." Despite his fear, Dick's eyes kept darting around. This detail, though subtle, did not escape Greene's notice. Greene frowned slightly and turned to Geoffrey, who stood nearby. "Why do I still see deception in him? Is it because he hasn't been properly taken care of?" Greene asked. Geoffrey, the head of the Survey Corps in King's Landing, touched his chest in apology and replied, "Sir, please allow me to bleed him." Greene nodded slightly. With a swift motion, Geoffrey drew his sword and stepped towards Dick. He grabbed Dick's hair with one hand and pressed the cold blade against his neck. The touch of the iron sword shattered any hope Dick had left, causing him to wet himself in fear. Geoffrey, smelling the stench, frowned and looked up at Greene. Greene waved Geoffrey back and said, "Dick, your biological father is the second son of a branch of the Kleb family. Am I right, Dick Weishai?" Dick nodded blankly and begged, "Please forgive me for my offense. I did it for—" Greene interrupted, "Shani or Yulia Weishai? My sister, she's fine for now. It's up to you to keep her alive." In the face of danger, Dick lowered his head, his eyes filled with regret. He had hurt his poor sister, and now he was drenched in cold sweat. But he did not give up, nor did he dare to. "Honorable master, for the sake of give us humble men a chance," Dick pleaded. Greene sneered. "Of course I will give you a chance." Dick was about to thank him profusely, but Greene continued, "I don't want your blood on my hands. Do it yourself and use your life to exchange for your sister's safety." Greene glanced at Geoffrey, who nodded, took out a dagger from his waist, and threw it in front of Dick with a clang. Dick stared at the dagger in horror, wiping the sweat from his face. Seeing that Dick hesitated to pick up the dagger, Greene patiently persuaded him, "Oh, there are 7 hells, but the law is the law. Dick, I will only take one of you." With a pale face, Dick murmured, "I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry for you." Tears blurred his vision as he raised his trembling hand to grab the dagger. "I hope you—" Dick began, but Greene's cold snort interrupted him. The last glimmer of courage he had mustered was swallowed by fear. "Don't try to challenge my patience, Dick Waters," Dick shouted in his heart. "If you don't keep your word, I won't let you go, even if I become a White Walker." He stood up trembling, holding the dagger tightly with both hands, pointing the tip towards himself. "Mom," Dick cried, closing his eyes tightly, and stabbed the dagger hard into his chest. Bang! Geoffrey's sword accurately knocked the dagger from Dick's hands. Geoffrey sheathed his sword and said to Greene, "My lord, he is powerful enough. If I hadn't blocked him, the dagger would have killed him, he reckons." Dick, with empty eyes, glanced at his own success, then at Geoffrey, and finally closed his eyes and passed out. Geoffrey looked at Dick lying limply on the ground and continued, "At most, half the courage." Greene raised his eyes to the hall upstairs, where the soldiers of the Survey Corps had been accompanying Yulia and witnessed the entire process. Yulia, who had started to dislike Dick, even feeling disgusted at times, now saw that her usually timid brother was willing to sacrifice his life for her. She had mixed feelings. He had repeatedly said he wanted to get her out of there, and it wasn't empty talk. The brother who was often called Clever Dick turned out to be honest only with her. Yulia suddenly burst into laughter. Now she only had memories of that tall brother Dick, whom she had always relied on since childhood. When Yulia was brought to Greene, she had calmed her emotions and greeted Greene with a composed face. Greene raised his eyebrows and said, "Yulia Weishui, I can give you a chance, or give your brother a chance." Yulia nodded in thanks. "Sir, we understand the gravity of our sin. Thank you for your kindness. We will always remember it. Dick needs to complete a task. During the task, I will ensure your safety. When the task is completed, you will be rewarded." Yulia wanted to ask what kind of mission Dick would be sent on and whether it was dangerous, but she realized that their lives were in Greene's hands. She did not dare to test his patience. At least Dick was not in immediate danger. Now, Yulia could only pray to the gods in her heart. Greene turned to Jeffrey. "Jeffrey, I'll leave him to you." Starting tomorrow, Jeffrey would be responsible for teaching Dick various combat skills, including the use of the dagger, Queen Cersei to ensure the safety of the Red Keep. Jaime's frown deepened, but he nodded curtly. "Very well, but remember, Earl Greene is our guest. Treat him with the respect he deserves." The red-robed leader bowed slightly. "Understood, Sir Jaime." Greene, observing the exchange, felt a mix of relief and tension. He knew that navigating the political landscape of King's Landing required more than just loyalty. It required cunning and a keen understanding of the players involved. As they proceeded further into the Red Keep, Greene couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. The unexpected canonization had thrown him off balance, and now he was about to face Queen Cersei, a woman known for her ruthlessness and sharp intellect. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Greene was struck by the opulence of the surroundings. The walls were adorned with rich tapestries, and the floor was a mosaic of intricate designs. At the far end of the hall, Queen Cersei sat on a throne, her piercing gaze fixed on him. "Your Majesty," Greene said, bowing deeply, "I am honored by your summons." Cersei's lips curled into a faint smile. "Earl Greene, rise. We have much to discuss." Greene straightened, his mind racing. He had to tread carefully. "I am at your service, Your Majesty." Cersei's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have heard much about you, Earl Greene. Your loyalty to the crown is commendable. However, loyalty alone is not enough. One must also be effective." Greene nodded, choosing his words carefully. "I strive to serve the crown to the best of my abilities, Your Majesty. I am here to support you in any way I can." Cersei leaned forward, her gaze intense. "Good. Because I have a task for you, one that requires both loyalty and effectiveness." Greene's heart pounded. "What is it that you require of me, Your Majesty?" Cersei's smile widened, but it did not reach her eyes. "There are those within the court who seek to undermine my authority. I need someone I can trust to root out these traitors and ensure they are dealt with accordingly." Greene swallowed hard. This was a dangerous assignment, but refusing was not an option. "I understand, Your Majesty. I will do whatever is necessary to protect the crown." Cersei's expression softened slightly. "I knew I could count on you, Earl Greene. Do not disappoint me." Greene bowed again. "I will not, Your Majesty." As he left the throne room, Greene felt the weight of his new responsibility settle on his shoulders. He knew that the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but he was determined to prove his worth and protect the crown at all costs. Outside the hall, Jaime was waiting for him. "How did it go?" he asked, his tone neutral. Greene sighed. "I have been given a task by the Queen. It seems my loyalty is about to be tested once again." Jaime nodded. "Be careful, Earl Greene. The court is a treacherous place, and not everyone can be trusted." Greene met Jaime's gaze. "I will keep that in mind, Sir Jaime. Thank you for your advice." With that, Greene and his companions made their way out of the Red Keep, each step echoing with the weight of the challenges that lay ahead. James said coldly, "What is the order from Her Majesty the Queen?" The red-robed guard hesitated about to speak, but was interrupted by Greene. Greene shook his head slightly and said, "Sir James, take me to see Queen Cersei." Greene had to interrupt. The red-robed guards were all carefully trained by the Lannisters. They were skilled with swords, but euphemistic expressions were beyond them. Jaime was the true leader of the Lannister Red Robes in the Red Keep. Under his questioning, the Red Robes would only tell the truth. Judging by their current posture, the answer was almost clear. Greene did not dare to expect Cersei to issue any gentle orders. Saying it and not saying it could become two different things. He needed to take control, or at least prevent things from getting out of hand. Therefore, Greene took the initiative to interrupt their next words. Jaime was momentarily confused by Cersei's surprise. Seeing Greene's calm expression, he quickly regained his composure. Greene added, "Sir, loyalty is not afraid of tests." Jaime nodded slightly and took the lead. In the empty Maegor's tower, only the footsteps of Greene and Jaime echoed. By this time, Jaime had already made up his mind. He glanced at Greene calmly, gradually tightening his grip on the sword handle. For the sake of his true love, he had secretly increased his vigilance towards Greene. On the third floor of Maegor's tower, Greene and Jaime stopped almost simultaneously and looked at a room door. This room was where Greene had been summoned alone by Queen Cersei during his first steward meeting. Greene's biggest impression of this room was its excellent soundproofing, keeping secrets about how he would organize the Queen's quarter. The door was opened, and Greene found Cersei standing in front of the window, her back to them. Jaime stepped forward and guarded Cersei's side with his sword as usual. Greene stroked his chest and nodded. "Good night, Your Highness the Queen." Cersei turned her face slightly and said coldly, "Why didn't you refuse that drunkard's canonization?" Jaime glanced at Greene, who was momentarily speechless, and then persuaded, "Queen Cersei, he is a vassal of His Majesty Robert. If you refuse—" Cersei interrupted loudly, "Jaime, be loyal without fear. Cersei, Jaime, I don't want to hear any more weak excuses. Get out of here." Chapter 96. Proving Loyalty. The candlelight swayed gently, and the flame's tip shone with a faint blue light, illuminating the dark room. Jaime moved his lips but ultimately decided against speaking further. Any more explanations to Cersei would only worsen the situation. She was on the verge of rage, and his presence would only add fuel to the fire. Jaime wanted to leave, but hesitated. When it came to Cersei's safety, he trusted no one but himself. "Sir Jaime," Greene's voice drew Jaime's attention. Greene had already removed the longsword from his waist, and seeing Jaime look over, tossed it to him. Jaime caught the sword, his expression slightly embarrassed. Love had blinded him, causing him to subconsciously overlook Greene's character. Greene, keen and attentive to details, had once again stimulated Jaime's knightly heart. In Jaime's sight, Greene nodded slightly, giving him a reassuring look. Jaime lowered his eyes to glance at Greene's sword, then raised the corners of his lips, nodded towards Cersei, flicked his cloak, and stepped forward. As Jaime passed by Greene, he nodded slightly, a silent apology from the proud Jaime Lannister. With a bang, the door to the room closed, leaving only Greene and Cersei inside. Greene understood Cersei's temperament well, always managing to catch her coolness in his actions. Over time, Greene not only improved Cersei's favor, but also unknowingly increased her trust in him. Cersei's trust in Greene grew, and she included him in her plans for the kingdom. Her vision was that after Joffrey ascended the Iron Throne, Jaime would become the captain of the Kingsguard, and Greene would be the commander-in-chief of the Kingsguard. Through them, Cersei would be the regent of the kingdom, controlling the Seven Kingdoms until Joffrey came of age. Cersei believed in Greene so much, but Greene accepted the reward and canonization from King Robert. Cersei was furious when she heard the news. Would Greene betray her? She was a Lannister, and the Lion would never allow betrayal. Cersei had arranged for the most elite Lannister red cloaks. If Greene could not give her a satisfactory answer today, she would kill him with her own hands. Was it because Queen Cersei was soft-hearted that she gave Greene a chance to defend himself? No, Greene had shown his value, and coupled with Jaime's persuasion, although not decisive, it had a certain effect. Also, Greene immediately came to the Magat Tower to seek an audience. These reasons made Cersei reluctant to take direct action and willing to give Greene a chance to prove himself. Greene moved his steps calmly and stood 2 or 3 steps away from Queen Cersei. She raised her chin and said coldly, "Have you been surrounded by compliments recently? Does it feel like a dream to have the trust of the king and the prime minister at the same time, Earl Greene?" When Cersei finally said, "Lord Greene," her tone was full of sarcasm. Greene still looked at Cersei calmly and said nothing. Facing such calmness, Cersei's anger ignited. Her voice rose. "Are you speechless? Your loyalty and fearlessness make me laugh. Are you here to ask me for a dress to wear? Or you? Baron Greene, what are you doing?" In desperation, Cersei used his customary name. Greene took 2 steps forward, moved his body, and lifted Cersei onto his shoulders. Queen Cersei didn't play by the rules, and Greene could adapt to the situation. "You're so offensive. I'm gonna chop off your head." Cersei struggled vigorously, but Greene carried her away steadily. Furious, Cersei hit Greene on the back twice and then stopped. Greene was wearing plate armor, and Cersei's hand hurt. When Cersei finally realized she could still pull Greene's hair, she was already placed on a chair before she could do it. Cersei was sat down firmly by Greene, her weight seeming insignificant in his grasp. Greene knelt on one knee beside Cersei, holding one of her hands with both of his. "Your Highness, loyalty is not afraid of tests," he said earnestly. Cersei tried to shake off Greene's hand, but when she couldn't, she stopped. Despite Greene's audacity, she found that most of her anger had dissipated, and she could sense his loyalty. The slightly embarrassed queen raised her chin slightly, looking down at Greene with lowered eyes. "Greene, you are offending the queen. I could have you hanged," she said coldly. Greene's tone was sorrowful. "Your Majesty, please forgive my foolishness. I cannot bear to be misunderstood by you any longer. It breaks my heart." Cersei's green eyes trembled slightly, her lips curling into a faint smile. "So, you chose to carry your queen on your shoulders. You are very brave," she remarked, surprised by Greene's unexpected defiance. It was a refreshing change from the groveling she had anticipated. Queen Cersei raised her chin again. "You are still offending your queen. You should kiss my shoes and beg for my forgiveness." Greene gently raised Cersei's hand, lowered his head, and gave a symbolic nod to the back of it. "Your Royal Highness, as noble as you are, there is no shortage of people to kneel before you. You always exude your innate charm and conquer everyone you face. I am no exception. I have already succumbed. I choose to hide, content with the status quo, afraid of losing, and dare not offend." Cersei snorted coldly. "Are you finally willing to speak now?" Greene replied. "The lion's anger overwhelms me. Please forgive my momentary stupidity." Cersei stared into Greene's eyes for a while before saying, "Earl Greene, please get up. The armor you wear is cold and hard, making me very uncomfortable." Greene stood up and stepped back obediently, placing a hand over his chest. "Thank you for your forgiveness." Cersei snorted again, raised her chin, and stood up from her chair. She walked slowly to the dressing table and sat down once more. Adjusting her makeup in the mirror, she said, "Forgiveness? Earl Greene, you chose betrayal." Greene's tone turned slightly sarcastic. "Your Highness, apart from a vacant title, what did King Robert give me? I reclaimed the land myself, and it remains with my own clan. Their goal has always been to separate me from you." Cersei looked at Greene through the mirror, her gaze cold. "Of course, I understand. It is your cowardice that aroused my anger." Having just vented her anger, Cersei expected Greene to continue his efforts. Greene, no longer defending himself, walked over, picked up a comb from the table, and began to carefully comb Cersei's hair. Queen Cersei showed a look of satisfaction. "What are your plans?" she asked. "I plan to go to Essos soon," Greene replied. Hearing this, Cersei's eyes flared with anger again. However, Greene's next words quickly dissipated her fury. "The government affairs are just a pretext. My main purpose is to purchase some small items for you and do my best to add a touch of brilliance to your presence." Cersei glanced sideways at Greene. "A little girl might be happy with such words," she said. Greene put away the comb. Queen Cersei looked at him through the mirror. "Excellent craftsmanship, Squire Greene." Greene nodded humbly. "Thank you for your compliment. It is a great honor to serve you." Cersei raised the corners of her lips, lifted her skirt, and stood up, turning to approach Greene. He felt her breath again, his eyes trembling slightly as she reached down. However, Queen Cersei immediately frowned. Greene's ancestral armor fit perfectly, and there was no repeat of Lancel's scene. Cersei retracted her hand naturally and touched Greene's cheek. "Don't let King Robert get his wish easily, do you understand?" Cersei's hatred for Robert was palpable. She wanted him to suffer. "Don't worry, as far as I'm concerned, your orders are final," Greene assured her. Cersei nodded slightly in satisfaction. "What are your plans?" she asked. Greene's Adam's apple bobbed as he replied, "The information I have will be handed over to the Imperial Council through you." Cersei patted Greene's breastplate. "I won't give you too long. You should know how to prove your loyalty to me. I also want to see your loyalty." Greene, possessed by the smoldering man, a deep breath. his cheeks slightly flushed. Cersei smiled, raised her chin, and said, "Step aside, Earl Greene." Greene caressed his chest and left the room with a slightly unnatural step. Outside the door, Greene and Jaime exchanged glances and shrugged. Jaime smiled and handed over Greene's sword. Greene took the sword, pinned it to his belt, took out a silver deer, and tossed it to Jaime. "Storage fee," Greene said. Jaime caught the silver deer, smiled, and shook his head. The awkward atmosphere between them dissipated instantly. Jaime joked, "Next time, the price will be a golden dragon." Greene held up 2 fingers, then pointed towards the room door with his eyes before turning to leave. Jaime raised the corners of his lips and glanced at Greene's back before re-entering the room. Inside, Jaime found Cersei sitting silently in a chair. "That guy has a pretty good character and is more reliable than many people," he said as he stepped closer to her. Cersei seemed to have just noticed Jaime entering the room. She glanced at his armor and frowned slightly. "Humph, he is my prepared commander in gold robes, my captain of the Iron Guard, Sir Jaime." Cersei never hid her ambitions from Jaime. He reluctantly advised, "Cersei, I can support you, but we can't be impatient. This is a big matter." Cersei interrupted impatiently. "Jaime, I know. You don't need to repeat it." She frowned again and continued, "Jaime, why are you still wearing armor? That thing is cold and hard. Remove it." Cersei's sudden angry words made Jaime look down at his armor in confusion. In King's Landing, Hook Alley, Davos Seaworth, looking tired, gazed up at the starry night sky for a while, regaining his energy. Known as the Onion Knight, Davos planned to help Lord Stannis Baratheon become Hand of the King. Davos's plan involved a joint recommendation by the nobles and Lord Stannis's self-recommendation. He knew the biggest obstacle would be King Robert, but he believed that with the support of many nobles, King Robert, who indulged in food and wine, would have to compromise and appoint Duke Stannis as Hand of the King for the stability of the kingdom. Davos couldn't imagine anyone but Lord Stannis governing the already troubled kingdom after Lord Jon. He had secretly visited many royal nobles and obtained certain promises. Tomorrow, Davos would set off for his most important destination, the Stormlands, home of the Baratheon clan. The process was as difficult as Davos had imagined, but he felt that if Lord Stannis could successfully become Prime Minister, it would be worth it. Everything he had was given by Lord Stannis. Stannis had knighted him, allowing him to sit alongside other nobles and even command the royal fleet. Davos had 7 sons. His eldest son, Dale, was the captain of the Sea Spirit. His second son, Arad, captained the Lady Maria. His third son, Malik, had become the oar officer of the Wrath, and his fourth son, Mathos, served as the first mate on the Black Bertha. His fifth son, Devon, would soon be accepted by Lord Stannis as the Duke's squire and would one day be made a knight. His 2 younger sons, Stannis and Stephen, would follow the same path. His wife, Maria, had become the mistress of the small castle in Cape Wrath, and the servants called her Madam. Davos could also hunt red deer in his own forest. All this was given to him by Stannis, and all he had paid for it was a few knuckles. Stannis had punished him justly. He had always. Davos had flouted the king's law in the past, and this was the punishment he deserved. Stannis had remade him, and now Stannis still honored him with his trust. Davos had also heard, in King's Landing, that Greene had been given a mansion by Queen Cersei. Lannister's actions always made people sigh. Queen Cersei, born a Lannister, would not be generous to others without reason. Through this news, Davos had determined that Greene's reputation as the Queen's favorite was no lie. Lord Stannis was a rare talent. Facing Lannister's golden dragon, Davos could only rely on Lord Stannis's personal charm. Davos's thoughts shifted as he entered the house under the guidance of an attendant. He saw Greene waiting in the hall. Davos, with his brown hair and brown eyes, looked ordinary. He had a thick gray beard, wore black robes, and appeared thin. Davos was visiting on behalf of Lord Stannis. Greene took the initiative to greet him, saying, "Good evening, Sir Davos. Please convey my respects to Lord Stannis. It's an honor to meet you." Davos nodded and replied, "Good evening, Earl Greene. On behalf of Lord Stannis, I thank you for your greetings. It's an honor to meet you as well." After completing the formalities, they sat down. Greene's face was gentle as he said, "Sir Davos, the royal fleet's hard work has allowed my port to develop peacefully. I have always wanted to express my gratitude in person, and I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Davos responded humbly, Earl Greene, this is the due responsibility of the royal fleet and the achievement of Lord Stannis. Greene nodded slightly and said, Duke Stannis is like the pillar of the kingdom. I admire him greatly. Davos sighed and said, Yes, I agree with you. Duke Stannis has always been fair and diligent, and he commands admiration. Greene's eyes moved slightly as he added, Yes, the gods can attest to that. Chapter 97. People are unpredictable. After some conversation, Greene gained a better understanding of Davos Seaworth. Davos is a very serious person. Because of this personality, the sons who grew up under his guidance have become valuable assets in the royal fleet. Additionally, Davos holds Lord Stannis in high regard, a sentiment that goes beyond mere loyalty and stems from the depths of his heart. Greene listened to Davos's words with a gentle expression, though his mind was racing with thoughts. Davos himself seemed uncertain about his next steps, while Greene was already plotting against Davos's sons. Petyr Baelish had provided him with 3 ships and sailors, and while Greene intended to give them due credit, he was not about to entrust them all to a man who had just surrendered. The sea is not like the land. Trust cannot be given freely. Excessive freedom would only breed unreasonable ambition. Although the fleet was small, it still needed to be reasonably restrained, establishing a balance and maintaining loyalty to Kleb. The original manpower was definitely insufficient, so Greene needed to recruit enough sailors for the 3 ships. Sailors could be replenished from Mermaid Port. In addition to sailors, Greene also needed to appoint a fleet deputy commander with a reliable character. To achieve his goal, Greene would need to put in some effort. Greene nodded slightly and said, Sir Davos, I am honored to be invited by Duke Stannis. In about 10 days, I will go to Essos due to political affairs in the Red Keep. By then, would it be possible to meet Lord Stannis on Dragonstone Island? Davos's tone was calm as he replied, Earl Greene, Lord Stannis is diligent. In addition to patrolling the fleet, he handles government affairs at Dragonstone Castle. Duke Stannis has just finished his inspection, and Dragonstone welcomes you at any time. Greene first touched his chest in gratitude and then said, My Mermaid Port is about to establish a convoy fleet, so I would like to take this opportunity to seek advice from Lord Stannis. The conscientious Davos asked, Oh, are you escorting the caravan? Yes, sir. There is a royal fleet in Blackwater Bay, so we never worry about the safety of merchant ships. I am preparing in advance for trade in Essos. Davos agreed. It would be more sensitive if the royal fleet appeared there. Merchant ships need their own fleet escort. Greene shrugged and said, After delving deeper, I realized how difficult it is to build a fleet. If it weren't for Lord Petyr's help, I might have given up. Davos's interest was piqued, and he asked, The Minister of Finance? Greene nodded slightly and said, Yes, with his help, I will recruit a small group of maritime mercenaries. My 3 battleships can finally sail out of the port. Davos said sincerely, The sea is different from the land, and it is separated by vast waters. You need to be patient enough. Greene nodded. Yes, the sea is full of distrust. Thanks to you, sir, for your kind words. I can only be patient now. After a pause, Greene continued, It is precisely because of the distrust and belief in my sincerity that I will eventually find a reliable fleet commander. Davos nodded and said, The gods will bless every sincere person. Greene humbly asked Davos some fleet-related questions, and Davos patiently answered them. Greene also revealed a slightly ambitious fleet plan, a Kleb fleet with 10 battleships. Before they knew it, the night had grown late. Davos stood up and bid farewell to Greene. For those who admired him, Greene never hesitated to offer praise. Sir Davos, I am very happy tonight. I have gained a lot from your kind words. Your ability is admirable, and your character even more so. Davos maintained his usual humility. Earl Greene, I am just an illiterate captain. Greene reluctantly said goodbye to Davos and made an appointment to visit him again in 3 months to continue seeking advice on the fleet. Davos responded to Greene's enthusiasm and offered to take him to visit his pride, the battleship Black Bess. After sending Davos away, Greene returned to the small hall. Greene appreciated the expansive view of the small hall. Although it lacked privacy, his clan soldiers formed an impenetrable protective wall. Seated at the table, Greene instructed the maid to light a few more candles. He spread the finely cut parchment on the table and picked up his quill. As the candlelight flickered, Greene began to write. Today, Queen Cersei Lannister's final stance was confirmed, allowing Greene to safely write to the Duke of Highgarden. If today's outcome had been a breakdown in his relationship with Queen Cersei, Greene would have had to find another way to promote Duke Mace Tyrell as Prime Minister. In such a scenario, Cersei would no longer care about the promises made between Greene and Highgarden, nor the consequences and impacts they might face. If Cersei could foresee this, she wouldn't be Cersei. The everlasting Golden Rose is a very united family. If they feel deceived, they will never tolerate it, even for the sake of appearances. Greene would be the first to bear the brunt. To prepare for the worst, Greene even considered traveling to Winterfell in the north. In short, he had various countermeasures ready. After finishing the letter to the Duke of Metz, Greene leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. Fortunately, he had managed to appease Queen Cersei today. Although there had been twists and turns, the situation had not become unmanageable. Greene would continue to push forward according to the original plan. The first stage would be chaotic, but not out of control. At this moment, Greene thought about Queen Cersei. Through today's events, he realized that he held more weight in Cersei's heart than he had imagined. Apart from the Lannister clan, he seemed to be the foreigner Cersei trusted the most. Therefore, Greene dared not underestimate Cersei's desire for control. What Greene wanted was the initiative to disembark at any time. He felt that his armor had failed and needed to prepare another shield besides Jaime. Greene reached for another blank piece of parchment to write a second letter, this one addressed to Little Miss Rose of Highgarden. He didn't want to roll alone. He wanted everyone to get busy. The next day, at the Government Affairs Office of the Red Keep, Greene saw Varys, whose head was as bald as an egg. Varys had a plump figure, wore a loose purple silk robe, a vest sewn with gold thread, and soft velvet slippers with a pointed front and wide back. Greene smelled lilacs on Varys. Greene caressed his chest and said, "Good day, Lord Varys. I have never thanked you for your help. I will definitely keep your kindness in my heart." Varys clasped his hands together and nodded. "Good morning, Earl Greene. I just did it casually. It makes me happy that you can be entrusted with important tasks by both the king and the prime minister." There was a hint of helplessness in Greene's tone. "I wish this kind of important responsibility did not fall on me." Varys claimed that he was born in Lys, one of the 9 free trade cities of Essos, and was once a slave. In Pentos, Varys befriended an assassin named Illyrio Mopatis, and the two started a new career. Illyrio Mopatis is the current governor of Pentos and takes in the Targaryen siblings. Varys stole items from pickpockets, and Illyrio returned them to their owners in exchange for payment. Varys soon realized that the value of intelligence was far greater than gold and gems. He bought some orphans and began to train a team dedicated to collecting intelligence. This collection of intelligence exponentially increased Varys and Illyrio's wealth, making Varys famous, or even infamous. Varys' special talent spread across the narrow sea to the ears of the then king of Westeros, who happened to not trust anyone. Varys took up the position of head of intelligence in the Red Keep under Aerys VI, the Mad King. After the Reavers' War, Varys served King Robert and continued to serve as chief of intelligence. Varys smiled and said, "Earl Greene, with the abilities you have shown, 3 years is more than enough." Greene raised an eyebrow and replied, "Lord Varys, I am more suited for the battlefield. When it comes to finding people, everyone knows that no one is better at it than you." Varys nodded, his expression serious as he lowered his voice. "This is exactly why we meet." "Oh?" Greene's curiosity was piqued. Varys gestured for him to sit down before continuing. "They should be in Pentos now." Greene, the time traveler, was naturally capable of restraining the intelligence leader Varys. Varys's ambiguous information could not sway him. Greene chose to maintain his advantage and also lowered his voice. "Lord Varys, you are indeed a valuable minister of the court, but I noticed you used the word should. What do you mean by that?" A smile reappeared on Varys's face. He nodded slightly and said, "Earl Greene, you are perceptive. Queen Cersei's trust in you is well placed. If you can find the dragon's whereabouts, it would indeed be good news." Greene spread his hands. Good news must be accompanied by bad news. Lord Varys, please be honest. Varys was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. It seems that the wisdom of the Crabclaw Peninsula has not been lost on you. You are indeed a rare smart person. Greene modestly expressed his gratitude for the compliment. Varys's smile faded slightly as he continued. They are currently living in a house provided by the governor of Pentos and are under his protection. Greene frowned. Governor? Varys nodded. Illyrio Mopatis, governor of Pentos. I had a friendship with him, but I have been in Westeros for more than 10 years. He shook his head and sighed. The current situation is very delicate. If it were up to me, I would wait for the young dragon to leave the sanctuary on its own. After all, it is a free trade city. Greene pinched his chin thoughtfully. Lord Varys, everyone understands your difficulty. They just aren't good at expressing it, including me. Varys's smile deepened at Greene's words. After a pause, Greene asked, How many soldiers does Pentos have? Varys's smile froze momentarily as he looked at Greene, who seemed eager. Count Greene, what are you planning? Greene's eyes shone with determination. Lord Varys, His Majesty the King has given me enough golden dragons. If you can help me get a map and add my soldiers, I am confident that a raid will be successful. Varys observed Greene carefully, realizing he was serious. Although surprised by Greene's response, Varys remained calm. Perhaps this was why Queen Cersei favored Greene. The original plan needed a slight adjustment. Varys, a master of conspiracy and power, had already prepared a countermeasure. Varys sighed. I have to admire the king and the prime minister for their talent. How they always have a keen eye. You deserve their trust. Greene muttered silently, but Varys's tone was sincere. However, I still want to be selfish for a moment. Think about you first, and put your safety first. I believe that with the combat power of your soldiers, your plan is likely to succeed. Greene looked puzzled. Lord Varys, I have been wanting to ask you. I can feel your kindness. Although I am grateful, it also confuses me. Seeing you always reminds me of the war more than 10 years ago. Prince Rhaegar died in battle. Those loyal to him were the first to fall, followed by everyone who chose to kneel and surrender. Only the taciturn people of the Crabclaw Peninsula were still unwilling to surrender. They fought to the end. In the last moments, they defended their loyalty. Loyalty is honor. I also failed to perform my duties well. I advised His Majesty Aerys, the Mad King, that the Lannisters could not be trusted and that the city gates should not be opened to them. As for the result, everyone is now aware. We are now under the Baratheon dynasty, and we are all loyal to His Majesty Robert. I am just sorry. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, let alone position. I have always had sympathy for the loyal old ministers because I admire their character. Sympathy is not pity. Why? I are their descendant, so I will naturally look at you differently. Wherever I can, I am willing to extend the little goodwill I have left without asking for anything in return. Greene's lips moved, his eyes showing gratitude as he stared at Varys for a while. Finally, Greene lowered his eyes with a heavy expression and sighed deeply. The atmosphere in the room became solemn for a moment. After a pause, Greene gathered his thoughts and thanked Varys with a hand over his chest. Lord Varys, thank you for your kind heart and your loyalty and fearlessness. The Kleb family will never forget you. Varys smiled and nodded. Why is it that in the power games of great men, it is the little people who always suffer the most? Earl Greene, if you attack the governor of Pentos, even if you successfully complete the task, the great men will ruthlessly sacrifice you for the so-called overall situation. Their reasons will be sufficient, and your behavior will be tantamount to an undeclared war. After listening to Varys's words, Greene remained silent, his face still showing a hint of unwillingness. Is this the real Greene? Varys was also judging in his mind. Based on the intelligence he had collected, Greene was not an impulsive person. Which one is the real Greene? Varys was not eager to judge a person. He dealt with all kinds of intelligence every day and knew very well that he could not subjectively identify a person first, as this would affect his judgment. The human heart is unpredictable, everything changes, and nothing is fixed forever. Greene's tone was helpless. Lord Varys, I can't think of any other good solution for the time being. I thought 3 years was enough. I have to admit that I made things too simple. Varys said patiently, Count Greene, you have actually ignored the most important issue. Greene raised his eyebrows. Please tell me frankly. Varys stood up slowly, walked to the window and the door, and looked around naturally. After sitting down again, Varys stared at Greene and said, Have you ever thought that this is a task that can never be completed? Greene frowned, seeming to ponder the meaning of Varys's words. Varys leaned forward and spoke in a very heavy tone. Suppose the Targaryen orphans appear in front of you. Are you sure the sword in your hand can pierce their chests? Greene was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, and then lowered his eyes with a complicated expression. The corner of Varys's mouth curled up for a moment. He looked at Greene and said, I can feel that you are hesitating. Greene stood up and said, Lord Varys, thank you for your meeting, and thank you even more for your kind words. After speaking, Greene nodded to Varys and said goodbye, then turned around and strode away. Varys clasped his hands together, nodded his chin slightly, and stared at Greene's departing figure. Chapter 98, Distinguishing Good from Evil. After leaving the Government Affairs Hall, Greene found a shady spot nearby and stopped. The play continues. It just needs an ending. Greene frowned and stood for a while, his ears pricking up at the sound of approaching footsteps. Earl Greene, came Varys's voice. Greene, coming back to his senses, looked towards Varys with a confused expression. Lord Varys? Varys clasped his hands together and nodded. I'm truly sorry. My unintentional words seem to have caused you distress. That was not my intention. Greene shook his head. It's my own problem. Your words made me aware of some issues I had never considered before. Greene's location was relatively remote, near the Government Affairs Office, with a wide view. It was a convenient place for a conversation. Varys stared at a distant point and spoke in a cold tone. People will subconsciously ignore things they don't want to face. This is human nature, including me and the group of people who are still prosperous and wealthy. We are all Targaryens' oath breakers. Varys looked at Greene again, his face gentle. It was only more than 10 years ago, and many people still remember it, including me. Earl Greene, you are different. You are unfamiliar with the Targaryens, and all your impressions come from past records. However, I see that your thoughts have suddenly become complicated. I think it is the precious character passed down from generation to generation of Kleb's ancestors that has long been engraved in your blood. You may be aware of this. Greene sighed slightly. Perhaps Kleb's tradition of staying away from the Red Castle is correct. I should not have left the Crabclaw Peninsula and my home. Varys comforted him. Earl Greene, but I know you had to come out. The Red Castle has been wary of the Crabclaw Peninsula. There is a lack of trust between the two sides, and the location of the Crabclaw Peninsula happens to be within the king's territory. Now that you have discovered the sword hanging above your head, not knowing when it will fall, in this situation, anyone would choose to save themselves. Therefore, I agree with and support your choice. Self-preservation is human instinct, which is reasonable and beyond reproach. Greene's eyes moved, and he asked, Thank you, Lord Varys. Your words comforted me, but if I may be so bold, you seem to have other intentions. Varys took out an envelope and handed it to Greene. Your eyes can distinguish between good and evil. This is truly enviable. Take this letter. I still say the same thing. Sympathy for a person does not mean pity. A person depends on how you look at him. Greene took the unsealed envelope and asked doubtfully, What is this? Varys smiled and nodded. No need to wonder. You can open it and take a look now. Greene nodded, opened the envelope, took out the letter, and lowered his eyes to read. His brown eyes trembled. It was a letter written by Varys to the governor of Pentos. In the letter, Varys first praised Greene's character and explained that Greene's purpose was for trade between Mermaid Harbor and Pentos. Greene read it quickly and put the letter away again. Varys clasped his hands together and spoke in a gentle tone. I think this letter can at least guarantee your safety in Pentos, and you will have some leeway, so you don't have to worry in a hurry. Could it be that he acted too well? After luring the wolf into the house, wouldn't Varys be worried about me killing the dragon directly? Varys continued. I think even though we are separated by a long time, because of our former friendship, at least Governor Illyrio will not deliberately embarrass you. I still have some people in Pentos, And I can take care of you a little, Count Greene, as long as you put your own safety first. The number of men Greene could bring was at most a few dozen. How could he capture Pentos with just a few dozen men? Greene had revealed the idea of raiding Pentos, and Varys was aware of it. Since Varys already knew, Illyrio would naturally know as well. They are ways cautious, and even if Greene's words sound, they will be fully prepared. Moreover, Varys's little birds are everywhere, and no abnormality escapes their notice. Reflecting on Varys's words, Greene realized that although they seemed to be in his best interest, there was an underlying threat. Am I being threatened by an egg? Greene thought, not feeling angry at all. In the Game of Thrones, results are all that matter. Varys patted Greene's arm tenderly, his eyes kind. Go out and take a look. The current Red Keep cannot tolerate noble loyalty. You still have 3 years. Think more about yourself. Maybe you can find a new answer to your troubles. Hook Lane, Kleb's new house. Near noon, Ongai, who had been on a mission to the Stormlands, returned safely. Butler Lydon welcomed him warmly. Lydon spread his arms towards Ongai and said enthusiastically, Ongai, welcome home. The travel-worn Ongai hugged Lydon and replied, Lydon, thank you for your welcome. I like this feeling. Lydon smiled and asked, Would you like to take a bath first, or should I prepare food for you? Ongai touched his stomach sheepishly and said, I'm too hungry. Believe me, if you let me take a bath now, you'll find me drowned in the tub. Lydon laughed. I don't want to invite the Silent Sisters. Do as you wish. This is your freedom, and this is the law of the Lord. Why does Lydon mention the Lord's law? After Greene took over the territory, he implemented various laws to change bad habits and optimize customs, considering the environment of the Crabclaw Peninsula. One of Greene's goals was to increase the cohesion of his soldiers. For example, in Ngai's case, Greene's laws dictated that when a soldier returned from a mission, they must be greeted warmly, served a meal of meat and wine, and given a heated bath. This meticulous attention to detail was Greene's way of strengthening the soldier's sense of belonging. Greene believed that many of the laws he created, though initially seen as strict, would eventually become cherished traditions of the Crabclaw Peninsula. After lunch, Ongai lay in the bathtub with his eyes slightly closed, feeling relaxed. He thought the best decision he had ever made was to trust the strange fat man, Mengtan Waiswai. As a former mercenary, Ongai was naturally defensive, especially around strangers. But that day at the Blackwater River Pier, Mengtan's honesty and inexplicable aura made him let down his guard and trust him. The gods had not abandoned him, and Ongai became Lord Greene's personal guard, earning his trust. Ongai exhaled, thinking about what Mengtan had told him. The girls in Kleb's territory were enthusiastic and proactive. Ongai, who usually only knew how to take out the golden dragon in his pocket when it came to matters between men and women, preferred to be passive. Mengtan had assured him that he would be very popular with the girls in the territory, and Ongai believed him. Maybe this time, when he returned to Kleb's territory with Lord Greene, he could get married and live a happy life. A week later, at Kleb Manor, Dick's life was both painful and happy. The happy part was sharing a sumptuous dinner with his sister Yulia every day. Yulia's attitude towards him had softened, making him feel warmer and more welcomed. Every time, Dick cheered up and happily chatted with his sister while eating. He noticed that as long as he seriously studied the courses arranged by Jeffrey, his sister's clothes and jewelry improved, and the food on the table became richer. Of course, Dick did not do well at the beginning. He had developed a careless character, and even when facing Jeffrey, who frightened him, he habitually tried to cheat. At night, when Dick saw Yulia wearing a coarse cloth dress and a few pieces of black bread on the table, he realized that his cleverness had not gone unnoticed by Jeffrey. Yulia didn't complain. She bit into the hard black bread and still happily recounted Dick's long-forgotten childhood memories. You don't want to watch Yulia live a hard life because of you, right? Dick finally fully understood the meaning of this sentence. From the bottom of his heart, Dick began to take the various courses arranged by Jeffrey seriously. This marked the beginning of Dick's miserable days. What pained Dick the most were not the swordsmanship lessons, but the etiquette lessons. Although the sword skills course was a bit tiring, Dick soon fell in love with the feeling of wielding a sword and gradually enjoyed it. What truly caused Dick physical and mental pain was the etiquette course. The housekeeper, Serana, who wore a dagger at her waist, was very strict. As long as Dick hunched over even a little, he would be slapped on the back with the wooden stick in Serana's hand. There were also all kinds of meticulous behaviors to follow. Except for Dick's face, almost every part of his body had not escaped Serana's whipping. Remember, nobles should not. Then, bang, bang. Dick was so stunned that he couldn't help but want to refute. He was not a noble, he was just an illegitimate child. But Dick's instinct told him not to speak out, as the consequences would only be worse. Therefore, the clever Dick held back and silently accepted Serana's etiquette tutorial. Snap! Oh, Dick couldn't help but scream in pain, holding the top of his head with both hands as if it was about to split. The expressionless Serana said coldly, "Your Excellency, Dick, everything else is making progress, but that look in your eyes has not shown any improvement. Every time you are thinking about something, you look like a thief. Your eyes actively tell everyone that you are preparing to do bad things. This look makes even a thief unable to act well, and everyone will be subconsciously wary of you. This is tantamount to etching on your face that you are an untrustworthy person." Dick found that the top of his head had become swollen and pressed it painfully, saying, "I'm very sorry, Miss Serana. I don't know how to change this habit." Dick himself did not know this characteristic of his, but he did not doubt the authenticity of Serana's words. According to Serana, if there is a mark on his face that he cannot be trusted, Dick felt that there must be a mark on Serana's face that she can be trusted. Serana nodded slightly and said, "It is a good habit to be willing to apologize. After all, humility is a virtue, but don't use it as an excuse for cowardice. Since Lord Greene has arranged for you to study, I just hope that you will pay more attention and meet Lord Greene's requirements as soon as possible, so that I can be freed from the boring teaching tasks as soon as possible. Also, I would like to give you a kind piece of advice. Don't test anyone's patience. Life and death are at stake here, so think more about your sister Yulia." Dick swallowed and said hurriedly, "Madam, I promise, I swear, I am definitely not lazy." Snap! Dick was again beaten mercilessly by Serana. "Have you forgotten your steady posture?" Dick resisted the urge to rub the painful area, because if he did, he would be slapped by Serana again. Dick couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Sorry, ma'am, what is prudent?" Serana then remembered that Dick had not progressed to this course yet. This situation naturally did not trouble Serana, so she moved to the next topic, which quickly attracted Dick's attention. "Sir Dick, I have prepared a mirror for you. It will help you and make you a sincere gentleman." The waves on the sea were rough, and rows of huge mountain-like waves roared and rolled towards the shore, crashing down on the rocks standing by the seaside, stirring up snow-white waves and making thunderous sounds. Dragonstone, dock. Greene, who had just disembarked from the boat, looked up at the castle carved into the shape of a dragon and then surveyed his surroundings. Dragonstone Castle was ancient and formidable, but there were not many vassals on Dragonstone Island. The islands under Dragonstone's domain were sparsely populated, making it difficult for the lord to raise an army. However, Dragonstone itself was a fortress that was nearly impregnable with conventional military force. "Good day, Earl Greene. Welcome to Dragonstone," greeted a familiar voice. It was none other than the knight Davos Seaworth. Greene was puzzled. He thought Davos had gone to the Stormlands. When Davos had visited Greene, he mentioned that he would be leaving for the Stormlands the next day. Greene suddenly smiled, spreading his arms wide and embracing Davos like an old friend. "Good day, Sir Davos. I didn't expect you to greet me personally. I am deeply honored." Despite Greene's enthusiasm, Davos remained humble. "I was reporting military affairs to Lord Stannis when I heard the news of your arrival. I took the initiative to come and greet you." Davos then introduced his companion. "This is my third son, Mathos Seaworth, who serves as my first mate on the Black Bess." Mathos, tall and thin like his father, greeted Greene with a courteous bow. "Good day, Earl Greene." Greene responded warmly, "Good day, Sir Mathos. The Black Bess is the pride of Sir Davos. Serving as its first officer must make you his pride as well." Mathos's eyes lit up, and he smiled sheepishly, nodding in thanks. Davos looked at his son with kind eyes, patting him on the shoulder. The waves are ruthless. He still needs more experience. Greene followed Davos through the castle, noting the dragon-shaped carvings and decorations everywhere. Although the Targaryens had lost the Iron Throne, their legacy was deeply imprinted here. They ascended the steep stone steps to the Stone Drum Tower, the main castle of Dragonstone Island. The tower's ancient walls would rumble and echo during storms, hence its name. Rumor had it that hidden passages in the Stone Drum Tower's dungeon led to the heart of Dragonstone. In silence, they arrived at the picture table hall at the top of the Stone Drum Tower. The hall was circular, dominated by a huge table carved with a detailed map of Westeros. 4 tall, narrow windows faced the cardinal directions, east, west, north, and south. Here, Greene met the stern Lord Stannis. Greene placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. "Good day, Lord Stannis. I am deeply honored to meet you." Chapter 99, Protecting Honor, Dragonstone Castle, Picture Table Hall. Lord Stannis Baratheon looked at Greene with a sharp gaze, nodded slightly, and said, "Good day, young man. Can you complete the task assigned by King Robert?" Lord Stannis's cheekbones were sunken, and his lips were pale, thin, and tight, as if he had forgotten how to smile. He had taken a liking to Greene's abilities. Greene's brown eyes trembled, and he hesitated. Greene Kleb Lannister Tyrell was uncertain about adding a Baratheon to his family. Stannis is the second son of Lord Steffon Baratheon and Cassana Ysmon. His elder brother is Robert, and his younger brother is Renly. When Stannis was 13 years old, Duke Steffon and his wife returned to Storm's End from across the Narrow Sea. Their ship sank in Shipwreck Cove, and both the Duke and Duchess died. From the day Stannis witnessed the Pride Winds sinking on the rocks, he began to hate the 7 gods who cruelly took away his parents. He swore to heaven that he would never worship any god who drowned his parents. During the War of the Reaver, Stannis withstood the siege of Storm's End by the Golden Rose under extremely difficult conditions. After the war, Robert was grateful to Eddard Stark for lifting the siege of Storm's End. Stannis captured Dragonstone, and Robert blamed him for letting the remaining Targaryens escape, despite the fact that Viserys and Daenerys had fled before Stannis captured Dragonstone. King Robert, who sat on the Iron Throne, granted Dragonstone to Stannis, but handed over the richer Baratheon family fief, Storm's End, to their third brother, Renly Baratheon. Stannis regarded Robert's slight as an insult, but it did not affect his diligence in the affairs of the kingdom. Stannis waved his hand and said, "You all stand down." Everyone, led by Davos, nodded and left, leaving only Stannis and Greene in the hall. Greene's tone was calm. "Duke Stannis, this is an important task that I cannot refuse." Stannis stepped down from the stone chair and stood tall beside the long table. He stared at the tabletop with the map of Westeros engraved on it and said, "Earl Greene, I can ask King Robert to cancel your mission." What will Stannis's next words be? "As long as you are willing to be loyal to me?" Stannis is a very oppressive person, and Greene did not want to face difficult multiple-choice questions. Moreover, if the mission were really canceled, what would happen to his 150,000 gold dragons? Greene had to make Stannis retract such a dangerous idea. Greene sighed and said, "Duke Stannis, I don't like to hide things. It makes me appear hypocritical. At first, I did consider finding ways to get rid of this trouble because, from my perspective, this mission came out of nowhere." After a pause, Greene shook his head and continued, "Later, I decided to accept it. After all, this is a political matter of the kingdom, and I don't want to embarrass Queen Cersei. After all, it is about honor." Greene also walked to the side of the long table and said, "Duke Stannis, I don't want to hide it. Apart from being time-consuming and labor-intensive, I don't see any other difficulties for the time being. The Red Keep consumes so many golden dragons every year. It has been more than 10 years, and I am a little curious why it has no effect." Stannis snorted coldly and said, "Idiots and parasites, you don't need to be curious about this." Greene said bluntly, "So, I would rather do something within my ability, even if it is insignificant." Stannis looked away from the intricately carved map and stared at Greene. Greene noticed Stannis's gaze and looked up from the map, with some doubts in his eyes, as if the words he had just said were a moment of emotion. Stannis seemed to see his own shadow in Greene. Therefore, Stannis suspected that Greene's words were intentional. Stannis had seen too many cunning people, but no matter how cunning they were, they could not escape his eyes and receive the punishment they deserved. Stannis's initial doubt about Greene was successfully diverted. There was an unabashed scrutiny in Stannis's eyes as he observed Greene. Greene spread his hands and said, "Your Majesty, do you need me to resign?" "You are an interesting young man, much more interesting than I expected," Stannis replied, tapping his finger on the edge of the table. "Lord Greene, I have inspected the Queen's quarter in King's Landing, and you have managed it well. I can only say that I gained temporary stability through quick suppression. I handed it over to the Red Keep before I left King's Landing," Greene responded. Stannis turned his head and looked at Greene. "Do you like King's Landing?" Greene shrugged. "I didn't like it that much at first. I was very happy initially, but later I found it easy to get tired." Stannis nodded slightly. "That's a good perspective, Earl of Whispering Castle." Although he didn't show it on his face, Greene had been pondering why Stannis suddenly asked if he liked King's Landing. The simple question seemed to hint at something deeper. Greene's heart stirred, and he spoke with a tone of helplessness. "I don't want to hide it from you, Lord Duke. In fact, this earlship makes me deeply regretful. I thought I would be canonized as the Earl of Crabclaw Peninsula." After Greene's words fell, the hall was silent for a moment. Stannis frowned. "That land is quite special. It has its own traditions. The current Red Castle cannot handle even slightly complicated matters." Stannis turned around and continued, "Earl Greene, you have outstanding abilities. I can provide you with an opportunity to display your talents." Greene was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Use my talents?" Stannis nodded almost imperceptibly. "I will bring justice back to the Red Keep. I can take you there." Greene, feeling a mix of emotions, replied, "Your Majesty, thank you for your consideration, but Crabclaw Peninsula has always been directly loyal to Her Royal Highness the Queen." The keen Greene noticed a subtle upward turn at the corner of Stannis's mouth. "Are you rejecting my invitation? Have you never thought that I am saving you?" "Saving me?" Greene thought. He had confirmed that Lord Stannis was interested in becoming Hand, but now he heard another question about himself. Greene's mind raced, thinking of Queen Cersei. It could only be her. In the original plot, Stannis suspected that the 3 legitimate children of King Robert and Queen Cersei were not actually Robert's flesh and blood. He had told Duke John of this suspicion, prompting an investigation. Stannis did not ignore Greene because of their difference in status. On the contrary, he took him very seriously. This was true on the surface, but Greene didn't think it was that simple. Stannis was also a power player. Greene soon got his answer. Stannis's tone was cold. "The Robert Kingdom does not trust me, and my appearance in person can easily be mistaken for a conspiracy. I handed the matter over to Duke John, which also gave him a chance to protect his honor." Greene appeared dazed, but he was relieved in his heart. Stannis didn't say it outright, but it wasn't in vain. Once things happened, according to normal development, Stannis would easily gain Greene's allegiance because of his words today. Greene also began to understand something. Stannis's character disdained deception. He valued Greene's ability, but this was not the main reason. Stannis was interested in the army in Greene's hands and had already begun preparations in advance for a possible war or a Lannister counterattack. When the war starts, the status of the military nobles will rise sharply, and the patience of the big shots will become full. Doesn't his Crabclaw Peninsula have any secrets? Ta-ta-ta! Stannis's tall figure sat down on the stone chair again. Stannis looked at Greene and said, "Earl Greene, you have given me many surprises, and I admire your talents. But don't worry, you still have King Robert's mission. The seemingly mundane tasks can train you. When you come to see me again, your current doubts will be answered." Stannis gestured towards the door, and shortly Davos re-entered the hall. "Davos, my meeting with Earl Greene is over. Prepare food and wine. Please entertain him well for me," Stannis commanded, displaying the arrogance expected of a great noble. The differences in identity, status, and bloodline among nobles are like laws. According to the traditions of Westeros, Stannis treated Greene with courtesy, and by the usual script, Greene should be grateful. However, Greene would not harbor secret dissatisfaction. He would observe everything objectively, as he was an outsider. Greene couldn't help but miss the Duke of Metz, who was far away in Gouting. Red Keep afternoon. Lancel, who finally had some free time, happened to run into Jaime, whose handsome face looked haggard. When Lancel saw Jaime, he felt a pang of guilt. "Good day, cousin Jaime," Lancel greeted. Jaime, aware of Lancel's difficult life, was not surprised by his behavior. "Good day, Lancel. You look tired. Are you okay?" Lancel's face was somber. "Cousin, for the Lannisters, I have no problem." Jaime cared for his people, but he couldn't help in this matter. Lancel's character was problematic. A weak lion would eventually be abandoned by the pride. Jaime saw this as an opportunity for Lancel to grow. The Lannister lion would eventually learn to roar. Jaime patted Lancel on the shoulder and asked, "Where are you going?" "I wanted to see Earl Greene, but I never had the time to congratulate him in person." Then I remembered he had already left King's Landing. "Cousin Jaime, I know he went to Essos across the narrow sea. Do you know how long it will take for him to return?" Jaime patted Lancel again. "It will take a while. Greene told me about your help. You were very brave, and the buck didn't scare you." Jaime's rare compliment made Lancel's eyes sparkle. "Haha, I owe Greene a favor. I had an opportunity that day, but there were too many eyes around, so I could only hint quietly. Thankfully, Greene understood what I meant, which finally relieved me. At that time, and the result." Jaime watched Lancel chatter away, the corners of his mouth twitching. He patted Lancel's shoulder again, this time with more force. "Lancel, I still have something to do." With that, Jaime waved his snow-white cloak and walked away without waiting for Lancel's reply, abruptly ending the conversation. Lancel rubbed his shoulder, watching Jaime's retreating figure with confusion. The garden of the Meg Tower was still full of birdsong and fragrant flowers. Jaime spotted a red figure and smiled as he walked towards Cersei. Queen Cersei frowned slightly and broke a branch. Jaime smiled fondly and asked, "Cersei, don't you like it? Should I arrange for the gardener to plant other varieties?" Cersei withdrew her hand and said, "Forget it, I don't like waiting." Jaime's eyes softened. "Did something happen?" Cersei glanced at Jaime and said, "Tyrek told me that Robert wrote a personal letter to Winterfell. The messenger has already quietly set off. Tyrek discovered this by accident." Tyrek Lannister, a member of the Lannister family, was the son of Tyget Lannister and Darlessa Marbrand. Under Queen Cersei's arrangement, the 11-year-old Tyrek became King Robert's squire. Jaime wondered, why didn't he use a messenger crow? It's not close. Cersei broke another flower branch and said coldly, "That drunkard doesn't trust anyone in the Red Keep when he's sober, except Jon." James smiled and shook his head, advising, "Cersei, be careful not to hurt your delicate hands." Cersei glanced sideways at James and extended her hand. "Knight, help your queen clean up." The juice from the flower branches had left faint traces on Cersei's white fingers. James raised the corners of his lips and said, "A swordsman's hands aren't suited for fine work. Even if I'm not careful, I don't want to hurt you." With a snort, Cersei retracted her hand and said, "James, please be more serious. I really want to know what kind of shameful deeds Robert is planning in secret." James replied helplessly, "Cersei, we can no longer intercept him. Don't underestimate King Robert." Cersei's tone grew angrier. "What is Lancel doing? He stays with Robert every day and only pours wine? On the contrary, young Tyrek is more alert." James moved his lips, but refrained from revealing the truth about his recent meeting with Lancel. To placate Cersei, he said half-jokingly, "Cersei, would you like me to contact Greene? I think he can guess some of it even without reading the content. That kid is good at this." James considered asking Tyrion, but knew the consequences of involving him, so he decided against it. Cersei seemed a little moved, but quickly dismissed the thought. She didn't want to appear dependent on anyone, especially not on Greene. After pondering for a while, Cersei couldn't help but break another flower branch. "James, that drunkard is a disgrace to his life. He is always so passive. I can't stand it." The next day, at Mermaid Harbor, the merchant ship carrying Greene and his crew slowly docked at the pier. Chapter 100, Not Enough Greene appeared at the pier, surrounded by his guards. Herschel, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately approached him with an excited tone. "Good day, my master." Greene nodded with a smile, looking at Herschel. "My loyal Herschel, long time no see." Taking the reins from Marshal Baker, Greene mounted his horse. "Herschel, take me for a tour." Greene led everyone to inspect Mermaid Harbor. The current mermaid port, though small, was exquisite. All buildings were primarily white. Despite its modest scale, it was beautifully crafted. Although the smell of salted fish was inevitable at the dock, the cleaning team arranged by Herschel kept the place very clean. The health management of Mermaid Port had detailed regulations with strict rewards and punishments, which was unique in Westeros. The stunningly beautiful mermaids naturally preferred a clean environment. The pristine sanitary conditions further proved that Mermaid Port was indeed the origin of the mermaid legend. Mermaid Harbor was Greene's pride, a showcase of Crab's territory. Most people thought of the Crabclaw Peninsula as an uncivilized, savage land. Greene's goal was to gradually improve this image through Mermaid Harbor. Whether he went west or north, after achieving military victory, Greene would face the issue of governance. If people felt they were being ruled by a semi-savage noble, dissatisfaction would inevitably arise, increasing the cost of governance. It was more likely that the new territory would not strengthen him, but become a burden, tying his hands and feet. Greene did not want to be trapped in the quagmire of endless wars, depleting his resources on the Crabclaw Peninsula. He wanted to use Westeros methods in Westeros. While focusing on military strength, the political methods at the bottom, middle, and top levels could not be ignored. There was a long way to go, but it was a path suitable for King Greene. Mermaid Harbor already had a hint of prosperity, with new stone buildings under construction. Herschel introduced, "My master, according to your order, I posted a notice recruiting masons at the dock. Many masons from other places have joined the construction of Mermaid Harbor." Greene nodded. "Herschel, you have done a good job. We urgently need to recruit people. Remember, Mermaid Port represents the face of Kleb." Herschel accepted the order respectfully. "Don't worry, I will keep it in mind." At this moment, Herschel was a little excited. The Kleb territory was changing rapidly under Greene's leadership. He felt he was witnessing the rise of the Kleb family. The Crabclaw Peninsula was already in the possession of the Kleb family. The other nobles of the Crabclaw Peninsula had become weak after the Reaver War, and had no choice but to surrender in the face of Kleb's strong rise. Greene, who had purchased 150,000 gold dragons, plus the income from King's Landing and Highgarden, felt confident for the time being. Riding his horse, Greene looked around. His heart, set on infrastructure, was ready to move. He suppressed the impulse in his heart. Given the territory's situation, the construction of Mermaid Port had been tightened. Hold on. Greene's heart stirred. He suddenly felt that he was still too upright. He had a heavy responsibility, so how could 150,000 gold dragons be enough? Young dragons would also grow. As long as Targaryen was still across the narrow sea, as the person in charge of the dragon elimination plan personally appointed by the king, the Red Keep must increase funding to deal with the increasingly complex situation. What would happen after Robert died? Would the Red Keep call off the hunt for the Targaryen dragons? Absolutely not. This was His Majesty Robert's last wish, and the extremely loyal Greene would carry it out to the end. When the time came, Greene's loyalty would shame everyone in the Red Keep. Greene remembered that in the original plot, King Robert had personally called off the hunt for the Targaryen dragons on his deathbed, with Eddard Stark as the witness. If this happens, Greene plans to me it all on the poppy milk, which made the brave king lose his mind. Queen Cersei holds a special status, and the politics in the Red Keep cannot be separated from her. Greene also needs Cersei's support and must maintain a good relationship with her. He secretly announced that the biggest cost of the dragon eradication plan was to please Queen Cersei, and Essos started shopping. Greene reservedly received some of the old and new residents of Mermaid Port. "Lord, may the old and new gods bless you." "Lord, outsiders always defecate everywhere." "Lord, there are too few men. I want." "Master Greene, we haven't had a fight for a long time." "When?" "My lord, I wish you good health forever." "Lord, I want a strong husband." The Lord cares about his subjects, and the patient Greene maintains the image of a benevolent leader in their minds. The subjects who were personally met by the Lord, and those who were not, were all relieved that their lord was still healthy. Warlikeness is a tradition of the Crabclaw Peninsula, but the people of the old and new territories of the simple Kleb are like docile cats in front of Greene. This is thanks, first of all, to Lawrence Kleb, the legendary hero of the Crabclaw Peninsula, who gave Greene the hidden attributes to become the leader of the Crabclaw Peninsula. According to the traditions of Westeros and the special traditions of the Crabclaw Peninsula, as long as Greene, the heir of Kleb, is strong enough, the mountain savages can easily integrate into Kleb's territory and restore him to Kleb. Secondly, the valley nobles headed by Duke John have continued to suppress the Crabclaw Peninsula for more than 10 years, making the living environment even more cruel. As people expected, Greene appeared at the right time. At this time, the people of the Crabclaw Peninsula were more willing to stick to the strong. The harsh conditions of the Crabclaw Peninsula formed the perfect environment for the emergence of heroes. Third, most of the Crabclaw Peninsula is populated by mountain savages who exist in the form of tribes. Following the tribal chiefs is a tradition that goes back thousands of years and is deeply rooted in their culture. Therefore, it is not wrong for the nobles of the Crabclaw Peninsula to be called semi-savage nobles. At least Greene is their tribal chief in the minds of the new people of Kleb. Greene looked up at the sun, pulled the reins, turned the horse around, and said, "Masen, let's stop here for the inspection first. Let's go to Whispering City." Hearing this, Herschel rode up to Greene's side and said, "Sir, I'll make arrangements right away." Angai, who was following Greene, straightened his posture. He was a natural archer with keen senses. Ever since he got off the boat, Angai noticed many eyes sizing him up, and he could feel that these eyes came from the opposite sex. Feeling confident, Angai quietly glanced at the crowd around him. "It's okay, don't worry yet." Mengtan Weishui glanced at Angai, who was acting stiffly, and then looked away. It would take Mengtan 3 months to complete the thickened plate armor. His heart was already filled with thoughts of the new armor, and other things could not temporarily arouse his interest. Samwell Tarly showed his white teeth all the way, observing everything in sight with great interest. Samwell had learned a lot about Crab's territory from Monton. Mermaid Port was small in size, but full of vitality. He could not have imagined that it was a small fishing village just a few months ago. There were buildings under construction everywhere, and Samwell believed that there would be a new scene here in a while. Samwell felt more and more that his choice was right. There were many places where he could. Samwell was eager to display his talents in Kleb, but he lamented his lack of knowledge. The happiest thought for him was the prospect of writing to his mother soon, confident that he would make her proud. However, the increasingly intense gazes from the opposite sex made him feel embarrassed and a little scared. Menton looked at Samwell and chuckled. Samwell, looking shy, said, I'm just not used to it." Menton blinked his honest eyes and said, "Sam, spearwives like strong men. You'll be more popular than Ainge." Samwell glanced cautiously at the crowd in the distance and whispered, "Menton, I'm just fat. I've been like this since I was a child." Menton replied naively, "Master Greene asked me to choose 2 bodyguards for you. You'll take them with you wherever you go from now on." "Guard? My guard?" Samwell asked, surprised. Menton nodded. "Master Greene said that you are an important talent of Kleb and asked me to choose a powerful guard." Greene's attention to detail always touched Samwell deeply, and his eyes suddenly welled up with emotion. "Mom?" In Pentos, at Governor Illyrio's mansion, Daenerys Targaryen gently touched the fabric with her white hands. It was as soft as water, flowing through her fingers. She had never seen such soft fabric before. Suddenly, a thought struck her, filling her with fear. "Brother, is this a gift from Governor Illyrio?" Daenerys hurriedly corrected herself, feeling uneasy. She just hoped that Viserys hadn't heard her slip. Daenerys instinctively felt that Governor Illyrio could not be trusted, but she did not dare to voice her concerns to Viserys Targaryen. Viserys was so intoxicated by Illyrio's sweet words that he couldn't see the truth. Now, Daenerys could only protect herself by obeying her brother. At least her brother, lost in his dreams, wouldn't make her too afraid. "Again?" Viserys asked, making Daenerys tremble and take a small step back. A strange smile appeared on his face as he approached her, his smile deepening. "My sister Daenerys, what are you worried about?" Viserys asked, his tone mocking. Daenerys dared not move, fearing it would provoke Viserys. She glanced at him in horror before quickly lowering her head. Viserys showed a hint of satisfaction, feeling that Daenerys had finally learned how to get along with the true king of the Iron Throne. Viserys' eyes were fixed on Daenerys, his brows deeply furrowed. "I just realized why you are so flat. Stand up. Look, you are too thin." After Viserys spoke, Daenerys immediately straightened her posture like a well-trained soldier. Viserys cast a slightly critical glance at her and then said, "Dany, we actually have wealth that can fill a city, but it is temporarily stored in the thief's house. When I get the Iron Throne back, the wealth that belongs to me will return to my hands." Illyrio is not a fool. He understands very well that only by constantly pleasing me and waiting for me to return to the Iron Throne will he not forget the friend who once helped me in times of need. Daenerys had advised herself countless times not to go against Viserys' words and deeds, but she couldn't help but persuade him. "Brother, Governor Illyrio is very cunning. Don't trust him completely." Viserys smiled and said, "Am I a fool? Do you want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon again?" Daenerys hurriedly replied, I don't want to." Today, Viserys was in a very good mood. Matters with Governor Illyrio had made progress, and he decided to show his sister the kindness of the great true king. "My good sister, when I get the Iron Throne back, think about the jewels and silks. You will enjoy them endlessly." As Viserys recounted, his hands trembled uncontrollably. "I have thought about it. As long as I have 10,000 soldiers, I think that is enough. With 10,000 soldiers, I can command them to sweep across the 7 kingdoms. At that time, the nobles will surely raise armies to follow their true king. The Tyrells, Redwynes, Darys, Greyjoys, and other families hate the usurper as much as I do. The Dornish people have long been filled with anger and want to avenge Princess Aelia and her children. In the farms and houses of the 7 kingdoms, men secretly think about the dragon family, and women secretly sew true dragon flags. When I lead my army across the sea, they will roar with Ustis, and fight for the true King Targaryen." Viserys suddenly looked gloomy. "I want to kill the usurper with my own hands, just like he killed my brother. I can't spare the Kingslayer of the Lannister family. I want to avenge my father with my own hands." Such a Viserys frightened Daenerys even more. She would rather be beaten and kicked by her brother. She always felt that if this continued, she would lose her only relative. After the death of her father and eldest brother, her mother died in childbirth while giving birth to her. Not Viserys, and Daenerys didn't even know their names. Viserys was her only remaining relative in the world. Daenerys' eyes were hot, and she held Viserys with both hands, begging in a trembling voice, "Viserys, I'm scared. Please, let's go home and get out of here." When Daenerys finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze. "Go home?" Viserys murmured, suddenly smiling. "Daenerys, tell me, our home has been taken away a long time ago. Which home should we go back to? After Sir William dies, where else can we have a home besides the 7 kingdoms?" Daenerys weakly let go of Viserys and wiped away the tears that had not yet fallen with the back of her hand. Her brother had been here just now. Viserys stroked the purple fabric with his slender fingers and said, "This color just brings out your eyes. The best tailor in Pentos will use this fabric to prepare the most beautiful clothes in the city for you." Viserys pinched his chin, his eyes flickering, and his tone was serious and solemn. "You also need to prepare all kinds of jewelry. These things can make you look like a princess." Viserys looked at Daenerys, who was in a daze again, frowned, and said, "Why are you like this again? Raise your head. Look at your timid look. There is nothing like a princess. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would doubt your true dragon blood."